Yeah.
Let's take a look at that and see if it is what they actually say they're doing.
Right. That's what I'm saying. I'm confused.
Because if I put my hands against each other, am I stopping light?
Right.
No.
Yeah. That's it. That's just it. If they stop it, then how am I seeing it? It's weird.
Considering they don't know the difference between illumination and light, you illuminate the light. The light is everywhere already. It's all already there.
It's just a frequency or something that makes it visible to our eye.
I'm not going to say ether, but
or something like that. I don't know. I'm just guessing. You know what I mean?
Essentially, light exists everywhere, but it's like the sun is the anode, and it's illuminating. It's sending out energy, and so the light is illuminated
to a frequency that is visible to our eyes.
Yeah. Because there's always light all the time, all around. Even in pitch black, there's light. Even in the dark shadow, there is light. It's what is illumination and what is light.
Yeah.
If you can, post the paper that you find, and we'll look through it.
Yeah, I'm looking for it right now.
All right.
Sorry, I was slow to the draw on that one. That was
too good to be true.
I was slow to the draw on that one. That was a very good call in terms of speaking to the evidence of the ether, right? It's just the ether is filled, and you just have gases obviously within the ether. The ether is the gas. Apologize. Gas is the ether, but within that,
I have an idea.
They haven't been activated yet.
Hold on. Let's not call it a gas. Let's call it a medium.
Okay, fairly.
That's what. That way, we're not assigning it,
classifying it. Yep.
Solid or gas. We're saying it is a medium, unknown medium.
Yes. Okay, and it just hasn't been activated in the characteristic that we would visualize it in a dark room. But when we're in daylight, it is that characteristic is activated in that medium.
Right.
I love it. Well done.
So like, So like when it's dark, the light is all still there. But when the sun is visible and it's sending all the energy out, it's exciting all the photons or whatever it is that the medium is made of. I don't know why.
That's why I call the sun. I refer to the sun and the moon, referred to in scripture as luminaries. Right? They illuminate the essence. Right?
That's why he could have. That's why, talking scripturally, he created the light first and then created the luminaries.
At first, it was dark, and he created them. Well done! Wow.
Yeah, because
my guy.
Scripturally, it would be God is light.
Wow. Thank you so much for that, man.
Oh. Not to veer off topic. So. Did we ever get that article?
No, it's I posted a video in Livestream that talks about freezing light stopping it, but I don't think I ever seen an article. All I seen was this video that showed the light frozen in place in this tube of some awfully cold environment, and it showed this like a cloud of light frozen in place as it passed through this tube. I think that's the video that shows it, but I'm not. I tried scrolling through it real fast to see if I could get a timestamp on it, but then they got a film speed, filming the speed of light at 1 trillion frames per second. I don't know how they do that.
Okay. Okay. So
Yeah.
I went and read how they do this. All right. They're not freezing the light. Shocker, right?
Yeah, shocker, sure.
So what they're doing is they're introducing different gases and densities through heating, cooling, all this stuff. And they introduce opaque atomic gases. Okay. So they're blocking the light. Brilliant. They're blocking the light.
So they're energizing the gas that the light passed through, and that's what they're seeing.
Well, the gas is causing the light to come through in pulsations.
Right.
Because it's opaque. It's like you're not slowing the light down. It's you're just blocking the light temporarily.
Right.
So a little energy gets through, a little energy doesn't. A little energy gets through, a little doesn't. A little gets through, a little doesn't.
Right.
What is the purpose of this?
I don't know what the purpose is, but
Is the purpose to try and like affirm that there's a light speed? I think that's what it is. It's the stupidest thing I've ever seen.
yeah, well, I just was when I seen it. It was actually it was 2 or 3 or 4 years ago the first time I seen it, and I just didn't really comprehend what the fuck they were doing, to be honest with you. Oh, that's the same exact one.
They're playing with really expensive toys, probably at yours and mine expense.
Oh, I'm sure of that.
I'm going to say probably, because I don't know. Maybe they're privately funded. I doubt it. But, because it's public university who has to keep proving this crap.
Right. Yeah, there's always some sort of deception when as soon as you said what you said about them basically energizing the gas or whatever, or they're stopping the light or blocking it in that tube so that it reflects off of whatever's blocking it. Yeah, so it's not actually like they're stopping light. It's like, yeah, always some sort of a deception in what they're telling you.
The sad part is that the guys who are doing it don't see it as a deception because it's the framework within which they work. Right?
Right.
So it'd be like if every block mason is going to tell you quarter-inch joint or half-inch joint, right?
Yeah.
All of them are going to tell you it's a half-inch joint. Why? Because they all have been taught that it's a half-inch joint. So why would they ever tell you anything other than that? That's what these guys do. They're trained to think a certain way, and so that's how they approach every single problem, same exact way. So you don't know what the light is.
Yeah, and they're just trying to explain it in the only way they can, really. Where
yes, that's the big problem with me. is this: everyone seeks for an explanation instead of going, well, I have no explanation, so let's figure it out.
Right.
They're not looking for an answer; they're looking for an explanation.
Right.
And I hate that. I hate that.
That was sort of my point. Exactly.
Yeah.
That all they have is a way to explain it, and they don't.
Yeah.
That's all they have.
That's how they're taught. Like I said, that's how they're taught to think in terms of how can I explain this? Like they're in trouble if they can't explain it. like they're going to get written up by John Q. Public for. Why couldn't you explain to me how light works, Mr. Science Man? You're fired. And I don't know how much of that is intentional, as in designed that way, and how much of that is just bad human attitude, because that humans do that as a behavior.
Yeah, well, I think in cases like this, it's really all they have.
Yeah, it is all they have.
You know?
They don't know anything. They're just bumbling around in the dark.
Yep. Well, no, there's a piece of light frozen up there right there. It's not the dark anymore.
Oh, yeah. The light has traveled through the air, and as it travels through the air, it hits things, and behind those things are shadows. Which if you're an artist, that works. If you're an artist, you do everything in straight lines, and then you diffuse it in places. Right?
Yeah.
But reality is not a piece of artwork. It's like they're working off the fundamentals of like Da Vincian lighting education. Like Da Vinci was brilliant, but he didn't know how light moved. He just used it for painting. And in paintings and drawings, yes, you create straight lines to represent the end of light, or where you're going to place a shadow.
Right. He was good at that, though.
Yeah, but that's just visual. It's not what the light is doing. It's like drawing a human and saying, now I know anatomy.
Well, Da Vinci did that too, I remember.
Yeah, but you know what? When he did that, he actually did the dissections too. He got a contract from with a hospital, I believe, to get all their dead people.
And I think at the time he did that, he had to do it in secret because there was something about doing that back then where it was like taboo or something.
Open secret.
Yeah.
So the church didn't stop him, but they knew.
Right.
As they saw it as, hey, here's a chance to advance and we don't have to look bad.
Yeah, but all I know is there was some activity that was taking place that was not basically
kosher.
Wasn't looked at as very moral or whatever, however you want to put it. They were doing things that they were not supposed to be doing.
Unethical.
There you go.
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you.
His work would be considered unethical, but we have a lot of advancements because of it.
Yeah. So exactly. And I think that's why they allowed it.
Mm-hmm. Well, if you look at it from the church's perspective, what would you have to lose? You have one quack cutting up some bodies. Okay, you can sanction him. But if that quack gives you a bunch of information and then you can help people, works for everyone. There'd be no reason to stop him.
That's one of the reasons they say they don't use the research on the placebo with the needles, because they say it will be unethical to not give the needle to this person and tell them you gave it to them. It's unethical, so that's why we're not going to do it.
How's that unethical? Because we told them we'd give them medicine, but we didn't. Ugh. How's that unethical? Just give them medicine later.
That's why they don't do the research with the needles, because it will be unethical.
Well, I think it falls on its face right in the beginning. It's unethical in more than a million ways, in my opinion. I mean, you start doing that kind of stuff to people, and there's no ethics involved, in my opinion.
So the church was saying that it will be unethical to do research with dead bodies, learn how that kind of stuff works. It's unethical.
Well, I think the church preferred that he did do the research on the bodies, but they just didn't want to be attached to it until it had success. I think that was likely.
Yeah, he was
Likely.
doing it. He was doing it in like in the back room with the door shut and nobody
Yeah.
coming in, and it was all secretly done.
Yeah. I have a bunch of those prints because I love his anatomy drawings.
Yeah, that was amazing. He's amazing what he did, isn't it?
Yeah, they are amazing.
Yeah, I've looked at it a few times, just kind of looking at it and thinking, man, that guy was really, really just particular with his drawing. He was very trying to show as much accuracy as he could.
Yeah,
and he was good at that in showing that painting and drawings and stuff. He was very, very skilled at showing.
Very.
I don't even know if there's ever been an artist that you could say is actually better than Da Vinci at this point. I mean, there might be, but I'd be hard pressed to.
Technique-wise, yes.
Yeah.
But because Da Vinci was the first modern master, even though some of his stuff is inferior to like Michelangelo, it's without Da Vinci there would be no Michelangelo. Without Da Vinci there would be no like Renaissance or anything like that. No.
Yeah, he developed some techniques and whatnot that
it's like when
picked up on.
It's like when people say the Spice Girls sold more records than the Beatles. Well, if there were no Beatles, there would be no Spice Girls. So.
Yeah.
Like one's not better, one is different and new. It's part of a different age. So while Michelangelo's technique is improved, it's improved upon
by others as well.
The work of Da Vinci, yeah, it's improved upon as with its foundation being Da Vinci. Da Vinci can't be surpassed because he's the foundation. It's literally the student cannot be greater than the master. Period. So it's fundamental truth. Because without the master, the student doesn't have anything.
Comprehend where he's going now.
Freya, chill.
I mean, Da Vinci had so many drawings and so many inventions. Oh my God, he had books of inventions and drawings of flying machines and pumps and oh my God, you name it.
Robots.
Automata. All kinds of shit, man. That guy was fucking amazing, dude. And how somebody finds time in one person's life to develop all that stuff, to put it down on paper and draw it, and have it make sense. And
because they spent time cultivating. They saw that he was a prodigy, and so they cultivated him. They gave him what he wanted. They gave him what he needed, and they encouraged his mind to be able to do what it needed to do. That's the way it really should be.
Yeah, it should. You're right.
At least with people with potential. Because, I mean, let's be honest, 80% of people are not fit to run a lemonade stand, no matter what you give them. No matter what you give them, they can't do anything. Some people. Most people.
I think that comes down to really desire. If a person wants to do, wants to learn something, truly wants to learn, you just pay attention. You pay attention to every little detail, and you try to figure out what's going on, and then you end up learning.
Can you teach someone desire?
No,
I don't
think so.
That's a thing that must spring from the ego. It has to spring from the person.
Right.
So to me, that's something inborn, like the desire to improve, the desire to find and test and study and learn. I think all of that's inborn. I don't think you can create that in someone. It's created when they're conceived.
Well, I guess you could basically expose them to that kind of stuff going on around them, and they might find interest in it at that point. I don't know.
I think you could improve. I think you can improve people with that thing. With that, you know.
Yeah, by exposing to it.
But they'll never do the thing, but they'll appreciate the thing, right? So, but I mean, that's the whole point of everyone being different too. So, right. I mean, if everyone was a master, there'd be no masters. It's what a lot of people think. If you just give people unlimited resources, everyone could be a Da Vinci. No,
I don't think so.
If you give everyone unlimited resources within one generation,
they're going to waste and take advantage, and they're going to.
Say,
what's that called when you?
They will have nothing. They will literally have nothing within one generation, and the people who would have been in charge anyway will end up being in charge.
Right.
Because
you give everybody that much opportunity and that much freedom, they're just going to rob it for their own personal benefit. Nobody does it. Not nobody, but most people don't do it for the right reasons.
If you really wanted to blow up the world, then all you would have to do is give everyone freedom and resources, unlimited of both, because then they're not going to know. One, they won't stop. They'll fight each other. And, you could get rid of 3/4 of the population through that, because people will just consume themselves to death.
Greed.
Yes. Greed will take care of 3/4 of the population. That would be if I was like an evil mastermind. You're like, we're going to give everybody everything they ever wanted. And that would destroy the world.
You greedy little bugger, you.
It's like we're defined by our suffering. Awesome.
That is somewhat true.
It is actually, because if you don't have any adversity in life, you do end up a weird, reclusive guy drawing bodies you chop up in the basement of a church.
What a recluse, huh?
Yeah, like if everybody was a Da Vinci, who would farm? Who would be getting the food? Who would be doing anything?
They'd all be in the basement.
When I go to order my double Big Mac with cheese, who's going to make that for me?
Right. Yeah, they'd all be in the basement. Well, and fucking recluse.
I'm drawing the innards of a Florida cockroach.
Oh,
well, nice.
That's funny you say that, because that probably has been done now. I mean, it has.
I only say it because I know it has. You can go in and you can look at all the anatomical drawings of the giant Florida cockroach.
Yeah, they're highly detailed.
So, yes, we live in an amazing, amazing world.
Yeah, that is true. So, at least there's one positive thing to look at it. Like,
yeah,
it is pretty amazing.
So I could actually use that and make the argument that the elite are concerned about humanity, and that's why they oppress them. Because maybe we're so incorrigible that oppression is the only form of system that we can actually thrive in.
That holds us down enough to where we won't enjoy ourselves.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Maybe we need to be oppressed.
You might be right.
I'm developing a terrible dystopian sci-fi novel in my head.
I know, but
where the elite are the good guys.
Yeah, it's suddenly flipped the fucking script again.
But I mean, what would happen if you did give everybody everything they wanted?
Who knows? I mean, yeah. Yeah, maybe they'd realized that a long time ago, and so it's just what's been going on since eons ago. Without it, we'd fucking probably have destroyed everything we have and everything we'd ever strive for. Probably already be gone.
Yeah. Because, it's poverty and suffering creates advancement.
Yeah, diversity.
Yeah, because you have that, adversity is the mother of invention.
Yep.
So if you didn't have an oppressor, what would you be?
A wild, uncontrollable. I don't know.
Think about all the people who claim that they're oppressed because they have no oppressor. And so they just invent an oppressor. I mean, it's true.
Well, a lot of people look at an oppressor as just someone to take care of them.
Yeah.
They don't even call them an oppressor. It's just like their leader, their fucking,
Well, it's like
in a sense.
Here in the West, we're in the most luxurious time in history. The poorest people have refrigerators and air conditioning, and when they push the button, the poop goes away into a system of isolated water, right?
Yeah.
We live in an extremely luxurious time. No one like in the West is being oppressed, not to any great degree. And so a bunch of privileged people have invented oppressors, like phantom oppressors all around them. And then they define their lives that way. They define their identity through that oppression.
Yeah, like it's some kind of a...
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm looking for the word there for that. But.
Yeah. Think about if there was a group of deaf people that said deaf lives matter and created a narrative that they were oppressed based solely on the idea that they were deaf. And I guarantee you that's probably a real thing.
Probably is.
I
was just about to say it. Sounds like you're explaining something that's already happened.
I bet if it went that direction, Mebius, then it might become fashionable to make yourself deaf.
Oh my God, you're right. Ah, yes. And so you have trans deaf.
Yeah. Well.
And because it's convenient for corporations to pander to minority groups, they would put if a show had 10 people in it.
Sorry.
If a show had 10 people in it, 5 of the people would be deaf.
Well,
God Rockin' is the worst hot micer on earth in this realm.
He has perfected it.
He is like boomer levels off the chart of hot micing. How do I work the computer here?
I mean, I could be wrong, but I think at this point in time, at least over the last couple of months, I think God Rockin' is hot mic'd more than he's actually started to speak.
You're probably right. I've had company, but I haven't turned off my mic ever.
Okay, so what? Dropped you off there for a while or something? Or?
Oh my God, we're gonna hear it. I'm just not gonna mute him this time.
Okay. So you show up and figure
out. Now, if he starts talking like a Fed, we got to mute him now.
But at the bright side, if it wasn't for people like God Rockin', there will be no hot micing.
You're right. I guess we need that as a balance, like a yin and a yang. Those of us who know proper mic etiquette wouldn't know proper mic etiquette without guys like God Rockin', right?
Yeah,
I mean, always sounds like he wants to start a fight with somebody.
He does, yeah, you're right.
I can't. Okay.
What is this? A hot mic competition now with glass
This is the
blow?
hot mic
I
edition.
know. Por favor.
Well, sounds like he's left range a little bit.
Sounds like he's
Sorry about that, guys. I was out in
starting
the
fights right
kitchen.
now.
My,
Everybody.
my kid called, and anyway, sorry.
Oh no, God, Rockin', we all know.
I know.
We
I
all
just
know, God Rockin'. We all
I
know.
walked. I don't know how this happens to me, but I was sitting here at the computer, my phone sitting in front of me.
Every single day.
And I got up to walk in the kitchen and get a drink of water, and my phone rings. And so I run in here, grab it real quick. To get it away from it. It was sitting right next to the fucking microphone. I mean, it was sitting like 2 inches from my microphone. So I thought, holy shit, that's got to be blasting their head off. So I ran in here and grabbed it, and took off running. And I didn't think to stop and mute my mic.
Long story, God Rockin'.
I know, I'm bad. I'm terrible. I know, I'm sorry.
What? Did you hear me?
Yeah.
No, we can't hear you.
Thanks.
God Rockin', quit telling so many fucking long ass stories!
The Earth is flat.
I love these mozzarella sticks, man.
Yeah, boy.
You got my air fryer.
Are you guys aware of the new action hero that's being created right now? It's called Globerman.
Are you being serious?
Yeah.
Then if it's Globerman, that is super cringe.
Yeah, and the action figures.
The Earth is flat.
It has Matthew's head on it. It has a pig. Anyway, yeah, there it is.
Did you know that the Earth is flat? There's no curvature. It's not spinning, and space is fake. Do they have any evidence? They do.
Yeah, I love it when he does that shit. I heard
Earth measures flat. That's what I always tell people. I try to avoid saying the Earth is flat. I just say the Earth measures flat, because then you've established that it's a measurement.
I'm pretty sure I heard whoever recorded that. Well done, because I was listening when he said that. And I was just smiling my ass off. I'm like, what is he doing? Like,
wait, who said that? Wait a minute. Somebody said that?
That Matthew Learns said that shit. He freaking.
Oh.
I mean, being satirical, like he was all of a sudden acting like a flat earther.
Well, what is his name?
What? You saying he's learning?
It's called, he's now called Globerman.
Yeah.
The new refraction hero.
I'm okay. I like having Matthew around because it gives people someone to argue with.
Oh, I do too. And he's always, he's always reasonable with his attitude and stuff.
He's good for training people on, like, because he just he folds, like he's just like, oh yeah, that's a really good point. It's like, okay, you just gave up on yours, right? Like just if you're gonna take a stance, fucking stand up for it. Like he's like, you're right, but I still believe it's a globe.
Hey, hard to ask people to leave their religion, man.
The Earth is flat.
Yes.
But I still believe it's a globe. Don't clip me like that. Fuck you.
Wait, was that a recording of him?
Yeah,
yes,
recording of him. Yeah.
Yeah, whoever played it a minute ago, play it again. You can tell it's Matthew's voice.
The Earth is flat. The Earth is flat.
No, but see that short one is unfair. You could be saying he could, and I'm pretty sure he was saying you could say the Earth is flat, and then you just clip that part
and play the other one.
Did you know that the Earth is flat? There's no curvature.
Yeah, that's
it's
the
not
one.
spinning, and space is fake. Do they have any evidence? They do.
That's the one.
And I'm not so sure he's going to be too happy about that one, but oh well. It's all in the fun.
He already heard that one many times. He was in the live stream as well. He didn't say anything.
My name is Joe Biden. I'm Joe Biden's husband.
I can only imagine that is an accidental real quote.
It is real. It is real. He is the greatest president.
We hold these truths to be self-evident. All men and women created by you know the thing.
See, I think in that clip, he almost said all men are created equal by God. And he was like, oh, wait a minute. They told me not to say anything like that again. And he tried to wander off into something else. You know the thing.
The thing made us equal.
I'm going to be fair with him on that one. And that is the only one I will be fair on. Because he's a 100-year-old man who's like, oh, crap, my party platform changed.
I'm not allowed to talk about God no more.
I ain't allowed to talk about God no more. Just stand on your back porch and fire in the air.
Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids.
He can't explain that away.
And the kids used to come up and reach in the pool and rub my leg down.
I don't know what it is.
My physical as well as my mental fitness.
That's just so wrong.
I could listen to Biden sound clips all day.
I never heard the mental fitness one.
I got to the
Senate
Jinping 180 years ago.
Do you have the Xi Jinping thing where he's like, the Himalayas and we walked in the whatever it was?
Oh no! Wait, what is that?
I don't know how to ask for the quote because I don't know what he says in the quote.
Oh, okay.
Incomprehensible.
You mean something like this?
1.2 billion. So you go ahead and you stack spaghetti sauce at a store and in a supermarket. You control the guy or the woman who brings out the carts on a forklift. What happens?
What?
Well, then you call OSHA because it's a government agency that can probably help.
When he speaks like that, he's definitely trolling.
Yeah, he sounds like a global.
No, he's not because I took care of someone with dementia.
He can act like people speak like he's speaking, like acting like they don't speak like that, but they do it.
Oh man.
You're giving these guys too much credit. What makes you think like he's not just completely a puppet and full on dementia? Like the perfect president for this world that we live in is a useful idiot, somebody who has no fucking clue where they are at any time. You just tell
if he legit has dementia, they won't be able to prosecute him for anything he's done as president. You know that, right? There's a reason that they selected him.
Yeah.
You know,
I've met Alzheimer's and dementia patients
simple.
that
Going after
qualify
Mickey
for
Mouse,
speech.
for God's sake.
Yeah, I met Alzheimer's patients and such that qualify for public speech far more than Joe Biden.
Yeah. You know the thing. Where's chocolate? We need chocolate in here so we can get a "come on, man" chorus going.
Ah, man. Prescription jugs.
Hey, I like little children. I like to touch little children and girls, and when they sit on my lap.
Do?
But I have dementia.
And they like to rub the hair on my legs.
Come on, man. And by the way, I sit on the stand, and it get hot. I got hairy legs that turn that turn blonde in the sun. The kids used to come up and reach in the pool and rub my leg down so it was straight, and then watch the hair come back up again. They'd look at it. So I learned about roaches. I learned about kids jumping on my lap. And I've loved kids jumping on my lap.
To this day,
I'll tell you what.
I will never know what thoughts were firing in his brain when all that was being said. Because it is,
man.
I want to think it's perverse. I think it is, probably. But what is...
Well, not only that,
Dude, in his mind, no, there was nothing perverse about it. I don't think.
He blacked out. He fucking blacked out, dude. He did not know what he was saying.
He might. That might be true.
But what is it? What is up with roaches? Before he says, "I like kids jumping on my lap," he says roaches.
I learned all about roaches.
The guy's trolling, guys. 100%. He's trolling everybody, and people are buying into it.
The Earth is flat.
Oh, wait a minute. Maybe he has syphilis. Never know.
My mother believed and my father believed that if I wanted to be president of the United States, I could be vice president. My mother and father believed.
Wow. That's sad. My mother and father believed I could be vice president.
Like,
the fuck?
Herpeside gonosyphilis.
They said it to me so many times that I believed it. And look, now I'm president.
Thank you, Dr. Pepper, and thank you, Chancellor, or Dr. Paper, and thank you, Chancellor.
I think some of these may be attempts at jokes, too. Like when he did the Dr. Pepper.
I hope to God he's just the world's best comedian. Okay? Like, that would be fucking awesome if that's...
If he's a comedian, it is a work of art.
Dude.
It is. I'm not lying. If he is a comedian, it is...
truth over facts.
Well, I think it's painfully obvious at this point that the whole entire Biden thing was nothing more than a fucking joke to begin with.
Oh, yeah.
We choose truth over facts.
We truth over facts.
Truth over facts. It's just, he's so demented.
You could inject some bleach in your arm. Come on, man.
He's right. I want to.
Space station is a serious place. Here is Pig. And of course, Pig is the arch enemy of Angry Bird. And Angry Bird had some eggs. And Pig stole the eggs. And don't ask me how I got to eggs on Space Station. Yeah, boy.
All right, I got a bunch of crap to do. I'm going to leave y'all alone.
And he's a troll. Prove me wrong.
Biden? Yeah.
We don't have time for a meeting of the Flat Earth Society.
Yeah.
Why is it a different case than the other presidents that we know were acting and playing a role? Why is Biden different? He's actually in the mic, not playing a role. Come on, guys. Come on, man. He's
he's
being
just.
honest. He's being honestly demented. Honestly demented, huh?
I think he's just very old and just a puppet. You know, that's all they need. Doesn't matter what he says. He could say, you know, the sky is red or whatever.
Yeah. I don't think he's acting, to be honest.
So the he's being honest. He just has dementia and he's given a mic. Yeah.
Yeah, I really honestly think he has dementia. He has some health issues, probably.
So he's not acting. He's actually.
I don't see how he can act. He's just way too
He's
stupid.
being himself.
Yeah.
So I guess we have the first honest president.
Yeah. But he will not.
That might be a good thing.
Dude, these guys would have to be like the best actors ever. Like they're not that good. Like to keep up that role and to do it that well, the dementia patient would be really hard. It would be really hard for somebody like Joe Biden. Like,
really, bro?
I think also of like the Hillary Clinton like coughing fits, where people are saying that she was faking those. No, I think she was really having the coughing fits.
Yeah, people cough. People cough. You can't say people don't cough. Yeah, people do cough.
Got a new guy called Kashmir. No, he's not BC verified though.
Kashmir.
What's up?
You motherfucker.
Welcome to the Flutter Discord.
Doesn't get tired
Kashmir.
making accounts.
I'm helping somebody in the lobby. Hold on, dude.
Hold on, dude. I'm just creating new accounts on a daily basis. I have nothing to do. How many do you do per day? Like 2, 3, 4?
Whatever God tells me to do, buddy.
Oh, damn.
I think it's typically like 1 per day, pretty much.
Typically, yeah. I've seen him do it within the 6-hour span, 2 accounts.
Yeah, it's happened. It's happened.
Hey, but it's not every day. Come on, it's not every day.
It's averages probably more than every day.
Oh, you can have more than 1 day every day?
No, he changes his name and comes back in at least like once per day on average.
So how come you chose the name Kashmir?
I think albino alpacas are cool.
Maybe
wouldn't it be great if there was like some kind of voice recognition software that could like automatically boot this asshole right when he comes in here?
Actually,
there is a.
I did see. I gotta tell you, there is a ban on site policy kind of going on. I think with him.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, he's gone.
That's because I banned him. That's because I banned him.
Okay. Oh, I mean, he will still come back though. It's just I don't know.
Is he permabanned?
All I know is I read in the admin chat a day or so, maybe 2 ago, ban on site on him, and I agree with it. Like, I don't really know if if it's officially been decided by everybody, but I agree with it.
But why? He didn't do anything.
He didn't do anything, did he?
Not yet.
Well, I mean, you can just leave him on mute. I don't know, whatever.
Actually, no. Look,
Obviously,
every
there's no
time he
just-
comes back in, yes, he already has done something. He has accounts that are banned. Evading moderation is a bannable offense. No matter how many times you create a new name, you don't fucking, bypass that. You can't be like, well, this guy is just so persistent that we should just let him.
What is the original reason for banning?
He's a troll? How about that?
I'm a troll earther too.
Get the fuck out of here then.
Yeah, but this guy might actually live under a bridge.
What makes you say that?
I live in a house that is under a bridge.
Well, I'd certainly hope so.
Or what is that house made of? Cardboard?
Jason board.
Well, if it's made out of cardboard and there's a bridge over it, at least the cardboard won't get rained on.
Yeah. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah.
What
Hey,
is
just
his
so you guys
original
know,
name? What is his
like-
original name? Peace Drinker or something?
Yeah.
More than likely, he was here under many other names before he was Pee Drinker, but he came in as like Piss Drinker, and that's when people really started paying attention to him.
Have you guys ever heard of forgiveness?
He hasn't warranted any reason to forgive. He keeps on trying to fucking break the rules every single day with a new account.
Oh, I thought he was already back. Jesus Christ. Or?
Hey, Bud. Bud out of the mud. Welcome,
Who's Bud?
Bud out of the
Different-
mud.
Different himself.
Bud out of the mud.
Hey, Bud.
To talk. I was muted last time I was in here.
You were booted last time you were here? Well, what's
No,
the
I'm
reason?
Muted.
Muted? What did you say?
I didn't say nothing.
It's okay. You're
Well,
here
if you
now.
didn't say nothing, then you must have said something.
Hey, don't worry about last time. You're here now. Concentrate on the now.
Last time.
No, we don't know the reason, though. If you don't
It's
tell us
okay.
the reason. Yeah.
It's over with now.
Yeah, does cannabis grow on a flat and stationary Earth, or does cannabis grow on a spinning ball in the vacuum of space?
I mean, sure, it's growing wherever I'm at. So
Nice answer.
It doesn't matter. It grows.
Well, environmentally speaking, one sounds a little too hostile to me.
a vacuum wouldn't work, would it? Because it would need oxygen.
Yeah, it would probably die in a vacuum.
Keep in mind, all that motion isn't good for the root system.
Right? They are temperamental.
Well, with all that motion, it'd have to learn to grow lying down because the wind, 1,000-mile-an-hour wind, would keep it pinned to the ground.
They would just be really short and fat.
Yeah, so the buds would be full of dirt, all kinds of shit.
Closer
That'd
down,
be
get more-
that'd be tasty.
Tasting dirt.
Yeah, real earthy tasting. I'll bet.
like moss. That's what it tastes like if you don't let it, if you don't dry it or cure it right, like cut grass.
Got another new guy in here, Levinci. He likes children.
Is there?
Oh, interesting. I mean, not interesting in that way, but interesting why he put that in his bio.
Yeah.
Is that what it says in his bio?
This whole spinning thing with the atmosphere stuck to the globe at 1,000 miles an hour, that would have to be held to the Earth with super Velcro or something. I don't know, but yeah, you can't bond gas to something spinning 1,000 miles an hour. It would just bounce off of it. That's what gas does. It would just be reflecting, bang, 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 as the Earth spun by it, like an astronomical speed, beyond the speed of sound. I mean, you can never speak to anybody because the voice would never catch, the sound would never catch up to them. If you were talking in the right direction anyway. Just wouldn't, you couldn't talk to anybody.
Below you, they would hear you more fast. Wouldn't they hear you faster underneath you?
I mean, what does sound travel at? Speed of sound is what, 700 miles an hour? Just below 7? And they're spinning at 1,000. The voice, your voice would never catch up to them. There's so many things about that whole model that are just so ridiculously stupid that, I mean, you could just go on for days describing things like I just did that make no fucking sense at all. And these people just, I mean, really, the critical thinking attributes that people must not have are amazingly deficient. I just can't hardly fathom it, to be that deficient in critical thinking that you would believe we're spinning 1,000 miles an hour and the gas glued to the Earth at 1,000 miles an hour. Like it's just to create a perfectly calm, pleasant, peaceful day. That is so fucking stupid.
Another gif. I can't make the water stick to the ball. I keep pouring water over it. Oh, he left Buddy Bud.
I wish he'd stick that ball in Hillary's mouth. Jeez.
Yeah. Glob, glob.
And then just give it a good shove right to the back of her throat.
Yeah, with a cowboy boot. Bing. Levinci, if you want to get VC verified, hop up to the what's it called? The VC check-in one above. Check you out if you wish, or you can just sit here and listen. Be muted. Life is life. He's back at it. Life is life. Louis.
Oi!
Oi! He's like a leprechaun. He won't give up.
What's up?
He's right above you.
Or Biden? What? What's going on?
No, you know who.
No, I wasn't paying much attention. I'm rolling a joint, and then I'm going to go outside and finish mowing the lawn.
As you smoke the joint?
That's the idea, yeah.
Nice. Hey, how come Life is not VC verified? Oh, he is actually. Never mind. Life, why do you have the Antarctica role? What's up with that?
That's all he talks about.
Is it? I haven't heard him speak though. Has anyone else heard him speak before?
No. I mean, chat about then.
Chat then, yeah.
Everything comes down to, but what's beyond Antarctica? He wants to travel to Antarctica.
Give us a reason to travel to Antarctica.
Exactly. Like, at least that's what I remember him by.
So he's confused why millions of flat earthers do not decide to raid Antarctica. Damn. That's what he said.
God Rockin', you need your ringtone needs to be just your voice saying, check to see if you're hot micing, check to see if you're hot micing. You know I love you, brother.
Grabbed my phone and ran as quick as I could. So sorry.
Love me.
Empirical evidence in some conspiracy can fade away or be erased. Flat Earth can't be like those conspiracies. Interesting.
No, Flat Earth isn't a conspiracy. That's the thing. It's observed reality.
But he says, I'm a conspiracy theorist. It took me a while to know the Earth is flat. The Antarctic Treaty Conspiracy did it for me.
No, people just have a misunderstanding. Yeah, they think of this as a conspiracy theory, but what he said is correct. Like, the Earth being flat is just reality. The conspiracy, there's a conspiracy aspect to the topic. Like, why would they lie? And like, like who's covering it up? And like, there would have to be some kind of...
they're conspiring, The governments are conspiring with each other. Yeah, that's true then. In that sense, I would say, yeah. But that's not the reason of Flat Earth.
No.
Hell, man. Oh, well. Interesting dude.
My friend that's a Glober, his girlfriend keeps sending messages to me. She said that she's seen something on TV that said that now they're coming out with the Earth is flat. She's a flat earther, I think, and she keeps sending me these messages over with my buddy to tell me that the Earth is flat. And I'm like, yeah, I know, Danny. It's so funny.
Well, yeah. Just say, welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah. It is so funny. Oh, my God.
All time.
And the guy delivering the messages is a Glober. Just will not take time to even look at it. He's scared of being made fun of. He always says, aren't you scared of what people will think of you? I said, no, I could give a shit what people think of me. What the fuck you mean?
Why would you be? I mean, it's the truth. Like, either you know the truth or you don't just want to live a lie.
Right.
One way of asking it. So, Yeah, it's really weird when people ask that way, I would say. What would you bother caring about what other think their opinions about you? Like, that's not how you live your life. Caring about what other people's opinions are about you. That's not a life to live.
No, it's not. No, but he lives his life that way in a lot of ways. He's always worried about, he's got fancy cars and he's got, he's got money and he's just materialistic, really bad. And I've known him for like over 40 years. We've been good friends for 40 years, and I don't let any of that get in the way of our friendship. So we don't talk about flat Earth, and we don't, because we've built race cars together, we've restored cars, and we've spent numerous days and weeks together building shit. And for 40 years we've been doing this shit. He was a general contractor that I went to work for about 10 years, and we did remodels and additions and all kinds of stuff. And we just don't let it get in the way because we've been friends for too long. It's one of those things to where you just don't let it get between your friendship, and so we don't talk about it, and because we got a lot more to talk about if we want to talk about shit, you know what I mean? Like the car that we're working on, or this or that, or whatever. So
no, it's understandable.
Yeah,
he's still a good good fella, good human being. So shouldn't change your friendship with that.
Right.
Based off,
exactly.
You'll come around eventually, who knows, sooner or later.
I mean, it's the kind of guy, the kind of friend like I am to him. If he ever calls or I ever call him and say, hey, I need your help or whatever, it's like, okay, I'll be right there, Just
Yeah.
So friends like that are good to have, for sure.
Life, do you want to speak, maybe? Or you love typing only? Damn, talks a lot about Antarctica. Shit.
Why doesn't he just go and do it himself instead of talking about it? Show us your plans, show us your blueprints, show us all the money you collected, and stop talking about it.
Yeah, I would say the same, to be honest. Lay out the plan, like all the details, like how would you go about it?
I told him months ago, I was like, once you get the fighter jets and aircraft carriers, I'm in. Until then, like, we're not going to make it. I don't think we're going to make it unless we have that. So I told him.
Bloggers, don't talk about calculations. We need you to be about measurements. Okay?
Antarctica is closed. The curvature could be there. You never measured Antarctica with curvature. Bro. Fuck's sake, man. How's your brain working when you ask those questions? I don't understand.
He's a dreamer.
How does one function even in a daily basis when some things like that? I wonder.
Yeah, Antarctica could be interesting, but I don't think it's the main
Yeah, I'm not
thing.
handling it away, but it's nothing to go by, to be honest. We only have what we have. The videos, the observations from those pictures, whatever, but no one has verified. Like, not enough people have done enough verification, I guess, to actually prove anything. Like, showing one base of something is not enough. From the sky with a drone, whatever that is.
Yeah, there is certain people with the money and resources to go there and do it, but not us.
Yeah, so what's the point?
Like, if we had billions, we could have live streams, 5 live streams. Not saying the internet would work. Maybe so like.
Well, I thought we had satellites. No.
No.
Work there?
They deny that phones are used off satellites. So like.
Yeah.
And then some of them will claim it. So. Yeah, so pretty much it's just his straw man, red herring to talk about fantasy other than what we can verify. It's like the straight line guy, there's the Antarctica guy, there's the what colors Earth guy. It's like they lock on to this one dumb thing and they're told to promote it or they're just mentally stunted where they're locked on this one issue, one thing.
You need more artillery than the UK Royal Navy. Fucking hell. Yeah. I mean, if he says he's a flat earther and keeps ranting, chanting about the Antarctica, I don't know. What kind of car is that? The Dodger? No, it's not Dodger. I don't know. Just guessing.
No, it's a 68 Camaro RS.
Camaro? Okay.
68. It's got a small block 400 in it that's all aftermarket, internal, rotating mass parts like that.
Cool.
Yeah, the engine looks spotless.
Yeah, that's a nice looking engine.
No cabs.
Looks like a gas guzzler.
Level is the new curve. Yeah, Jim, that's the new deal with Globers.
No, Larry destroyed it last night. I'm sure others have before. If you're gonna put up a shelf, you're gonna put it curved. No, your 2 points are gonna be level, and there's not gonna be any curve.
So, Life, what's your best evidence of a globe? Do tell us, please. Since you believe in the curve.
Yeah, he was on the fence like a month or two ago, but I'm not saying that I believe he was on the fence. I'm just saying that's what he was orange.
Interesting. Now he has. Yeah. Only certified now. Yeah. It feels like he's playing the flat Earth role, like saying, "Yeah, flat Earth is flat, but still we need to check Antarctica, see if there's curvature there." Like, what the fuck, man? Like fucking delusional.
Yeah, let's say you had a big, massive weather balloon that was still tethered to the ground, and it had, let's say it's full of the same, well, just different types of gases or whatever, helium, whatever, and you had it sort of colored with some sort of a green or blue mist or something, so you could see it being released, and so then you just release all the gas out of the balloon at ground level. Now, if the gas is traveling with the Earth, then that gas should just come out of the balloon and stay with all the other gas that's following the Earth. I'll bet money that we could watch it go in all directions very quickly, and it would not have anything where it traveled would not be influenced by the atmosphere whatsoever.
Okay, to be fair, the globe believers believe that you can't tell that the gas is moving. It's just moving with the spin of the Earth, but you can't tell.
I know.
There's no
But what I'm
test that
saying
will show you that it's moving.
if you release a bunch of gas into that medium right there in front of you, it should move with it, right? It should stay there moving with the gas, if that's true.
They're saying the whole, think of it like a fish tank or like the back of a car. They believe that the Earth is a car going down the street. So inside the car with the windows rolled up, the whole everything moves back and forth without you knowing. So you couldn't tell anyways.
Well, I'm maintaining that the gas you released out of the balloon would go the opposite direction, and every other direction wouldn't stay with the atmosphere. Wouldn't.
It would have to, because the balloon is also moving with the moving atmosphere. And so are the cars and the people standing around and the drones and everything. The only thing that's not, well, you can catch them. The only thing that's not moving with the atmosphere would be like stuff above the firmament or in space. Like they show the ISS with the ball spinning beneath it. That would be the only thing that's not moving with the atmosphere.
Yeah, but that completely violates gas behavior, the whole thing.
I mean, gas would, because entropy, gas would expand into the available space like that.
Well, it doesn't bond to anything and travel with it. It bounces off of everything and travels in all directions. It does just the opposite. That's what all gases do.
Yeah, that's right. But they believe that the gravity hugs the gas to the Earth. That's why it's moving with the Earth. Another problem they have. They have the gravity has to hug the Earth, bring the gas down to the surface.
If you release a 10 million liters of gas at ground level, then it shouldn't go anywhere. It should stay right there with the rest of it, stationary. If that's true.
Well, in their theory, the light gas will go up, helium, and the gas will go down, I would say oxygen. And the hydrogen would be on top of that. And on top of that would be the vacuum of space.
Yeah, well, then you release the same atmosphere that you're in. You just fill it with air, but color it orange so you can see it. Release it out of the balloon. It's just going to dissipate in all directions. It's not going to stay right there, travel with the Earth. Not. Because the Earth's not moving to begin with, but it's just ridiculous. It just violates all gas behavior to say that it does that. And you can't show any demonstration that gas bonds or travels with anything. It just moves in all directions wherever it wants to go. I just don't get it how they can come up with this horse shit that it's traveling with the spin of the Earth.
Well, the problem they're going to have is at some point as you go upwards, right, from the ground, the Earth will start spinning beneath you. At some point, that air, higher and higher, will start lagging to the spin because there's not in the atmosphere, like you said, it's not
But
connected,
that's
it's
not
not
true.
attached.
That's not true because the wind goes in the same direction as the spin of the Earth. It wouldn't lag. It goes faster than the spin of the Earth. The Earth blows from west to east, here where I live, and that's the spin of the Earth. And it goes faster than that. So why would it lag? You're not making sense, Bob.
The wind is confusing because obviously that's going to put more factors if you count wind. But without wind at all, with no wind, right? You spin a ball beneath objects, and as these objects go higher and higher, let's say towards quote unquote Mars or towards wherever, those objects will start to the Earth will start to spin beneath those objects because this atmosphere they claim is there. It's gotten thinner and thinner and thinner to the point where there's literally no atmosphere, and then there's nothing to pull these objects along with the spin of the Earth. That's why I see it. So they would have to lag at some point as they go up because there's no more conservation of momentum. There's no more push. There's no more tugging. There's nothing that's gonna move it along.
It doesn't
For
happen.
example, if you
that doesn't happen though.
If you shot a rocket into quote unquote space, at some point the Earth is gonna start spinning beneath you. You're not just gonna keep in
How am I
line
going to get
in tandem with the spin of the Earth. Right?
How am I going to get a rocket into space? I don't understand that. How can I do
This
that?
is all hypothetical, right?
Well, I understand that, but I don't waste my time with that kind of stuff. It just doesn't
For
make no
example, like
sense.
if you were on the back of a flat, if you're on the back
Nobody's
of a
going to
truck,
space.
in the back of a truck, you shot your drone into the air. Correct. Your drone is moving to speed of the truck, but once it catches its own drift, the truck will pull away from it, right?
Yeah, but the truck is
Makes sense,
moving
right? As long as the
on the
drone's
Earth.
on the truck, it's going 100 miles an hour. But if that drone lifts up off the truck,
Yeah, but the
it
truck's
has
moving
some of
on
the
the Earth, not
momentum,
with
but
it.
then it's going to lose the momentum the moment it starts flying by itself.
Yeah, but the
So it's
truck
going to
is
lag
moving
behind.
on the Earth, not with it. It's not
No,
moving
don't
on
worry,
the
Linda.
Earth.
Ignore that. Just say flat plane, no movement.
Ignore it.
The truck is moving. Just the truck alone. Forget the Earth. The truck is moving. Drone on top of the truck.
Why
Send
do
the
I
drone
have
up
to
in the air. What
imagine?
happens?
Why do I have to imagine all these weird things?
Right. Because we can't have any practical examples. Because then
Sorry, I can't do it.
it would. This is the whole point of the globe is that it's spinning, but you can't feel it. It's turning, but you can't see it. You can't tell because we don't expect to tell because our predictions determine that you won't be able to tell. Gravity is so weak you can't notice it unless you put two balls on a string. Then you have electrostatics.
Yeah, these are all imaginary things. In my book, all of them. You have to put all these imaginary factors into it to make it work. It doesn't. That's just wow.
I find somewhere where we can meet in agreement, agree on something, and then from there you can test the model. Test their model.
I know. I understand the model, but I just
if there's no agreement, then there's no discussion.
Why would I agree with a Glober about anything? To try and use some kind of a false dichotomy to come to some agreement?
We should be able to agree on what's common sense, and then we should be able to go from there. What would happen
Yeah,
is
they don't agree on common sense at all. They don't agree with gas behavior. Wouldn't that be common sense to agree with what science says gas behavior is? That would be common sense, but they don't agree with it. I don't know. I just can't believe the idiocy of it all.
Yeah,
Just so you
I
know,
would just
Rockin', that would be physics, not science.
Well, whatever it is, call it whatever you want. You know what I'm talking about.
is there really
You were roboting there in the. If you can repeat.
Yeah, I said, is there really an honest globe earther? If so, who's the most honest globe earther?
Well, that's an impossibility.
Exactly. It's like a married bachelor.
I mean, they don't think they're lying because they believe in what they've been taught. But the reality of it is they are lying.
I suppose one extreme example was one guy I was talking to for just a few minutes over in Gem Panda's server, debate flat Earth, and this guy he basically didn't agree with the base axiom. He was basically saying right there to me, he can see the curvature of the Earth from his back porch, and I thought it was funny how none of the other Globers were like correcting him or saying anything about it. They were just like sitting there letting him go along.
Yeah, I've seen that same thing happen there. That is kind of weird. Yeah, I had it out with Jim Panda over there for about a half an hour on refraction, and he just kept saying that shit like the light's passing through all these different mediums, and I'm going, it's one medium, it's air. Yeah, but it's curving up over the Earth, so it's passing through all these different mediums as it's going up. I said, you're telling me that the light is staying the same distance off the Earth, following the curve, but yet at the same time it's going up through all these different mediums? What are you talking about? And then he showed me this drawing. Then he showed me this drawing of the light coming from the sun, way out in space, arcing up over the globe, but the observation was on the Earth. But he was using the light rays from the sun that was like a mile off the Earth, passing through all the gradients of the atmosphere to the observer. And I said, well, that's not where the light's coming from, Jim. It's coming from the surface. No, it's passing through all those gradients. Wow.
Just so you know, I'm pretty sure mediums isn't a word. I think it's just media and
Yeah, you're probably
medium.
right. Yeah, you're probably right. But there again, you know what I'm saying when I say mediums. I mean, if you want to critique my vocabulary, go ahead. But before long, I'm going to say shut up. Because you know what I'm talking about. I don't think we need to be quite that critical to our own members.
Well, yeah, I mean, come on. Like,
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Come on.
Just proper English, man. There's nothing too difficult about it. But
Okay,
hey,
well,
man.
go ahead. Critique my English then.
I'm more interested in critiquing your mic handling skills, God Rockin'. Because, like, the very moment I came in here about a year and a half ago, maybe almost 2 years ago, like, I was very careful to keep myself on mute when I wasn't saying anything.
Mute me. Or ban me. I don't give a fuck. Do something, but shut up.
Well, how? Like,
you're
I don't
that
think there's anything I could do. What could I possibly do to teach you good manners?
If you're that unhappy about it, do something about it. I'm trying. I'm doing my best. If that ain't good enough, then handle it, bro.
Just put yourself on mute when you're not saying anything. Like, if you're not saying anything, don't leave yourself off mute.
No, duh. You think I'm a fucking moron, you fucking asshole?
Oh, whoa.
How'd you like that? How did you like that? So it's what you just did to me. Put your mic on mute when you're not. You know what? No, duh. But sometimes I forget. I'm 66 fucking years old, bro. Well, I'd like to see how you behave when you get 66. I'll bet you won't even be able to say your name. How'd you like that?
All right, can we?
Yeah. Fuck.
You know.
Well, anyway, when a radio show goes on, they normally don't let the callers just let their phones, continue with the phone call after they've already gone to the next
Hey,
caller
dude, just
or
move
the
on.
next subject.
Just move on, please. Orion.
Again, you're fucking saying things to me like I'm a dumbass and don't realize that. You know what? Fuck you.
Can we all just be friends?
Yep, we're all friends. So squash the bullshit.
I'm not
Let's
taking
move
it
on.
personal. I'm just telling him. I'm not taking it personal. I'm not mad, but I'm going to voice my opinion on it. And fuck you. You're going to treat me like that, say things to me that I already know, and treat me like I'm some kind of a dumbass. Fuck you. That doesn't
Well, I
fly
didn't
with
mean
me
it that
whatsoever.
way.
Well, that's how it came. That's exactly what it was. Whether you meant it that way or not, that's exactly what it was.
I will say there's a lot to be said for messages said without intention behind them, knowing that the receiver will receive the message. We have no idea what the intention was. So it is borderline insulting for somebody to say to somebody, that's now not how I meant it. Because that person is going to receive the message and feel it how they feel it and interpret it as they interpret it too. I hope that makes sense.
I understood it.
Hey, Clay, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hey, I was going to tell you, since you're really good with that sound operating equipment, you should go to the live stream last night and go look back at it. I think it was around midnight Pacific time or whatever, but just listen to it a little bit later on in the last 2 hours that Flat Earth Dude is talking, and I say this term Glober Man as part of something I say, and we started talking about it, how funny it would be to have like an action figure and a fictional superhero called Glober Man. And anyway, he starts singing a theme song, and I was just thinking it'd be great if you could cut that theme song that he was singing and then play it next to that Matthew Learn stuff.
Oh, you mean like put it on both lines, so to say? Like cut it to
All
edit
that
it together?
stuff is already in the works. All that stuff is, bro. Everybody, we've been suggested all that last night that they're going to make an action figure. They've already got the drawing coming. The one you've seen online today is just a prototype. Somebody's doing a really nice one, and they're actually going to write a song and everything. So yeah.
Oh, okay.
Should be quite funny when it's done.
Yeah, can't wait. Well, let's see it.
It was particularly great last night because Flat Earth Dude, he did a good job making it sound, I think, almost a little bit like the original Batman theme song as he was kind of singing it. So, it was pretty good.
If you would, because it's very hard for me to find it, because I was not there when it happened, maybe you could, if you find a minute or so, I would cut it out.
Yeah, I have it written down. I'll DM it to you.
Oh, okay.
I just hope Matthew doesn't take it too personal. You never know.
No, I think Matthew has a very thick skin.
Yeah, well, he's sort of definitely displayed that so far, but
Like
I'm just wondering how far we can push this. So,
like the fake heliocentric Earth crust.
Guys, he was in here this morning thanking us for our time. He's like, thanks, guys. I don't think he minds at all. We're playing his audio clips when he says stuff. He said he was in the chat talking, and people are like, "The Earth is flat."
I personally think he is actually a flat earther. But he just... If he would change to a flat earther role, he would not be as interesting as he is when he's a Globie, right?
He could truly just enjoy being the center of attention.
Yeah, but that only works when he is still a Globie professor, you know what I mean? That's why he's not converting, I guess.
That's my point. If he remains a Globie and he enters in here, chances are he will be the center of attention.
Oh, okay. So it's 9 minutes and 9 hours and 35 minutes, right?
Yeah. Or you can have Bill Nye and the Tyson and just put other actors on board.
You're lagging. You're lagging. Orion, I did go to 9 hours and 35 minutes, but I didn't find, I couldn't find it. It's just rolling my boulder speaking.
Oh wait, no. Are you going like by the YouTube time or the
Yeah.
time that's on the screen?
Oh, by the YouTube time.
Yeah, I wrote it down by the time that's on the screen.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. So
And it's like
time, right?
check like the 10, 5, or 15 minutes before that time, because normally something like when something really funny is like said on here, I'll write it down sometimes like 5 minutes later, the time, but I'll record the time and it'd be 5 minutes in the future. So just check like the few minutes before the time I gave you.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, he actually did it more than once, but I think it was maybe the first time or the second time he did it that was like the really funny clips.
Yeah, I don't seem to find it. So it's the eighth. It's 9 hours and 35 minutes, but that's, for me, it's just a Flat Earth music board playing Eric Dubé.
Well, if you're right at, are you right at the?
Yeah,
I don't know.
it's
Maybe I have to
just...
look it up myself, but just check the few minutes before that. Like you can grab the what do you call
the
it?
bot is like talking
cursor.
for... Yeah, I know, but the bot is talking for like for 1 hour or something before that. Yeah, that's just the bot talking all the time.
Maybe
But
I'll try and see if I can cut it myself
Yeah.
and find it myself.
Right, if you find it, just share it with this YouTube link where you can put the time in, or cut it yourself, or I can play it. You just need to send me MP3. I can whatever MP3 you want to have played, I can play it, or whatever else audio.
Can you play MP4s?
I mean, how?
You could probably convert it though.
Yeah, I mean, I can convert it, but I mean, I can't play a video here.
Why?
Well, yeah, I just mean the audio from the MP4.
Yeah, sure. I can convert it.
Yeah.
Don't be the last glober left on Earth. Come learn about the true reality of your flat realm. This is where we live, folks. And it's not spinning.
Almost sound like a replay of a sunbite.
Come on down, we'll show you where the curve isn't.
But I'm looking at the sky where the sky meets the ground right now, and it's a mountain, and it looks curvy.
Well, there you go. You found the curve.
I got a kick out of it the other one day. P Drinker was on here, and there were people that just didn't get it. I mean, that's all he was trying to say, is that, you know, he's looking at this mountain and or whatever, and he says it's the definition of the horizon where the sky meets the ground, and it's curving. And it's like these people were just screaming at him and yelling at him like he's some kind of an idiot. And he was just trying to make a little simple point, a little joke, and it's like, oh my God, are these people that dense? Some of them. I mean, I was completely amazed because he was just trying to make a little kind of a joke or a simple little point, and then when everybody just attacked him, he just kind of took it one step further. Why not?
Yeah, so he went from joke to trolling then, I guess, if you took it a step further.
Yeah, I guess you could put it that way, but you know, it's like they forced his hand, the way I seen that. By the way they treated him.
I mean, that's on him, to be honest. He made that choice.
Yeah, you're right, it is, but still.
We didn't force him to that.
I think they just say, yeah, you're right. That is, the mountains are curving, but that's not the curve we're talking about, or whatever. That's not water, or whatever, instead of just unleashing on him.
Yeah.
It was just, I don't know. It just didn't make a whole lot of sense to me, is all. I think people need to take a step back a little bit, kind of look at the big picture, maybe a little more.
Okay, Clay under seal. Try 9/13/31. This is the very beginning of Flat Earth Dude's first try on the Glober Man theme song. So it's kind of a rough one, but you should try cutting that one.
I think they were even going to ask Sonny to write a little guitar riff to kind of go with it. in the end. I'm thinking they said something like that.
Are you guys talking about from Matthew's globe or Jesse's globe? Right, boys. Anybody?
What?
So okay, I don't know who caught it when it happened, but you've got you guys remember the old song Jesse's Girl?
Jesse's globe.
Right. So I was wondering, is Sonny gonna write a guitar riff for Jesse's Globe? Because we got I think we almost have the chorus written out too. Why can't I find another globe like that?
And also, our friend Jesse, right? I mean, it all makes sense. It all comes together quite nice.
Yeah, the makings of something really funny and really good are all there for sure. They're all there.
They're always there. 60% of the time, it works every time.
Orion, are you sure about the date?
Yeah. I mean, here, I'm going to send you a link to the exact YouTube video just to make sure we're looking at the same video.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Oh, that's a different stream. I watched the other pod. So sounds pretty cool.
Yeah, he sings it I think 3 times, maybe 4 times, over like an hour or something.
He should. Why is he not releasing it as a song?
Oh, well, it'll be in production soon, I'm sure.
Did he freestyle it or what?
No, it just started after he said it started with something Flat Earth Dude said that gave me an idea, and then my idea gave him an idea to sing that. So what he said was he said the words refraction action. And when I heard this, I told him that it reminded me of like a 90s commercial on TV for like an action figure, like Glover Man. He's got refraction action, you know?
Mm.
And that was just brought up the term Glover Man, and then he just made a theme song out of it. And yeah, it just kind of went off.
I didn't hear the Gloverman song yet. I just hear this very nice song about Split Earth in general.
Get from here, I'm not here to tell you we didn't go to the moon.
Sounds familiar.
It was all a sham.
I know who you are.
Yeah? Who am I?
A character from SquarePants, Bob Sponge SquarePants.
Um, sure. I was trying to do like a comedic version of Nixon, Dick Nixon, Richard Milhouse, but it didn't work, I guess.
That's funny.
Well, that's what I was gonna say. So you got kind of close.
Yeah, I was just trying to go nuts with it though.
I'm not a crook. Yeah, not a crook.
Jesus.
You got to make your cheeks flap a good bit.
I'm not a
Flex.
Shit. Presidents. A bunch of clown shows, huh? Do you think any of them ever made one decision? Truly?
No.
Yeah, me neither.
Do not.
Not making a decision.
Well, I'll put it to you this way. Imagine Joe Biden being faced with a decision like increasing or lowering taxes somewhere for something. He wouldn't be able to get through the meeting, guys. He'd start spitting up on
Why not?
himself. He'd start repeating the same words 100 times.
Is that bad?
At this point, I don't know what bad would be.
What do you mean?
Oh, shit. We're in such a pickle here in the country, but anyway, it starts with being dumb enough to still believe you're on a globe. That's the cognitive deficiency that needs remedying immediately. Then we can go from there.
He should go for a holiday. Can he go for a holiday? Is he allowed?
Joe Biden is probably not allowed to do anything at all.
He's on
lock him
holiday
up and
24/7, bro.
Yeah, when he gets off of Air Force One, they have to walk him. 4 people walk him to the car, and then they don't let him out until the next press conference, wherever they put him.
He's the brain of the country.
I mean, he messed up. We hold these truths to be self-evident.
You know
Guys,
the thing.
you know the thing. We just had a president do that. I don't understand how the generation coming up doesn't see, like, notice the implications, what that truly means for the world. But I guess they're like, well, it'll fix itself somehow. You know, I got shit to build in Minecraft. Okay, I got some things to do.
What did the news say about the president in America? Like
too preoccupied.
Like mainstream. Preoccupied.
Yeah, I don't know. I stopped watching the news a while ago.
Well, they talk about him like he's the best thing since a soup sandwich.
Yeah, it's just strange because like it's so contrived. It's so obvious that it's contrived because he's up there blathering like a moron, and the news outlets are like, "Well, up to Joe Biden we're concerned, and he's got some issues, and he seems to be taking strides, and like what? He can't form a proper sentence. Like it's not. How is it that news outlets are defending that as if it's a completely different president they're talking about? You know what I mean? Completely different thing.
What happened with Bush? No, with Bush. Sorry, with Trump.
I don't know. Yeah, we can't really talk about this, but I brought it up and I milked it, so I do apologize. But yeah, and then especially we say Biden and Trump too many times, which I just did. So anyway,
Yeah, be careful for not getting another strike.
yeah, yep, I got you. So yeah, it's funny talking about flat Earth isn't going to get us in trouble ever, but talking about what is in the news will. Blows my mind.
Why do you think that is?
Sorry, which part?
That we can talk all day long about such an important subject as the reality of the Earth, but
Yeah,
we cannot talk about politics. Like,
it's strange too because, like, is it because we're spot on about stuff and they don't want the public to know that we're spot on as compared to what the news says? I don't think it's like that. I don't know why. It's so strange because it's conspiracies, right, that cover up the flat Earth. The flat Earth itself is not a conspiracy. It is the reality um, within which we live, upon which we live. So it's not a conspiracy, and it's certainly not a theory. But yeah, there's a ton of conspiracies out there that help pull the wool over people's eyes about our flat, stationary, and enclosed world. I don't know if that answered your question or not, but it's what I got.
yeah, it's pretty strange. For sure, strange. I feel like it has to do with the fact that many of these people running this a strike, the people that make that type of ruling in these companies, they don't they're not worried about flat Earth or globe Earth. They don't worry about that. They worry about whatever their boss is telling them to, um, you know, the narrative that is right now in the news that they have to follow or whatever it is. I feel that that's what it is. They're just following some specifics, a guideline that is given to them.
Well, yeah, I'll tell you that the news outlets, it's all scripted completely. I don't think the opinions of any of the people you see on TV are actually being expressed. It's all put together days, weeks beforehand, and it may or may not even have anything to do with what's actually happening in reality, right? We've got our fake everything going on, right? So, yeah, none of those newscasters probably even believe or care about what they're saying. But then you've got what are there honest journalists still in the mainstream?
Yeah,
I don't know, no idea. Probably, but yeah, it's a mess. But they want it to be a mess. It's fine if it's a mess, and I think the other deal is places like YouTube, Discord, and such. They're public platforms, but they're privately owned, and so they can make their own rules. And that means that if they want to say, you can talk about flat Earth, but you can't talk about Bo Jiden, well, so fucking be it. They might have rules and regulations they're following that don't allow them to have us talking about those things. That might be nefarious. However far up the line you got to go to, figure out who's pulling the strings and who's threatening who and yada yada. It's just a big mess, though, man.
Do you guys saw Bill Jiden fall from a bicycle today? Like a little old.
What a poor old man. What a pathetic creature.
why is he riding a bicycle?
He can't even tie his own shoes. They should give him one of those, give him an IQ test, and then if he doesn't get above a certain number, he gets impeached.
He's got something in common with Einstein then.
Sure, right.
Einstein couldn't tie his own shoes either.
Right, and he didn't shower. He was doing all kinds of other stuff. It's funny. He's like, I didn't sleep nights. I just took 20-minute naps. Yeah, when your fucking meth wore off, for sure. That's how that works.
What do you mean he couldn't tie his shoes? Einstein couldn't. Is that how can you know how to tie your shoes?
How do you know how to tie your shoes? Someone teaches
No.
you, or you figure it out yourself.
How can't somebody like Einstein not know how to tie his shoes?
Oh, well, to me it's like it's a simile for it's a representation of how stupid he actually might have been. Okay, this is all
It's
conjecture.
not literal. Okay.
So it is said that Einstein was a character being played by this lowly patent clerk, whatever.
Yeah.
Just for photo ops and acting like he said all these things, and they told him maybe to sound like a smart German scientist, and people will believe it because we're going to give you all these quotes that we're making up, and and we're going to make your hair all crazy, and you're going to have a weird backstory, but people are going to believe it because you're the most brilliant man that's ever walked the face of the earth. That's what is said sometimes, and don't quote me because I don't want to misrepresent anybody's stance on that. But yeah, I mean, basically the school of thought is almost everything is fake, right? Einstein wasn't the real deal. All this, none of the presidents, past or present, were really, not presidents at all, and blah blah blah. All this stuff, it goes one way or the other for a lot of people. You get these channels that are out there, like promoting this alarmism, like the world's going to end tomorrow, and then tomorrow comes, and they're like, well. No, actually, we found a discrepancy in the scripture and and this is the prediction now. And it's just
we were off by 2 years, but
fucking ridiculous. Yeah, okay. So every 4 years, you're off by 2 years. What the fuck, guys? Get it right. So anyway, yeah, all that's going on. Really muddy waters, which I think is another reason why flat Earth just doesn't matter, because they don't care at this point. What are flat Earthers going to do to change the cogs that have been in place for so long? Not much. And flat earthers certainly aren't going to wake up 3% of the world, or whatever is touted to say what we would quote unquote need to take our world back and all this. It's going to take a lot more people than just the few 100,000 that we know of and can locate. But we'll see.
But did you know that the people who made prediction, let's say according to scriptures about when the world would end or whatever, did for some reason have not really read the scriptures, because it says not even the sun knows when the day is that yet to come. So
Correct.
everyone who did do any assumptions or predicted anything, they never really read the Bible, obviously.
I think you can't, with or without the Bible, I don't think anybody can predict that kind of stuff,
No.
You can't. Really. Yeah.
I'm not going to get into too much here, but if you want a little insight, grab yourself a copy of the book called The Essential Writings of Josephus. He was a Hebrew historian that was around in that time that kept notes.
Gotcha.
Read his book.
Essential what?
The Essential Writings of Josephus. All right, it's Josephus, The Essential Writings. You also got the complete writings. So when you hear all these people making predictions about things, just read Josephus. All that stuff already happened.
Was he a prophet or something?
No, he was a historian. He was around in that. Yeah, he was around in that time, and he took notes of everything that was going on.
Josephus was a Jewish historian, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So, but he knew about the words are coming.
Slowly.
No, it's just like yeah, they're coming slowly. I've just been listening to you guys, and it's just like people don't understand. As far as like the ancient tomes and all this kind of stuff. Now, like Josephus was an ancient Jewish writer that was there during the historic time during the Roman uprising and what happened during the time of Jesus and everything, and prior to that as well. But he also it was after the fact. He wrote some stuff after the fact of the crucifixion and all that kind of stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't even know where I was going with that. Thank God. I've been watching this documentary, which I'm kind of like still in that vein. But I was listening to you guys. I'm sorry, I just came in. Just like, my brain is everywhere right now.
That's fine.
I'm sorry, guys. Continue. I didn't mean to interrupt.
Helio, I'm going to tell you that I straight up don't believe you about your mind being everywhere. That's simply impossible.
Dude, my mind is everywhere all the time. I can barely sleep sometimes because my mind is all over the place.
Oh, that's
even in my dreams, I'm everywhere.
That's what that smell is. Thank you. I was trying to locate it.
What do you mean by the smell?
Yeah, get your brains out of my house, man. I'm saying.
Okay.
Hey, to the guy who
What
just
is
said
this?
that, I have a question. Can you prove your mind to be anywhere?
Nope.
Damn.
Yeah, what does it smell like when I come in here?
No, I'm saying because your brain is everywhere, you left some chunks in my house too, and that's what's smelling up my place. I was hoping that you got the joke, but
Okay, yeah, I missed it. I guess.
yeah, I know, and it's worse
I
when I
should have
have
avoided jumping in, but you guys were having a decent conversation, and I had a thing in my brain while I was doing something else, and then I lost my point when I jumped.
I shouldn't have made the mistake of trying to be funny. So
no. Well, I mean, trying to be funny is cool as long as the joke actually works out. It has an element of truth. Otherwise, it wouldn't be funny, right?
that's true. Yeah, I feel like my jokes land about 49% of the time, which those numbers I'm excited for those
I'm
to be.
slightly smiling about that, how dumb that joke was, but it's smart in some way because it makes sense. Oh, my brain is everywhere, so everywhere means like everywhere.
Right,
In
exactly.
chunks of dead meat.
Yeah. You know, when brain is rotting, it smells different than like a dead cat. So,
Dude, I feel like most the people in the general public, the Western culture, their brain is rotting. Like it's so sour, it's barely even you can barely handle it.
Yeah, but that's how the reptilians like it. So that's why they dominate people. They eat it like that.
Yeah. But it's like makes you want to cry every day. How dumb people are, and how they're manipulated with this propaganda that we've been through.
They like the mush of the brain.
Bro,
it's called the gray matter, and the reptilian lizard overlords. They disgustingly feed on it. Sounds like this.
I don't know. The gray matter should actually be like that's the best part of humanity is the gray matter. Like this is where our thoughts and opinions
aside from the
and all
adrenaline
the best things.
I'll tell you what, they love that adrenaline gland, don't they? Shit.
Well, I love my adrenal gland, but I don't enhance it.
Helio, can I have your adrenaline gland? I love it too.
No, yeah. I mean, I just I feed my adrenal gland from everything, through intellectual processes and different other things. Other than that,
Totally. You got to
I'm not
feed the
gonna
need.
try to. Yeah, I'm not gonna feed off. Anyway, we're not gonna get into
I'm just
that. You already know. I know we're not gonna get into the other part.
Yeah, I love you guys. Thanks for always being there for me.
Man. Anyway, I posted a link in the admin mods chat, and I'll post it here too, where you can actually watch this film. And I'm not going to bring it up on here because super controversial. Now they'll let this person talk about it on Fox News and interview him about it, but they won't let us talk about it. So, but but I think we might be able to. We're going to work on that. I'm going to copy this link. I'm going to post it in Livestream voice text. If you have time, watch this. Really, really incredible movie. I've been watching that before I jumped. I haven't even finished it yet. I'm about 3/4 of the way through it. It's freaking crazy. And he's been pretty popular in the media lately. He's been interviewed on Fox News and different platforms. So he's been criticized by Professor Dave. He's put some videos out by Professor Dave. But anyway, this is where you can watch it for free. I definitely have ADP, which is Ad Blocker Plus on Chrome browser, so you can go ahead and watch it. Really good video, and it kind of reminds me of some of the bullshit that we go through with the flat Earth stuff. But this is really more about transgender kind of stuff. We may address that in the future on a different, separate kind of situation. Hey, fine, Republicus. I watch all of my films, all my series that I watch, and I watch them through that site. So you don't have to watch it there. You can buy it from the guy that made the film. You can go ahead and pay money for it, but that you can watch it for free there. Anyway. They can go to his website and subscribe and watch the movie there. But I found it for free on that site. That's where I watch all my movies and stuff like that. I don't blame anyone for not clicking that link or whatever. Just don't click it if you don't want to click it. That I've been using it for 2 years. I watch everything from there. It's trippy, man. It's a really trippy show about transgender stuff. This guy Matt Shaw, he's been getting some hot interviews on freaking Fox News and CNN.
Elio, are you talking about hot transgender interviews on Fox News?
No, I'm talking about it wasn't. Well, the one that I'll post you the interview that I was talking about. This guy isn't a Fox News reporter, on the live stream, but he has a podcast that is a Fox News podcast. I don't know if you guys give a shit about it anyway. You can tell me to shut the fuck.
It's all good, buddy. I would rather talk about the flat Earth than the other thing that you were just mentioning.
No, I don't blame you.
But that said, it's a very interesting part of subculture of the world right now. Those folks.
Certainly in Western culture, right? I mean, because it's like everybody's just so distracted by this, especially since we're in Juneteenth, right?
Yeah. Well, let's not get started, but I fully agree. I fully agree.
Hey, this is the guy that made that movie. I'm going to post this here, and then I'll shut up about it. I just came in here, when you guys were talking. But anyway, this is
All
the guy
good, buddy.
that made that film.
It's your channel that would be most affected anyway. So
Well, I'm not sure if this discussion would shut down the channel, but this particular channel, the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, it would we don't necessarily talk about that. So I just want to let everyone know that this is a
Yeah.
thing out there, and it's really strange, and especially in modern times. And I think it's kind of related to the ignorance of any discussion that would be like, well, you don't believe in the standard narrative that's promoted, through these kind of things. So I think
Yep.
it's kind of related.
Well, it definitely plays into the thinking process that allows somebody who's looked into flat Earth even once, let alone a lot, and continues to choose to every day go against the grain. Yeah, crazy.
Awesome. Cool. Yeah, I mean, I ain't gonna push it. I mean, to be honest, I'd like to have a discussion about what he's talking about. Well, we don't have to do it here. We can do it somewhere else, and I can, we can have a gathering of people, related to that discussion, and record it on my Helioskeptic channel. And I think I said that.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah,
totally.
And if they block my shit on my Helioskeptic channel, but they let it on Fox News, I mean, bro.
Oh, they're already doing that. That's what I said earlier. We can't talk about current events that the whole world is talking about, but we can talk about how the Earth is flat and nobody fucking knows it or cares.
I know, right? It's crazy, but it's really fun though that we have this server. People come in here, new people, dozens of people come in here every single day. They find us, they come in here and say, "Oh, you guys think the Earth is flat? Why? What do you think the Earth is flat?"
Mm-hmm. Well, a good thing is we got a lot of lurkers that we'll never know about. A lot of people lurking, and you're listening to me right now. You guys are something of our bread and butter because you keep giving us metadata, and you're out there learning the stuff that we're trying to help people understand. So, and for all you global lurkers out there, don't be shy. Okay, it's okay to admit you've been duped and you were lied to by pretty much everybody up until now.
We could make a similar thing to what Matt Walsh made there. What is a woman? Well, we could make one called "What is Earth?"
Earth's a woman, man.
Anyway, but that's the last thing I'll say about it. But,
I hear you, bud. I hear you.
Great. You guys are doing great. Hey, if Republicans will open his microphone, I ain't seen that dude in months. Come on,
What's up, man?
Republicans. Hey, brother. Well, I can't believe you came back. I thought I'd never see you again in here, man.
Dude, I was just messaging in the council.
Yeah, I saw it.
Everything has happened. And I'm not very good at explaining. Because it just sounds like excuses to me, so.
No, it's cool, man. It's really good to see you back.
Yeah, I'm trying to normalize things, I guess. Again, get back to what matters.
Well, what matters is taking care of your family. So, I mean, you might have been busy.
Well, yeah. You're right.
Yeah, I mean, because last time I talked to you, you had some issues going on with your family and stuff. So, it's really good to hear you again.
Yeah, I just have like one speed, and that's go. So whatever it is I'm doing, it's got all my focus. And those things that had my focus are no longer in the way.
Cool.
Which is good. It's, all the things that I'd been working on in projects with you and everybody else here and elsewhere. What I was doing was to take care of that and move that forward, but I got tangled in the chase for money and all that, and that became a priority to me. Even though money is not really
is your company still doing well? I mean, not to get in details or anything. I mean,
Yeah, things are good. Even better now, but
Cool.
all the focus was to better the. I didn't have the funds at the time. I was making do with what I had. So now I've got everything I need to do what I want. So
Awesome, bro.
yeah, I've got a lot of things in store. I just had to hook up with the right people again. Sadly, I've been gone so long that I think I've missed out on a few people that I don't know. There's a few faces gone. I see anyway.
Dude, it's pretty much the same thing, but it's just I don't know. I wouldn't call it redundant because I think it's not. How could it be redundant when you have dozens of people? It doesn't matter age or they come and say, "Why do you guys think the Earth is flat?" They give us the opportunity to talk to them about it. So I mean, I wouldn't call it redundant to hang out here and answer questions.
Yeah, I get it. That's the way I feel. I've been listening for the last couple days here and a couple other rooms, and of course, I love chatting, listening. But I'm a student myself, so I'm not real big into the heated debates. It's flat as far as I could tell. There's some things that I've heard discussed that are new to me that I want to hear and let it fill my brain, but I'm already convinced, so I don't want to fight about it.
Earth
Peter,
cannot.
is it fun to
Earth.
deal?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Helium.
No, I was just say Earth cannot be a globe as prescribed to us, to us through the heliocentric model. That's the bottom line. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah. So if you're a student, then you must be aware with our today's technological advancements, which is actually an invasion, but we still call it advancement, progress. And for example, Airbus indirectly proves that the Earth is flat. Airbus is a manufacturer of giant airplanes. They use the latest state-of-the-art technologies. They have a giant 3D printer where they have installed 200-meter long linear encoders. Linear encoders are the most precise physical measuring instruments for ultra precision positioning in machining. And these things prove indirectly that the Earth is flat. So what do you think about that?
That's amazing.
Yeah.
It's quite interesting. Quite interesting.
Yeah, these linear encoders, it's not Rainshaw, but a different manufacturer that I came across, which actually manufactured these linear encoders for Airbus, and their precision
What exactly is that? Yeah.
It's a band strip with tiny lines on it, like a ruler, and you have a laser diode emitting a laser beam, and it bounces back from that ruler strip back to the laser diode, which is also a sensor reading, so it gives
All right,
you
is this on the Airbus while they're flying?
No, it's in the Airbus factory where they make the airplanes.
Yeah, it's a company. I work with
I
somebody
know what
actually from there.
Airbus is. I'm just wondering if they utilize that in flight.
Well,
Yeah.
with this printer, they are building the large carbon fiber structures, which are the structural resistance of the airplane.
What does that mean?
Come on.
It means they make big carbon fiber parts, yeah, which is the body skeleton of the airplane.
Okay, sure. They structured the skeleton of the airplane for level flight.
Yeah. So nowadays they are made of carbon fiber.
Sure.
It's 3D printed. Yeah.
Okay, fine. What does that have to do with shape of Earth?
Well, you have this printing head machine moving on a 200-meter long distance, yeah, and the printing head, it's about 4 meters tall, like the height
So you're
of a
printing
two-story
you're
house.
printing an airplane. You're printing an airplane with.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Well, what does that have to do with? While we're talking about airplanes moving across Earth, and now you're talking about printing airplanes on the ground.
Well, when that printing head it's tall as a two-story house, so when that machine is moving, that head, yeah, it has to always be perpendicular to the ground, and when the bottom moves 1 nanometer, they want to know that the top of it also moved 1 nanometer. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, I'm quite familiar with 3D printing and CNC machines. Yes, of course they all kind of I'm quite familiar.
So what he's saying, Helio, what he's saying is, if the Earth was a ball, that room he's talking about wouldn't be a perfect
I
rectangular
don't know.
shape. It would
200
perfect.
meters is. I don't necessarily think that would actually prove anything. Put that airplane in flight, and
when you're
then
measuring
we'll
it
talk
down to
about
the
something.
but when you're measuring it down to the nanometer, it does.
Well, I mean, well,
You see,
actually, I mean,
no,
fine,
Helio,
but I
wait,
mean,
Helio, wait.
the globe doesn't
Helio,
exist anyway. Go ahead,
Helio, one moment. So when you are 3D printing a part which is 200 meters long, yeah, a carbon fiber part
That's
which is
not the way
200
they
meters
build the
long,
airplane. No,
and
that's not the way they do it.
listen, let me finish. When they want to build it straight, yeah. So now this machine goes and
I used to freaking
travels
I used to
100
work on
meter.
airplanes.
When it travels 100 meters, according to the globe curvature, yeah, you have about 7.8 millimeters downwards arc curvature. But we have made the floor of this building, it has been built flat, yes, but if the earth was a globe, that means that when this machine is in that position, it is not aligned anymore with the down vector.
This
from
is a
that
weak
position.
argument, Jebby Jet. This is a weak argument.
It's
Are
actually
you
a very
talking about?
strong argument, because I think it's worth pointing out that
Well, I mean,
this
it doesn't
contraption.
matter.
Helio,
Listen.
I'm talking. Can you hear me?
All right. Yeah,
It's worth pointing
I'll
out
shut
that
up.
this contraption wouldn't exist or function if we were on a ball with the radius that they tell us.
Wait, are you saying, Jebby Jet, that they 3D printed an entire aircraft all at once?
Not entire
No, he did not.
aircraft.
Yeah, I
say that.
know.
Just
They
I
are,
know. That's
they
why
are
I'm
building.
interrupting.
Yeah, that's
He
why I
didn't say
said.
that, Helio. You said that.
I said they are printing large carbon fiber structure for the aerospace industry. These are the airplane structural resistance parts.
I still don't know why that has anything to do with flat Earth.
It's like one wing at a time, Helio. It's not the whole thing.
Yeah.
No shit. That's what I'm saying.
What are you talking about, Helio? No shit. So what are you talking about? What does no shit mean right there? You just said that and like didn't even mean anything.
All right. Doesn't have anything to do with flat Earth. I mean, anybody can 3D print a machine.
Yes, it
Or
does.
hey, prior to this, hey, I worked on airplanes for almost 10 years.
Helio,
Anyway.
you said anybody can 3D print a machine, and that's actually not the truth.
No, a machine.
3D
I mean, it
printing
depends. It depends
machines
on.
are not 3D
Dude,
printed.
there's a lot. There's a lot of other
You know
things
what?
involved.
If these 3D printers are so fucking great, why don't the 3D printers print a 3D printer?
Yeah.
That can create another 3D printer.
Yeah, that actually has been invented, Glad.
Yeah, sure. I mean, it can be. I mean, it depends on the materials that are put into it. You know.
It's
Yeah.
just
I mean,
a
I'm
joke.
just.
It's
No,
just-
but it's not a joke,
Very
bro. I
primitive
mean,
form. It's not a very complicated 3D printer. It's not anything like what Jeppy Jet is talking about. Yeah, a 3D printer that can print out. I think it was 90%, not 100%, but 90% of its own parts. There's a 3D printer out there that can print
cool.
out 90%
It's like
of its own parts.
It's just like
like
when
an
I was
asexual
working for a professional company that were building corporate jets. I had to go in meetings, and before I would go into the meeting, I had to study their design. And they'd be like, all right, so what do you think about our design? And I would look at their design and be like, I have to build this. And I'm like, you guys fucked this up. And so I had to tell them how they fucked it up. You know what I'm saying? And it wasn't 3D printed. It was just like freaking ballpark engineers that I would go into a meeting with. And sometimes it'd be a corporate meeting. Sometimes, dude, these engineers that are designing these corporate aircraft, they have never put their hands on the product at all.
Yeah, man. I'm sick of dealing with corporate when I'm trying to, build an airplane. I gotta do their jobs for them. It's ridiculous.
Have y'all seen that 3D printer?
This is why I get frustrated when it comes to this 3D design thing. I mean, you have to test it over and over and over. And I actually had to. I've been through the process. I ain't gonna go through the whole fucking process. I've bitched about it on here for fucking 9 years. Anyway, go ahead, guys.
Well,
have you seen the printer?
3D printing machine is one
No,
of the most expensive.
I worked for a company that had 5 CNC machines that can go 5D and fucking 3D, and I had to build the
5D,
cabinets.
no.
I had to build the cabinets that would go inside the fucking airplane. And
Helio, wait. CNC machines are not 3D or 5D. I think you're referring to 5-axis.
5-axis. Yeah, I agree
Yeah.
with you. Yeah, but they're all 3D. They're all 3D.
5D means
no, I
totally
get you. I get you.
else.
It's the 5-axis.
Okay,
yeah,
good.
You're exactly right. Yeah, pardon me. Yes.
Yeah.
But they're all 3D. Yes, of course.
Yeah, they cut 3-dimensional.
Yeah, the 5-axis machines are really awesome when you watch them work.
Yeah.
And dude, they're freaking awesome, man. And then I had to put that shit together as they give me the product, and I had to put them together from scratch.
Yeah,
with the engineering designers, and then I'm like, shit, I have to put this together with this, and they're like, well, why didn't my engineering design work? And I'm like, when I have to go to a meeting with some other engineers, like, here's why it didn't work, because I have to physically put it together, and y'all niggas ain't ever touched this.
Yeah.
Pardon my French, but anyway.
Yeah, you.
Dude, I did it for 9
part.
years, bro. I had to put these designs together based on their design, and they would cut the products, send it to me in a box. I had to put it together and then use a computer model, and I could zoom in and I could change it from inches, millimeters, fractions of inches, fractions of millimeters, try to put it together and make it work in corporate jets and shit. And I'm like, and then I'd have to, contact, our managers and stuff. Like, man, the way these engineers design this is not going to work.
Well, this machining can go to tens of thousands of an inch and also hundreds of thousands of an inch.
Well, I mean, as far as functionality goes, I mean, dude, like I said, I worked at a corporate jet factory for 9 years. I mean, I was there, and they called me in to say, "Hey, come in here and figure out how we can make this work for the Queen of Netherlands, so she can fucking use her jet, the right way." And I was like, "All right, I'll freaking hang out." It's like, this is your fault. I could probably design it better than you can, but you won't give me the chance.
Yeah. What's the
I'm telling you, it was
subdivision
the most frustrating
of
job I
Link?
ever had in the world, man. I ain't gonna lie.
Is it thou? The subdivision of an inch, is it thou?
Those are plastic companies, right?
No, I mean, like when you have a ruler with inches, yeah? In between every inch, there are a couple of
I mean,
lines.
it still doesn't matter. I mean, it's fractions.
Is that a
It's
thou?
fractions.
It's a thou,
It's
yeah?
decimals. I mean, dude, if you look into Huey, the decimal system. I mean, you look into that
Yeah,
shit. I mean,
well,
it's
the metric is in decimals, but the imperial is not decimals. You don't have like 10 thou in 1 inch.
but the
Or
decimals is 10. It's 10. It's 10.
I see. So yeah, okay.
But in the inches, and feet, still a decimal system. Like 0.25 is a quarter inch, right? And so it's like when you work in that field where I was working at it, I had to
So 10
convert to
inches,
millimeters. I had to convert to millimeters every single
10
day.
inches is 1 foot, yeah?
What?
10 inches.
10 inches would be 1 foot.
No.
No? 100?
No. A half an inch is 12.7, but not exactly. It's approximate at that point. 25.4 is 1 inch. 250,
Oh, I see.
250 millimeters would be 10 inches.
I see, yeah.
Yeah.
Y'all cabinet makers almost as crazy as me.
Yeah. It's just like, I'm a cabinet maker now. I mean, I used to work in the aircraft industry, so I'm working in cabinets now, and I just use inches because I'm America. I'm an American.
Yeah.
They don't use millimeter, but when I was working for a French company when I was building aircraft, so I can convert pretty easily. But yeah, I mean, 12.7 is a half inch. It's not completely a half inch. It's 12.7. So yeah, it's like everybody in the Eastern world would be like, "Y'all dumbass Americans still using the standard."
Hey, you guys want to talk to a Glober?
Yeah, let's do it.
We got a guy named in the chat. There, central banker told us about it. Now check 51 after the hour. We got name is HMMM. I don't know if they're Glober. I just wanted to say that to get wet your whistle.
No, sure. I'm tired of bloviating anyway. I mean,
Maybe they're Sketchy's friends.
Hey, I just unmuted him. If wants to talk.
Everybody be nice. Everybody be nice.
Then I'll shut up.
He's already trolling.
Flob, you speak to the mob?
Hey, do you want to talk to Black Flob?
We have a visitor.
No, I gotta do. The dinner just got here, but I did want to introduce a new person. and I don't want to take responsibility for it, and I'm going to go for a bit. I love you
All right,
guys.
cool. I'm gonna leave.
Okay.
I'm gonna leave. Unmuted until he causes problems.
So, welcome to the server.
He's not ready for the truth.
Oh.
Why not? Why not?
Because he's quiet. He's not speaking.
Does that
He's
mean
just
that
listening.
he's not ready?
No, it just means he's just listening. I mean, he doesn't have to talk if he doesn't want to. That's cool.
Absolutely.
He doesn't know the shape of the earth.
How do you know? He's not speaking.
How do you know he
Mulling
hasn't
it over
touched
right
shit yet?
Is he in the live stream voice text?
Yeah, it's I unmuted
Hemming
him.
and
He
hawing
hasn't
about it.
said anything yet.
Can he hear us? Because he should be hearing us.
Yeah, he
Asking
should
him
be.
questions.
Well, maybe you assumed his gender. And
It may just be tea
Okay.
drinker after all.
Yeah, when I
Hey, it would be awesome if whom was a female. I don't know. Be something, wouldn't it? It's like,
Yeah, it would be awesome.
bitch ain't a man.
The one that seeks the truth must ask for it. So, get
Oh.
on with it.
Make it a little bit easier, man.
Get on with it.
Make it a little bit easier.
at least type a question in the live stream voice text.
Yeah,
So
that's a good. Yeah, that's very good. You can always chat, no text.
yeah, if you are present in the live stream voice text, you should be also joining the live
I'm
stream
gonna
voice.
go ahead and mute hum again because obviously that person
He's
doesn't.
not participating. Yeah.
That's probably tea drinker, I'm thinking.
Good call.
Yeah.
What do you
$5.
guys want to do?
My GF says to tell drinker to brush his teeth and stop being disgusting.
I can't open my mic because my mama hears me despite I'm living in the basement.
All right.
Sohan says brush your teeth so they're silky smooth.
Yep, drinker confirmed.
Yeah.
Where did you see that? I didn't hear him. Yeah, I put $5 on that. Yeah, I don't know. Something about his profile pictures and so, those kind of stuff.
Who keeps letting that guy in? I mean, isn't it against the rules to come in here with a different avatar every day?
He got banned like a couple hours ago. Yeah, but he will.
He'll be back.
He will back. Yeah.
I guarantee you there'll be like a fresh new person who's never been here before, and they'll be like asking questions like, how come we don't fall off the edge? Which is like a newbie question, right? Something that people have been programmed to ask. But the person that would check them in and be like, oh, you're a troll, huh? Okay, get out of here. But here comes Piss Drinker. Come on in.
Who's Republicus? I've never seen this guy before.
Okay. I want to tell you guys
Republicus
that
he's been a respected member for a while. He's been dealing with some stuff, but he's back now. He's talking.
All right. Nice.
Shout out.
guys, I'm laid back, I'm laying on my back, looking upwards. I see the sky, and it doesn't look curved. It looks flat, very high above me, man. And the stars, they don't look like one star is further away from the other. The stars are brighter or less brighter, smaller in size. That's the only thing I can tell. But they look to be at the same distance. Why is that? If there was
Because you
that,
forgot to take into consideration. That's the question, bro. I'm trying to answer. It's because you forgot to take into consideration perspective. Let's say you had 100 drones over your head, and they were, let's say, 1,000 feet apart, right?
Yeah.
The drone that's directly over your head at the zenith position is going to be like looking closer from the point of perspective. And then the drones that are on the outer edges, they're going to be closer to the horizon, and they're going to be like looking like further perspective. Now, let's say you get in the car and you drive away, right? Eventually, all the drones, even though they're still 400 feet in the air, they're all going to appear to set, right?
Yeah, they appear to set, but I can still see depth, like which one is closer, to me. And when I look at the stars, I don't see that distance between them, like in depth. One star is supposed to be millions of light years away, and other stars is supposed to be thousands of light years away. So there should be a huge
How is distance involved when you look at
difference.
stars? How is distance at all involved when you look at the heavens?
Well, I see them like, like when you take salt and you sprinkle on the table, yeah? And I see those tiny grains of salt spread all across the
That's not
table.
what I mean, though, Jimmy. Check
I don't
this
know.
out, man. How is distance to the sun, to the moon, to Polaris, any other planets? I mean, how is distance? How did the distance to those objects come in your mind? Who told you that there's a distance that distant to those objects, if they're objects at all, should you consider?
Helio, there is distance between us and the stars when you look up in the sky.
All right, but how can you
Correct?
find out what distance to
I'm not
individual
assuming
objects?
how much. Yeah. I'm
I
asking the
know you're
question
not.
because the heliocentric model tells us that some of them are millions of light years away, and some of the stars are thousands of light years away. So this is a huge, immense distance difference. Yeah.
Hold on. Do
So
you
there
believe
should
that
be
some of them are millions of light years away?
no, obviously I
I
don't.
don't either. That's why. Who told you that
Yeah.
they are?
Well, I'm asking, we were supposed to have, like, to see this depth difference. When I look, for example, when I go on a high hill, yeah, and I see a few villages around me, I can see which village is closer to me, and some villages further away. I see them that they're further away and smaller, yeah.
I don't think that's relevant to what I was talking about. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, I have that in-depth perception, But when I look at the stars, I see them like it's just some grains of salt spread on a table, yeah? And I see that they are all on a flat surface. They appear to be at the same distance from me.
You're not making any goddamn sense, man. Fuck's
Are
going
we
on?
talking about the same
but the
thing?
sky
That's
is a sheet.
we're talking
Is a
about.
sheet.
We're talking about. They told us about the third rock from the sun, the solar system, as opposed
Helio,
to
you're
what?
being obnoxious. I got to tell you, man, you're being obnoxious right now.
Okay. Do you want me to shut up, Orion?
Yeah. And I was just going to add on top of what Jet said. The last time that I left the greater Portland area and actually went out to the countryside, got a better look at the stars away from the light pollution. I didn't see it necessarily like he says he's seeing them on a flat surface. I don't see it as a flat or curved surface above me. But when he does say that the stars at first glance appear to be the same distance away as opposed to varying distances that are drastically different.
Yeah.
I actually agree with him on that. The last time I looked up those stars and had a good look with my own naked eyes, yeah, they all look like they're roughly the same distance away, whatever they are. But that's just at first
It
glance.
looks
I'm
like
not making any claims.
if you draw a line from the star to the ground, all those distances are equal. You know, that's
How
how
would you
it
draw
looks.
a line from the star to the ground? I mean, give me that. Oh my God, Helio's being ridiculous.
You don't understand the point I'm making, Helio.
I guess I don't.
Yeah, the point that I make is that all the stars are at the same distance, at the same altitude from the ground.
Oh, I guess I fucking totally disagree with that. I
Yeah.
don't know where you came up with that. Can you show me?
Well, I'm with Helio there. I'm trying to figure out how do you draw a line from the stars to the ground.
Guys, hold on. You're being critical the wrong way. Get. Are you making any claims?
I'll
Are
shut
you
up.
making any?
Go ahead. I'm gonna go smoke. You guys explain it.
I don't know. You should.
I'm not
Whatever.
making claims that you
Get. Are
can
you
draw
making
a
any
line.
claims? Are you making any claims as
No.
far as how far away the stars are? No, right?
Yeah, but I'm saying that all these stars that I'm looking at, yeah, they all look like they are at the same distance from the
Okay, now
ground.
use the word appear and then not say they are.
Yeah. Well, I did say
Yeah.
appear.
Jeppy Jet, but it's for a second there with what you were saying. I don't blame you for doing this because English probably isn't your first language, but just for a second
Yeah.
there with the words you were using, it started to sound like you were making a claim that you knew how
No,
far
I
away the
was.
stars are. Yeah.
Sky stuff.
I'd be damned if you knew, man.
Yeah, I recommend you guys go out on some grass, lay back down and look at the sky and try to see it. To
I've done that
see
plenty of times.
if a star look like it's further away than the other. The only thing I see is that one star is brighter or less brighter than the others. But they don't look like they are further away. They look like they are at the same distance from the ground to the sky. If the sky was infinite distance high, yeah, like different galaxies, universes, and bullshit, we were supposed to have all that in-depth vision perspective. We were supposed to be able to tell that some things are extremely far away.
Seriously. Nobody's answering? Come on, guys.
Man, what's up with you, Lionel?
I'm working. What's wrong with what happened? Did I do something wrong?
No, I'm just asking what you're doing.
Maybe I'm multitasking right now. I'm answering some messages.
Oh.
Nothing much. Chilling at home. And happy Saturday, everybody.
Happy Saturday.
Well, technically it's Sunday for me now, but yeah, thank you.
Oh, it's Sunday, dude. Yeah, it's true. It's not Saturday anymore. You ruined my party, man. You ruined my party. So what's up with the conversation? What
This is Sparta!
I don't know.
What's that in the background? Sparta? We have Sparta? Sparta Globy or Flat Earth?
Spartans kicking down the globe. Justin, you're coming in low when you're doing those sun bites. I mean, boats. A little bit higher.
That's perfect. That's very good.
Oh, it's too quiet. If someone's speaking, you're not going to hear that. Yeah, that's better.
Happy Sunday, man. What? What? I've been spending so much time in the other server. In the debate Flat Earth and more.
Have you learned anything? Maybe you want to teach us something?
Or
share something?
Lots of confusion.
Are you sure about that?
I learned a lot, man. Dude, I learned a lot. Heck yeah. I go there with the intention of learning about the globe. And I tell them.
But the problem is okay. So, anything of interest of the globe?
Nothing conclusive. No, nothing conclusive at the moment. I'm still on the search. Search for evidence.
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
Wait, so you don't know what's your stance on the topic of Earth? You still
I mean
two sides?
waiting. No, I'm looking for.
Yeah.
No, I'm trying to. I go there with the intention of learning about the globe, but I don't find any conclusive conclusions. Any conclusions? Any?
No, I mean that's good that you learn about the globe, so you can actually argue against it when people come in, or in real life, whatever. If you discuss with someone, you can actually teach them the globe because most of them don't.
I wanna. Yeah, no, I believe the Earth is flat, but I'm still interested in knowing how they think because, but it's it's so mind fucking.
Well, you can believe if you want, but you can believe if you want that the Earth is flat,
Yeah, I
but
can
you
believe. I
should
can believe in
know.
so many things.
You should
Exactly.
know.
I should know. Yeah. I agree with you. And so I go there to see what's up and stuff. But most of the time, it's so funny. You know, they're like,
I have crippling depression.
and there's always flat earthers there, so it's kind of like it's not a full globe, you know. And we're always just like fighting against each other and like, you know. But
Which server is this?
the flat Earth debate and more server.
I see. Yeah.
Yeah,
I know
yeah.
it.
It's full of characters. It's crazy.
Yeah.
They're experts on compass manufacture.
Do they have a high traffic there?
Oof, yeah, man. Yeah. Yeah. It's very active. Very active. Jim is always there. Jim is always there, you know, from Japan.
Yeah. I like that statement you just made. I think the Earth is flat, but what did you say? I wonder what.
Yeah, I have an inclination.
While people, you said I believe the Earth is flat, but I'm just curious about why other people believe it.
I mean, I make them think.
Jim Panda.
Who's that? Oh, yeah. Jim Panda, yeah.
Yeah, I know it.
All right, so Lino, I mean, I've talked to you before, right?
Yeah, certainly, yes, sir.
All right. So now this belief thing about the Earth being flat. I mean, if you're a
That's
flat
where I am,
earther,
man.
you know
That's
it's
where I freaking am.
You know it's not a belief. It's the Earth is.
No, it's a freaking belief, man. It's a freaking belief. I don't mind saying it, you know. Yeah, I believe it. I believe.
Why do you believe the Earth is flat?
Well, it makes more sense. It makes more sense, you know. It's more realistic, in my opinion, and it's more honest. It's more honest. So I'm just like, pretty much like looking at different sources, listening to people, and it does. It's
Hold on. Tell us about your sources. I mean, how did you come to the conclusion that you understand that the Earth is flat?
How do I come to the conclusion? I haven't come to the conclusion yet.
Really? So
That's where I am.
hold on. Let me. So can your mind be changed about this?
Can my mind be changed?
Yeah, sure. I mean, if you come across the right information, can your mind be changed about this flat Earth topic?
Certainly would. Like if I find something that I can conceptualize and it makes sense, and I'm able to use my logic and my reason.
Such as,
I've changed myself so many times in my life. You know, like everybody here. You know, I don't know. I've changed my systems of belief so many times.
Oh man, that means you're weak.
Nah, that means I'm strong.
Really?
Why would that make him weak?
Yeah.
Why the hell would you say that, Helio?
Well, I'm saying like this idea about flat Earth. If you call yourself a flat earther, you'll never see the globe as a globe again because it's not practically true as a globe. You will never see the globe ever in your life.
I don't see what that has to do with him.
Well, I'm asking. That's why I was asking him the questions. Anyway, so I mean, you can believe whatever you want to, Lionel. You can believe whatever you want to, Lionel. You know, that's fine.
Helio,
I know.
Helio, I predict that people will be able to see the globe. Exactly like they will take a spaceship and leave from Earth. And they will achieve this with neural implants, yeah, going into the cyberspace. Yeah, so, and those things will look very real.
There's nothing physical for them there. You know, it's just like how much we submit to the beast. You know, that's fine.
Yeah.
Fucking You can own that shit if you want to, but you're not going to be able to bring that shit in here. You know, we're talking about physical reality here.
But that will be a virtual reality experience, which they will try to forge it with reality. They will say like, "Hey, we make these drones, which will actually be able to leave Earth, yeah, and you will be connected to this computer. Your mind will be connected to this computer, and you remotely control that drone, which is supposedly flying." But that's only
Well,
happening
and
in a
that's a
virtual
possibility
space. Yeah,
depending on the information you
yeah,
subject yourself to. So
yeah,
you have to consider that. I mean, you're
yeah.
only subject to the information
Mhm.
that you get, into put into yourself.
Yeah.
It depends on kind of who you believe. It's like I believe the Earth is flat because NASA said so. I mean, or it's a globe because NASA said so, or I believe the Earth is a globe because flat earthers are totally full of shit. I mean, you can just believe whatever the fuck you want to believe anytime.
Yeah.
Pardon my French again.
Pardon.
Yeah, pardon. That's a French word, isn't it?
Yeah,
Pardon.
I think. Pardon.
But
I mean, it's similar in Spanish.
they will have creating all these virtual worlds with so many avatars of so many kinds, even living entities, beings, biological, but they are cyber, and also robots, and once you merge into that stuff, they will make it look like you're leaving Earth and you're going inside the body of a robot, which is on another planet, and there are aliens there, stuff which you can talk to and whatever. But you will still be here on the ground, on a bed with a USB in your head, plugged in.
And how many people will do this willingly?
Quite a lot,
Yeah, I can see the commercial now, like, oh, the vacuum of
Yeah.
space, it's too expensive to go to, but here, stick this thing in your head and we can simulate it.
This technology.
Damn it, Jibby, breaking up.
Robots will still are prone to errors and all sorts of stuff, which they are not capable by themselves to solve these physical issues. But if you have the mind of a man controlling that robot from home, yeah, that man can access all those sensors and instruments and tools, and they can do all these tasks, and the manufacturing factories will look, there will be only robots inside, but they are controlled by people.
No way.
Yeah,
I never thought about it that way.
yeah.
What about people controlled by robots? I wonder if that'll ever be a thing.
No,
Well, I mean, the idea about robots would be like robots are you get to buy a robot. I mean, they made a lot of movies about this, right? You can buy a robot, then you control them, right? And the robots do everything. But
Like if there would be an extinction of
aren't you already controlled by
Mhm.
propaganda? I mean, come on, man.
Propaganda is not a robot, but I actually doubt what I said will ever come to fruition, just because robots are too primitive today, and I don't see them getting advanced enough to do anything like that. Not in the foreseeable future, at least.
Yeah, sure, I agree with you on that, Ryan. But, I think Leonel was about to say something on that.
No, I didn't. I don't know. So, what is that connection between robots and virtual reality? I mean, that you guys.
No, there's really no connection. We were just throwing ideas out and making jokes.
Yeah, we're actually talking about physical reality, the place you live here on Earth.
Physical reality.
Yeah, it's Earth, man. The place you experience, the world you live in, the place you experience it. All, I mean, what's different about what you think and what you believe versus what you experience. I'm reading redundant, but anyway, your experience here on Earth. I mean, do you experience Earth as a level stationary plane, or do you experience it as the globe idea that you've been presented with from the beginning of your existence? Which is it's a very shallow idea about the globe. It didn't.
Yeah. Yeah. Because what I come to conclude is that most people, I mean, pretty much everybody, I'd say, they take this concept without really just kind of like you are familiarized with the concept of stealing concept, when a concept is not really yours, but it has been given to you, or you have taken it, but you haven't really processed it. It's not really yours, So that's what I don't want. I don't want to have stolen concepts. Like I want to have I am aware I don't necessarily have to make it up, or I don't necessarily have to invent something new. But like for example, if you have a concept that is valid, I want it. Like I want to be able to conceptualize it and make it mine. So that's where I'm.
Dude,
But,
that was a really good statement. Can you elaborate on that a little bit? Because I was thinking the same thing at the same time when you were saying that. Can you elaborate on what you were saying?
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, like you don't necessarily have to create anything new. Like I mean, when you come up with an idea, when you have a concept, right, that is valid, and I come across and you explain it to me, I can either take it, steal it, right, and just pretend that I have the truth. But what I'm doing, it's because what I'm kind of like coming to conclude is that it's quite tough. I'm working on it. So, but stealing concepts. Don't steal.
But
It's not good.
stealing. It's not stealing. It's just like
Kind of like
yeah, with the reality you've been presented, you can actually come to conclusions.
It's not your conclusion. It's not your concept.
It could be if you compare and contrast ideas. If you look at different different ideas, you can actually come to your own conclusion.
After you conceptualize it. Mm-hmm. Yeah,
exactly.
And you have to realize,
trees makes an apple tree makes apples. Do they make them for the purpose to fall or for the purpose to be picked? And if you picked that apple, it didn't fall into Newton's head, and he wouldn't have discovered the theory of gravity. Yeah, so it's stealing.
I like that one, Jim and Jim. I like that one, bro. That's really good. Because I could pick an apple when it's right, but it hadn't fallen yet. I'd still eat it. It'd be like, this apple, man.
Yeah. So what I see is I see for example, and it's a mistake we all make, and I make it all the time, and I'm trying not to make it so much. It's that people just take concepts, maybe from authorities, even they put it on your face. They're like, don't you know who this person is? And I'm like, no. Well, and they bring concepts on the table, but they're kind of like repeating what other people have said. That's what. So you start digging in, and then you realize, because you start asking questions, genuine questions, and then you realize that it doesn't have any foundation. Like, it's just like, what are you talking? Like, how is this based on reality? And there's just something really weird happened to me the other day. So it happened yesterday, actually. So I was having a discussion in the server yesterday. Somebody sent me a video. I didn't know. I don't really know who it was, but somebody sent me a direct message of a video and stuff. And watch this. You got to watch this video. It proves, debunks the flat Earth. I watched it, and bro, it was so weird. Okay, I watched the video. I'm like, this video is actually proving the Earth is flat, man. So I was like, wait, man. So I had to watch it again, right? So I think I sent him a message, and I'm like, bro, you're debunking the flat Earth. And this video is actually it's actually proving the flat Earth, my friend. And he's like, and so he thought, from his perspective, things get really weird. Like, from his perspective, the video was actually proving the shape of the Earth as a globe, right? And having the sun being who knows where, right? But out there,
Center
and
of the solar system.
and humongous,
Yeah.
But from my perspective, it was actually, I was like, dude, this video is actually proving the Earth is flat. But so I don't know what, but it's it's really mind fucking.
Yeah. But check this out, Lena. The Earth is the only place it can be. It's the only place it exists. People that are here on Earth, I mean, it's the only place they can be. People on Earth are not anywhere else. They're on Earth, right?
Right.
As
Yeah.
far as shape and all these stories about solar systems and all that kind of stuff, no, that really doesn't exist. I mean,
Sure. Yeah, that's a good
dude, I
point.
love science fiction. I ain't gonna lie about that. I love the stories they make up about, ball Earth, third rock from the sun. I love those stories. But the only place Earth exists is right here where we are. So.
Yeah, in
oceans are much closer to us than the sky, and we don't exist in oceans, and we can't make homes in oceans. I don't deny the fact that we built a few places in the world underwater, but those are some engineering and architectural marvels, and it's not something that any man can afford to do. And because it poses a lot of threats to our life, so when you build yourself a hermetic house under the water in the ocean, that's an extreme environment, and you are always exposed to the risk to die instantly, to be killed.
What are you referring to, Jippy? Are you talking about structures that were found under the ocean across,
No. They built some underwater restaurant, hotel in Dubai or something like that.
Okay. Well, that's something different, because those motherfuckers are trillionaires.
Exactly.
Can I respond to what the guy said earlier?
Yeah, I wanted to hear what Larry had to
that's
say.
one of the things that I get so angry about.
Anyway, go ahead, Larry. Larry, go ahead, brother.
Yeah.
Please.
So the guy was talking about different people's ideas and whatnot, and there's different ways to look at it. The guy sent him a video and said that this is going to debunk the flat Earth, and he was like, "What are you talking about? This is like evidence for the flat Earth." So a long time ago, I had a friend who joined the military, and I knew that he had some sort of top secret clearance or whatever. And I was like, dude, I know you can't tell me anything, but what can you tell me? Like, you can't tell me anything that's going to get you in trouble, but what can you tell me, right? And this is after 9/11, of course. and he sent me some DVDs, and one of them was Night Day. So I watched the thing, and if you never saw it, I guess you have to see it, but it talks about astrotheology. And I said, how much of this is true, like verifiably true? And he was like, well, I said, yeah, you could say that 2/3 of it's true. So he probably didn't know about the astrotheology because he wasn't really a theologist before. He was into other things like music. So he wasn't a Bible thumper or anything like that. So he must have said, obviously, this is subjective, right? So there's two ways to look at astrotheology. You can either look at it like a man-made religion after viewing the stars, and the Bible is, a theological book that was based off of stories from the heavens where people said, oh, that looks like a virgin and that looks like a cross, and we'll call that the sun. But that only works in English. Like the word for sun is the same in English, but not in Spanish. For Spanish, it's soul, right? So that doesn't work out. So I thought to myself, it's more likely, in my opinion, that the stars align with God's word to the point to where they're obedient rather than the man said, oh, this looks like a virgin. Okay, well, this looks like a cross, and the son died on the cross for 3 days. Because if you say that in any other language, it doesn't make sense. So, yeah, I think that the obvious truth is that God's word has aligned the stars with his purpose plans. Anyways,
No,
please continue.
well, it's actually a functional thing that actually happens to humanity. So yeah, I'm glad to hear you say that. I mean, and people could argue about religion all day, but this is what happens. I mean, it's a functional relationship between the pattern of the stars and sun, moon to humanity, and everybody can come up with their own religion, even the solar system, which is a religion. That's my opinion. If you think I'm wrong about it, go and freaking talk.
But yeah, my point wasn't really about religion. It was about, your worldview and how your own, preconceived notions, your own belief system can take what everybody's looking at the same facts, and your ideological possession, right, will morph them facts to fit your preconceived, notions of what's going on. So everybody has this confirmation bias goggles on, right? And it's like, the more you're into it, like I've been in this for quite a long time, the more thick your goggles are. So, we all need to be aware of that.
Mm-hmm. I totally agree with you, Larry, on that one.
Because the guy who said it to him, either he's a flat earther, LARPing as a globe earther, or he really did believe that, this video was going to convince him that we live in a flat stationary plane. I'm sorry, globe earth. Short answer.
You know what? My conclusion so far is that this globe Earth this globe Earth theory. It's like no matter how it's so you become curious about it and you start learning about it, but it kind of it sucks me in. I don't know if you guys have the same, but it kind of sucks you in. You become curious and things start kind of sort of making sense. Right, because I go into a journey where I'm like, okay, I see how this sounds logical and stuff, and I continue going the journey, and I end up like I end up in a fucking it's not based on reality, So it's like looking into nothingness, bro. And
yeah, but Lino, you can actually use logic, and depend on your own logic to actually start to kind of make sense of it. You don't have to be afraid of anyone that's supposedly more intellectual. Use your own logic, and then it might help. Yeah, it might help you to get.
Yeah, and so they so they will never get rid. They will. I think that my conclusion is like they will never be able to solve black. What is it called? Black matter. Is that what it's called?
Matter. Yeah. Dark matter or black holes.
Okay, they will never be able to solve that problem because that is their foundation, bro. That's how crazy it is.
Dark energy.
That is their foundation. It doesn't exist. That is the frontier. There's nothing.
You are anti-energetic, man. Anti-free energy. Dark energy is the vast energy that we have to tap into it. Yeah. You have to believe it is.
How would you do that? How would you do that?
That's what their foundation is. That's what their foundation is. It's so. That's what their foundation is. That's what their foundation seems to be.
Dark energy and dark matter is their version of eternity.
Yeah.
You are denying them the right to be eternal.
What do you mean?
To achieve eternity.
Denying?
Yeah, when you deny dark matter and dark energy, you are denying the heliocentric believers eternity. That's their source of eternity, you know.
You're giving away logic, in my opinion. You're just giving away logic. That's what, in my opinion.
Sure, you become. At a certain point, you can become a believer, right? Right, JBJ? You can become a believer.
Yeah.
You're allowed that as a human being. You can believe somebody else's idea and be like, "This makes sense to me, so I'm going to believe in it."
Yeah,
but it doesn't mean it's true.
But it's not a virtue.
That's definitely not a virtue. Yeah, that's right. Go ahead.
My signal is weak.
To not be logical, to just
They say patience is a virtue sometimes. Don't they say that? Patience is a virtue.
Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, you have to be patient. Yeah.
Well, you can.
Or like
it can be, but it can be a long virtue that you shouldn't actually. You can also
don't need to be.
Yeah, you can also be aggressive once you understand certain arguments. I mean, you don't have to let patience be involved. I mean, once you see something, you just see something, say something. Anyway, I'm talking about the flat Earth versus globe.
Video's wrong. Don't touch on your neighbors. If you see a dead body, just walk the other way.
I ain't gonna do that. I'm making a joke. Yeah.
But that's ultimately what their foundation is. Dark matter.
Yeah,
but what type of foundation is that? Is like that's.
Well, in the Bible, you have God that gives eternal life. Yeah, they cannot agree with that because they are totally against religion. Yeah, against the existence of a God creator. So they have to create their own version of world. Yeah, they say the world was built this way out of nothing. There was no intelligence. Intelligence is a miraculous result, a spontaneous combustion. And now they see that we observe many perpetual motions in the sky, in the heavens, and in nature, like the cycle of water and stuff. We can see it's evaporating, it makes clouds, it's raining, and again, it goes in the ground, and then we see the water springing from mountains, the water comes literally from the stone, from inside the stone. How it does that, nobody knows, you know. We have stories about it, explaining. They have geologists, they have so many science, pseudoscientists, you know, who came up with so many fortune-telling stories, yeah. But none of these claims have ever been proven, you know. Like
We don't know where the water comes from. Like it doesn't just come from the sky. It comes from the rocks. You're
from
saying
the ground,
from the
yeah.
ground. It comes from the ground, right?
From mountains, yeah.
Comes from mountains.
Yeah. I can go to a mountain in
Yeah,
my
that's what
country. Actually, I'm very lucky because we are the country with most of natural springs. Yeah. So on each mountain you can find 3, 4, 5 water springs, you know, and you can see the water coming from the rock, you know, and it's going down the mountain.
That's what. So yeah. So yeah. That's like. So we don't know like where the water comes. Like it doesn't just come from the sky.
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense, right?
Yeah.
Like
Yeah. And they
how are
say,
rivers grown?
it's the heat. It's the
Hey guys,
heat
we were
below
just
the.
talking about mountain. Vic, what mountain was it that you live on? Vic just came in and he was talking about a mountain that he lives on, up 100 meters.
Oh.
Vic, are you here?
I think you said Himalaya.
Himalaya. Yeah,
Himalaya,
that's what it was.
Wow.
So he
Okay.
lives like right there.
Wow. Yeah.
That's awesome.
Himalaya.
Okay, cool. Well, when Vic comes back, we got to ask him about it.
Yes.
Sure, Vic.
How do
if
you
want.
get like? It's crazy. How do you get a
Yeah.
river? Like
No, I mean, it's like if Vic wants to open the microphone. Everyone that's brand new, they have the opportunity to go ahead and say, "Hey, I have something to say." Nobody ever talked to him. We often, we bloviate, obviously.
See, he came into the voice check, and I just verified him with a couple other people. But he was talking about him being on that mountain, and when we join in here, you guys are talking about springs on the mountain. I'm just kind of
cool.
try to trigger. Maybe he has a story or a thought on it, and I don't think he's here yet. I think he just dipped out for just a minute.
I mean, we actually are here. We're here all the time, but we're here to meet new people. So if Vic has something to say, I mean, no intimidation factor, even though there is some. But Vic, if you're really curious about the topic and you want to talk to us, you can open your microphone and talk to us. No big deal.
I think he stepped away. I just moved him down from the VC, so I think he just barely stepped away.
Maybe
No
he
worries.
just listens for a little bit. Listen for a little bit. No big deal.
Yeah. So what were you guys talking about? Like a stream, like pumping out of the water? Like I went to Colorado yesterday, and I went by this mountain that is like pouring water out, and it's like nonstop. And I was just thinking like that. I mean, it's like, where is this water actually pumping from?
Underground water.
Where is it coming
Wow.
from?
Yeah.
I mean, no, it's up above me. Like I'm down on the street, and you see this pouring out the mountain. I mean, it's like, where is that coming from, right?
I grew up in the mountains too, and mountains have they have some pressure inside, and it's always
that's pressure. That's awesome.
It's so interesting.
Pressure, yeah.
There's mountain that you can make a hole and water will come out of it.
It's not pressure. I mean, I can't remember
like
where you said
you learn.
Well, I mean, I heard about this.
Yeah.
You guys saw this flood in Wyoming, right? At Yellowstone, they shut down the whole park because of how bad the winter was, the melting snow, and there's just floods everywhere. They shut down the whole freaking park, right? You guys saw about that, something about that last week, right? That eventually is going to reach down.
Nobody watches the news, man.
What?
Nobody
You
watches the news here.
No, I don't watch the news, but actually, I didn't even hear anything about it until somebody said it. But I know where that amount of water goes. It goes through the Grand Canyon, and it goes to freaking Lake Mead and the freaking Grand Canyon and shit, New Mexico. So the dam, it's going to take a couple weeks, but watch, there's going to be some flooding and in those areas, like in freaking southern Nevada and shit.
You know what? My neighbor was telling me the other day, a few weeks ago, I was having a conversation with him, and he mentioned, right? We live in a residence. We live pretty much like 15 minutes walking to from the beach, right? I live by the Mediterranean, and he was telling me somehow it came into he I don't know how he came in the conversation, but he told me yeah, because there is a river flowing. I'm like, what river? He's like,
Called the
there's a
Colorado River. It flows from freaking Montana all the way down. You know, I'm telling you, man, there's gonna be floods.
So, anyways, apparently there's a river like underneath my house, right? That goes along, like goes south, but it's like there's like I don't know how many meters underground. So apparently there's a river pretty much like under who knows how many. I'm like, how is that? How can there be a river like underground? You don't feel it, you don't hear it.
How can there be? No, sometimes it goes
underground. Rivers underground. That's insane.
No, I mean, if you understand anything about geology, yes.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I don't know shit.
That's cool.
In Europe, and
Rivers.
actually also the river Styx, described in Greek mythology, is the river which springs, it flows on the ground, and then it goes back into the ground, and it comes back up after some few kilometers. And there is such a river in Europe, in Germany, and it's called Danube River.
You know what's really funny to
Brother,
me?
there's oceans underground.
Yeah, sure. Well, there's also primary water, which that's something else. But anyway, what I thought really interesting. The first thing I thought of when I heard about this this flooding in Yellowstone, all of that is going to head toward the Grand Canyon, right? It has to. And I guarantee I won't guarantee anything because I'm not a geologist. But watch, they're going to have some. You know what made me think of this is because I saw a post on Facebook today, and this guy was like, Lake Mead is kind of getting shallow. You know what Lake Mead is? That's the Hoover Dam, the lake on the other side of the Hoover Dam, right? It's where everything, what the Hoover Dam, comes down through the Colorado River and shit, right? Do they have flooding in Yellowstone? Once that hits the Hoover Dam, it's gonna be freaking crazy, bro. And I saw a video of the this guy going, "Oh, Lake Mead's decreasing," And it's like they're walking out on the shore of Lake Mead, where there used to be water, but now there's no more water. Look at me in Lake Mead, boo. Bro, wait for that freaking water to hit that dam. Holy shit, Nizzle. Watch. Just watch it in the next couple weeks. We'll see. There's gonna be some crazy shit happening near Lake Mead.
Insane. I mean, like how nature.
It's like most people aren't even
Water
taught
flowing
this.
underwater.
Hey, we grew up in America.
Underground.
They didn't teach us about this shit. You have to freaking be interested in it. Dude, I'm just telling you,
No.
Lake Mead is kind of like it's like I mean, this is weather patterns. It's not like it has nothing to do with climate change or global warming and all that kind of stuff. It's just weather patterns. It's just like sometimes it gets hot, sometimes it gets cold. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, they're gonna make a big deal out of it near Lake Mead. Once all the water comes from the north and hitting Lake Mead, it's gonna be a thing.
You live around that area?
No, I live in Arkansas. I just pay attention,
Oh.
and I'm not too broke to pay attention, but most people are. Just watch. If I'm wrong, you can come back and call me a dipshit. That's all right.
All right.
I just capture a little. I don't watch the news anymore. I'm not affected by it, but I saw this and I'm like, oh, there's a flood in Yellowstone, which that's where the Colorado River is fed by rivers from Yellowstone and the snow and shit. And it's just like, bro, that's feeding right down into right outside Vegas at the Hoover Dam. Watch it happen. Just watch. Once it happens, tell me I'm a
No, by the time it reaches there, it will evaporate.
No, I don't think so.
It's all safe.
I think it's gonna be bad, bro. I think it's gonna be
Yeah.
bad. It'll probably take about a week or so, but I think it's gonna be bad. But anyway, I could be wrong. I mean, the Hoover Dam is pretty solid. I've been there before, and it looks fucking crazy. I've looked down straight down the Hoover Dam.
When was this Yellowstone floods?
Yeah, like last week they were talking about it.
Last week. Uh-huh.
It's like they shut down the whole fucking national park.
Yeah.
Crazy. Okay.
Yeah, because there's flooding there. And all of the tributaries there lead to, down through Wyoming into Colorado, down.
Probably flooding with immigrants, bro. Don't worry.
Flooding. No, the water is more dangerous than any immigrants you might ever think of.
Well, I say liquids drive nature. The flow of liquids.
Well, that's what I thought was really interesting. I was thinking about that. Yeah, it's like, in Wyoming, they have all this water there. I know it flows down the Colorado River, and I'm like, wow. And then I saw this post today about this guy. I mean, like, Lake Mead, which is on the other side of the Hoover Dam, which is, you guys know what Lake Mead is?
No idea.
Yes or no? Lake Mead is the lake that was created by the Hoover Dam.
I see.
And they were saying, well, Lake Mead is shallow now, and it showed this guy going, hey, I can walk out further than I could ever walk out on Lake Mead.
Yeah.
Hey, you better get your ass back up there because the water's coming.
So it's accumulation lake, yeah.
Dude,
It's actually
look up Hoover Dam, bro.
In Nevada, California, if it dries up, that'd be a big deal.
No, well, it won't. That's what I'm saying. All that water, I think, in my mind, I think all that shit's heading toward Lake Mead and the Hoover Dam.
Well, at the Hoover Dam, they have these power plants, right? Turbine.
Wasn't
the hydroelectric dam.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
so that's a good thing. It's energy, free energy.
Sure, but that's but that's not what they use it necessarily for anymore. But that's a different conversation for another time. I'm just telling you, there's a shitload of water headed toward that area, and people almost will have no idea what to do with it.
I think they are.
Well, I could be wrong. If I'm wrong, then just say, "Hey, I saw you. You said that, but you were wrong."
Fucked it up, man.
I just
1 year
have a
from now,
feeling it's gonna be
still
fucked
waiting
up.
for that water.
Still waiting for the water.
Yeah, it's gonna take for about 3 or 4 days. All that water from fucking Wyoming and Colorado, that shit's gonna hit the
What are you?
Hoover Dam. It's gonna be like, what the fuck are we supposed to do with this?
Well, wait, what water? What water are you talking about? Something happened in Wyoming? Some flood or something?
In Yellowstone.
No, what I heard, yeah, in Yellowstone, there was a lot of there were a lot of tributaries and that were being fed by melting snow and rain and shit, and the headwaters are actually just flooding areas. They're freaking people just taken out of their homes or evacuating cities and shit. Now those tributaries lead into into the Colorado River that leads to that
Bro,
dam, to
about
the Hoover
Colorado
Dam,
flooding?
bro.
Are you worried about Colorado flooding?
I don't know, Larry. Have you heard about this before?
No, I was just asking a question.
Say it again. I didn't hear what you said.
Are you worried about Colorado flooding?
No, I was just telling you, Lake Mead. I saw the only reason I'm mentioning this because I saw uh, an uh, an article today about Lake Mead the water levels going down in Lake Mead, which is on the other side of Hoover Dam. That's you know what Lake Mead is, right? It's, a lot of you guys don't know, but Lake Mead is it's outside Vegas. It's it's like, anyway. But if all these headwaters come in from the Colorado River, they're gonna have a big issue with what happens at the Hoover Dam. If all
But that's the thing. Aren't they saying that the Hoover Dam has been in the lowest for decades, with global warming or whatever they talk about? So it needs water. So all that water is going to help it.
okay, we'll see. We'll see what happens. I'm telling you, it's going to happen with the next couple weeks. We'll see. I have a feeling there's going to be some news, but I don't. That's my prediction. But anyway,
That would be crazy if Hoover Dam something bad happened in Hoover Dam. That'd be like so one of the stories of the century. Like the Hoover Dam is like the Hoover Dam.
I know it's the fucking Hoover Dam. I'm saying with all the water that's flooding the Yellowstone Park and it's heading down the Colorado River down to the Hoover Dam, bro. Dude, what are they going to do with that shit?
Drink it.
Drink.
That's one option.
Oh, it's going to be fucked up. I don't know if it's going to be maybe they already have it. I think a lot of the people that work at Hoover Dam be like, shit.
Just water the almond trees and the soybeans for all vegans.
Well, I'm just saying to just look for it, and I told you I predicted it. It doesn't matter if I predicted it or not. It's just like,
well, hopefully you're wrong, man, because that would be catastrophic.
I hope so. Yeah, I hope so too. Well, it won't be catastrophic. Well, if they're ready for it, it could be, but there are pictures and videos you can watch of what the flow is going on up in Yellowstone. Man, they shut down the entire Yellowstone National freaking park because the flood is taking everything. So, and that's gonna follow not necessarily Colorado River, but I guess every river. That's a tributary. Like I live in Arkansas. Where do you think the Arkansas River comes from? Colorado. Arkansas River comes from Colorado.
Where does the water comes from?
The water comes from God.
Okay, I believe you.
God's sweat.
Where does
Well,
that
it
come
also
from?
comes from Earth. God created Earth, so it's Earth. God,
It's all good.
I'm just telling you what's happening. There's some shit going on in Yellowstone, and I don't think people are talking about the flood that's
I like the
coming
name
from
Yellowstone.
Yellowstone that's going to go down Colorado River. Maybe it won't. Maybe it'll
Maybe
dissipate
yes,
before
maybe
it
not.
actually reaches uh the dam. But anyway. Yeah, they shut Yellowstone down last week. I think they're going to have a problem with Lake Mead being shallow in the near future. That's Earth. Water moves across Earth. Nothing to do with globe
Yeah,
Earth.
so it's not just Earth and ocean. It's like water is everywhere.
And water moves. It doesn't have a. Does water have a conscience?
I don't think so.
No, I don't think so either. So water just moves. It moves, and bodies of water seek their level. They don't have a choice. They. It's not even. I wouldn't even attribute any such a word as they to water.
It's an
Water.
element, no? Water is an element.
Yeah. Go ahead, Larry. What were you gonna say, brother?
It's very, very pure, right? I mean, water it's an element.
Well, sure. I mean, you put it somewhere, it does what it does. No reason to think that it wouldn't
Water is
do
so
anything.
pure. Water is like amazing. It's transparent. Doesn't have flavor. It's.
So we have.
Like, it's perfect. It's, I don't know.
It almost seems silly to actually like. All right, so I'm going to say this about water, but you say something different about water, and so we just disagree about water because water can conform to the outside of a ball, third rock from the sun, because I say so. It's like, all right, you can say so. You can believe it all day long. You can believe it all day long, but I don't believe it. Every time I've seen water across the ocean, across lakes, across rivers, I just see water work the way it works. There's no globe involved here. Who told you the Earth was a globe? It's just strange. It's like people try to attribute things that are not that they shouldn't attribute to water unless they add the magic G word, right?
Yeah. My favorite word. Do you know what's crazy? You know what's crazy? So I mean, it's obvious. But just the fact that water is salt in the oceans.
Water is salting the ocean or assaulting?
Salting.
I'm just playing. No, I think that the reason that the oceans are quote unquote salt water, which they're not, ultimately because they're not just salt.
It's really salty water. Really salty. How much salt do you have in the ocean? I mean,
Do you think ocean water is just salt and water?
Oh no,
I think so.
Okay.
No.
Do you think fresh water is just water at all?
No, I don't know.
Okay, so we're talking about the same thing. So fresh water is not just water.
There's
H2.
hundreds of constituents in salt water. There's so many other minerals and stuff.
Yeah, sure. Let's not get confused about what water is and how it can be balanced.
I'm just saying.
Oh, you're just saying what?
I'm just saying, just the fact that there is so much salt in the ocean. I mean, it's a fact. How much? I mean, like water. We have.
Where did the salt? It's not salt.
Who knows where the salt comes from? That's a good question.
It's not salt. Anyway.
Oh, it's not.
There's mineral deposits on the bottom of the ocean.
It seems salty, but it's not just salt.
Okay.
It's like there are other minerals involved in ocean water. It's not just
You
salt.
can remove the sodium from water and keep the other minerals, and you can taste it, and it tastes salty to you.
Yeah, I mean this is something we're trying to teach. It's not just salt. It's like salt water. Hey, it tastes salty, but it's not just salt.
I'm sure that everybody heard this, but I heard, like, as far as I know, the ocean is salty, so it doesn't get evaporated as fast. Otherwise, it would get evaporated really quick. Everybody heard that before, no?
Cool, I've heard that before as well, but I don't even know why that would be a thing that would have to do with evaporation and clouds forming and raining, back and forth. I was talking about. Are you talking about? Do you think that ocean water is just H2O and salt?
That's what I always thought. But
okay, well, who told you that? Who told you that?
That's my assumption.
Okay, well, why did you assume that?
Because I assume. I assume.
Cool. I mean, a lot of people assume the Earth is a globe, which is not true.
Well, when you have lack. Well, I mean, what else can you do when you have lack of information?
Wait. Listen, so you have these huge ocean waters moving across the Earth. They mix with different minerals and substances,
plant matter, microscopic organisms.
Yeah, so you assumed that the ocean is just made of salt and H2O.
100%. 100%.
Oh my God. Okay. Well, now you're learning that that's impossible.
Hey, Neil, can I get a word in?
Yes, please.
Thanks. Okay, so during World War II, there was mass casualty on the western coast, right? They were fighting the Japanese, and they're pretty badass, they're formidable, right? So as they needed blood transfusions, eventually they ran out of blood. So what they did is they got ocean water, and they filtered it out, just to get the bad stuff out. And they did blood transfusions with ocean water, and it turns out ocean water has everything you need in your body, right? Except for two things, and I can't remember those two things. I apologize, but yeah, you don't die from lack of blood cells; you die from lack of blood pressure. So they would use ocean water to do the blood transfusions to keep their blood pressure up, so that they could stay alive long enough to, create more blood cells.
There was actually a very famous French doctor called René Quinton, like about 100 years ago or something. He was, well, quote unquote, treating a lot of different problems with a filter type of concentrated salt water from the ocean. And I'm gonna send a video. This doctor, if you guys look into him, he became famous. So many people that loved him because he helped their families and with weird diseases and stuff like that. It's very interesting. His name is René Quinton.
Yeah, the simple idea was like ocean is salt water. I mean, somebody says that you might, with under ignorance, say, "Hey, the ocean is salt water. The rivers or lakes are fresh water." Right? You can just say, "Oh, that's water." There's so many more elements involved, in there. You can't just say, "Well, Salt water is just water and salt. I mean,
When you sweat and sweat from your face falls in your mouth, it's salty, right?
that's your body creating
Okay.
salt
Yeah,
water.
your body's salty. No, listen. But if when they do testing of sweat has actually a lot of minerals and other constituents. It's not only water and sodium. The sweat is it's like a soup of elements. Just like ocean water, it's a soup of so many different elements. I
There's
think
a
it's like
there's a reason.
the literal element table is on the ocean. Like all the elements are in salt water.
There's a reason, Lemuel, that if you were on a beach, you're like, I'm thirsty, and like there's shitloads of water out here. I'm gonna go ahead and drink some of this ocean water. Every time you drink it, you try to drink it.
Oh yeah.
Really? What did it
It's
feel
not good
like?
for you because
No,
it's not.
I'm just wondering. What was that? I never tried to do it, but what did you feel like when you try to drink ocean?
I've had salt water from the ocean, but you can only have like about you could have like one cup or two. But if you only drink salt water from the ocean, it has too much sodium. It's not
Oh,
over.
but why? As a human of a conscious mind, why would you even try to drink that?
Why not?
I don't know. I mean,
Why wouldn't you?
I don't know. I guess you could try it, and but you wouldn't want to live off of it.
You can drink ocean water. You just cannot drink only ocean water.
Okay.
Yeah, you can.
So this is how it works. If you're on a raft and you're trying to survive, right, and you start running out of water, like you would want to start supplementing a little bit of ocean water with your water, and you may be able to prolong your life. But if you just go start drinking like a gallon of ocean water, you're just going to puke it back up, and you're going to be more dehydrated than you were before.
There's a
Yeah,
way you
so it
can
has to.
filter it. You can filter it, but
Yeah, the issue is not the issue with ocean water. It has is a salinity. It has so much sodium that it takes out all of your electrolytes out of whack. So if you mix, let's say, I'm not going to give you specific numbers, but I know there's a formula, and that was designed by Rene Quinton, the doctor that I sent on the chat. He used to mix like 1 cup he used to replace like 1 cup for every 8 cups, let's say, from regular water with with ocean water. And it's actually there's doctors all around the world that actually use it, and they say they swear by it. They say it doesn't damage you. That's doctors. It's not me saying
So
it. I learned this from doctors.
let me give a reason why that would work. Okay, so most diseases come from either stress, right? So mental, emotional, or physical stress, or sorry, chemical, emotional, or physical stress, and then everything else is a deficiency, right? So you have certain things you need to survive. So if I were to get cancer, God forbid, I would probably go to the wilderness and the mountains, or I'd probably go to the ocean, and I would just eat like out of the ocean, try to get a source of fresh water, But I would probably, try to put those nutrients back in my body by living in the wilderness where you're supposed to, like eating things that are like natural and only drinking like, natural things. So if you're lacking in iodine, right, or something like that, and you go to the ocean and you start eating like the fish from the ocean and, like he said, every once in a while getting a little bit of ocean water, what's that going to do? It's going to put the nutrients that you're missing back into your
Yeah, but
body,
apparently,
and
yeah,
maybe you could reach
I'm following you.
homeostasis. If
Yeah,
I'm
exactly.
almost done, bro. I'm almost done, bro. I'm
Yeah,
almost done.
and
If
I
you could
agree with
get
you.
rid of
But
the,
some people in the
I'm
chat,
almost done, bro.
some people in the chat, they actually believe that we're saying that you replace all of your water with ocean water.
No,
Who's that stupid? Nobody's saying that.
yeah, they're just trying to discredit what you're saying. What you're saying is a little bit of ocean water has a lot of nutrients, and if you
Yeah,
put it in your body,
it's not
you're
me
going to
saying
have the
it. It's
nutrients that you
doctors
were
saying it.
missing.
I'm sharing what a doctor did a long time ago and became famous for it, and his info. It's like information that is put under the rugs, and he that doctor actually his research was ignored. But who cares about learning new things? Make fun of it.
Look, this is a medical advice. We're just talking about what I would do if I had cancer. I would probably go to the ocean and live there for a while and try to beat the cancer the natural way. But that's just me. This isn't medical advice. I'm not saying you should do that.
Oh,
Obviously, you
me
should
neither.
consult your doctor. Ask your doctor if neurotoxins are the best answer for treating cancer.
There's nothing new under the sun. Also, you know everything about everything. I get this guy knows everything about everything, right?
Who are you talking about?
Cut the shit.
You just want to be a naysayer. It don't matter. You don't have to drink ocean water. If he gets sick and he wants to go to the doctor, maybe they'll give him enough methotrexate that it'll kill the cancer before it kills him.
I bet you anything. I bet you anything. We post pictures on this chat, and I'm more fit than that guy. Anyways, yeah, back to Helio's point. What was it, Helio? Keep talking, because we have people that know everything about everything here.
Well, I appreciate you sharing that information. I am going to go check it out.
Yeah, we agree. We were talking about the same thing. Like you could have a little bit, and the constituents inside of it will add some benefit. Nobody said replace everything that you're doing with that. Just watch the video that I sent. It's funny how people here believe in the earth and creation and all this stuff, but when the biggest vastest resource that we have in creation, ocean water, there's everything about it. You cannot touch it because it's gonna kill you or something. It's don't drink it because it's bad for you. That's the same fucking lie that they've been telling you about so many things for so long. The same fucking lie. Yeah, we know you know everything about everything, so that's okay.
All right, so we've had all these, well, actually, really 100, maybe 100+ years of technology and all this kind of stuff. We haven't figured out yet how to convert ocean water to drinking water. Is that shouldn't that be a thing that we could help the world? Because there's plenty of ocean water. All of this supposed technology. We're going to space, but we can't figure out how to convert ocean water to drinking water. But people can't even get a bit of water. Stupid. I mean, at least through the initial distillation process, isn't that how clouds are formed from distillation? I mean, come on, man. I mean, nature does that. Tell me how I'm wrong. Somebody tell me how I'm wrong that we can't convert ocean water to drinking water. Tell me.
You can convert ocean water to drinking water with reverse osmosis.
I know. So why is water? Why is there any freaking issue with this? Reverse osmosis. I mean, it's a very simple process, right?
Yes, it is. It's imitating a process done by plants.
Exactly. And you can even just regular osmosis, not even reverse osmosis. You can use distillation as a simple process. It's like you're filtering out it's called distillation for a reason, right? You're distilling, and everything that comes out is just water. It goes into the other thing, and then you can filter it. You can filter it again, Then you have water, drinking water, distilled water. Why can't you do that with ocean water?
You can do that?
Yes, you can.
You can.
Do what again? Do what again?
You can distill ocean water where you can get.
You can distill almost any liquid. Yeah.
Yeah. You can distill ocean water to be drinkable water.
Nice.
Yeah, and you can use a simple filter that is only 0.1 microns and filter all the microplastic, all the bacteria, and just drink a few ounces of that water daily for the micronutrients and minerals from it. In ocean water, there's like around over 100 different minerals.
Yeah, and you could actually use the distillate to actually add minerals to other things that you might ingest. So that's another thing. Old dude just posted a link. Let's see. Let me take a look at that.
I want to buy a distill. What is it called? What are those machines called?
A distiller. It's called a distiller.
Distiller. Yeah.
It kind of works like a still. It's a still, like people make alcohol, right? They ferment corn or whatever. It's a still. What you do is boil water, and then you let it run through a tube, and you actually take the evaporation, and the solids will actually coalesce into a certain area, but the water actually goes somewhere else. And then you just harness it. That's the water. The minerals and salts and stuff will coalesce somewhere else. So the evaporation, that's what you want to capture because that's water. And if you're doing it ocean water, you want to do it a couple times to make sure that it's already done. And you might even want to pass it through certain filters. But yes, you can definitely distill ocean water and get a drinkable water from it. Yeah, sure.
Yeah. So, any globies? Globies, globies.
Globers.
Are we live right now on YouTube? Is anybody up there? Hello, world.
In a world where you think you can't distill ocean water because you're so scared of doing it. It's
I'm
like
thinking about one.
I love my city water more than I can trust myself to distill ocean water. This is me.
Seriously. Like, yeah. Do you have any experience, Helio, distilling water?
No, I don't have to because I use well water here. And
Oh, really?
I buy spring water from Walmart. I know it's possible. I know how to. Well, I've watched several videos on how to distill water.
I don't recommend water long term, bro.
No, you don't? Why?
Because if water in nature, when you go to the mountains, you don't find distilled water. You only find water with
No.
minerals and electrolytes in it.
Well, that's not what I'm saying. Yeah, if you're gonna drink, don't drink just distilled water. Yeah, of course. I wouldn't recommend that, but you can distill ocean water. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, but the our friend here, I'm not sure who's talking. He's asking for a water distiller, and that's great to make very clean water. But in short term, distilled water, it apparently has some cleansing effect in the body. But you should add some minerals back to it after you distill it, because minerals is what helps the conductivity of electrical charge within the cells. And if you is drinking water, just empty water, H2O, and you don't replenish those electrolytes that are needed daily, which are literal and essential nutrients, then you're going to create an imbalance.
Really?
Sure. Yeah.
Electrolytes is like so many people have problems, and
you're just drinking evaporated water without the elements when you drink distilled water, which it's fine, and I haven't actually done it, but it from what I hear from people, it tastes.
I hear it has a weird taste. No, I heard it doesn't taste
you get
very
used
good.
to. I drink a lot of spring water.
I wonder how it tastes
from Texas. I drink Ozarka a lot. I drink a lot of Ozarka spring water from Texas. But it also, it's not distilled. It's from what I understand, they don't distill it, but they it's ozonation process. I don't necessarily know what that means. But that's what when I drink water, I drink Ozarka.
I mean, clean filtered water shouldn't taste anything.
Reverse osmosis.
Sure.
Yeah.
I don't think they actually use that process on the Ozarka stuff. But anyway, that's what I drink, and I really, if you say water shouldn't have a taste, no, it does. It does. When you're drinking some tasty water, man.
Sure.
Well, we talk about taste that comes from the tap water, that type of taste.
Yeah, but even when you're like, hey, I'm gonna drink, I decided to drink this spring water and whatever. I mean, it's cheap at Walmart for me. I drink the Ozarka spring water. I mean, it's not I don't get, but I mean that's what I drink. I drink those. But if I had to distill ocean water, I know how to do it. That's what I'm saying. But I would take all the nutrients out because the distiller will actually, all the nutrients would come out, and then you just have evaporated water into the tank. And so it's all the salt and the nutrients would be there. So you're drinking essentially I don't even know if that's possible. Maybe I'm talking a lot of shit.
You know what I learned. I've learned a long time ago from a woman who practiced raw food eating, raw diet. But anyways, she taught me how to drink water, and she's like, whenever you feel hungry, you know those moments where you feel hungry but you don't know what to eat. You're like, I feel like eating something, but you go to the fridge and you check, and I don't know what to eat. That's when you need to drink water. You need to drink like half a liter of water. Just get full with water, right? And then after some time, maybe half an hour or maybe 1 hour, you're gonna be so hungry, you're gonna know exactly what you want to eat. Quite interesting. Yeah, have a meal of water. Just drink water, man. But yeah, it's true. After half an hour, 1 hour, you're gonna be really hungry, and you're gonna know exactly what you want to have. Anyways, I think we've been talking about water for a long time, no?
Hey, man, I think it's important, though, because we're kind of in a position where it's just like, hey, how am I going to get some gas? Gasoline for my car. But I'm looking this up right now. I'm looking up an article from Scientific American that says, why don't we get our drinking water from the ocean by taking the salt out of seawater? I already explained it's not just salt. And this is Peter Glick, president of the Pacific Institute, distills an answer. This is what he says. Even with all the water in Earth's oceans, we satisfy less than 0.5% of human water needs with desalinated water. Dude, you see how that doesn't make any No, it doesn't. Even with all the water, but it only comes from distillation in nature, right? So we currently use on the order of 960 cubic miles of fresh water a year, and overall there's not enough water to go. He's avoiding the question already in that.
He's a liar.
Yeah.
What a liar.
So why don't we desalinate more to alleviate shortages
We're stupid.
and growing water? No, listen. I mean, I'm going to read what he said, and you can make your own decision. So why don't we desalinate more to alleviate shortages and growing water conflict? The problem is that the desalination of water requires a lot of energy. Salt dissolves very easily in water, forming strong chemical bonds, and those bonds are difficult to break. Energy and the technology to desalinate water are both expensive, and this means that desalinating water can be pretty costly. It just fucking how is that redundant in one paragraph? It's hard to put an exact dollar figure on desalination. This number varies wildly from place to place based on labor and energy costs, land prices, financial agreement. This is from Scientific American, mind you. Land prices, financial agreements, and even the salt content of water, which isn't the only issue. I already explained that. It can cost from just under $1 to well over $2 to produce 1 cubic meter gallons of desalted water from the ocean. That's about as much as 2 people. I mean, you get two gallons of water a day, dude. If you had your own distiller in your house and you just scooped up a couple of gallons of ocean water. Actually, I mean, ocean water is, you can get as much water as you want from the ocean, and you desalinate it from your house with a simple distiller. Plenty of fresh water. But anyway,
that's good to know.
Yeah, but the switch. Here's what he said. It can cost from just under $1 to well or $2 to produce 1 cubic meter.
I spend that much in coffee.
I know, right? It's just like, bro, just buy it. Buy a distiller. You might have to distill it a couple of times. You'll have fresh water.
Don't be lazy.
So
Come on.
dumb, man, bro. They call it desalination, but it's the International Desalination Association says that as of 2007, there were about 13,000 desalination plants operating around the world. They pumped out approximately 14.7 billion gallons of drinkable fresh water. So here's 14.7 billion gallons from this desalination plant of drinkable fresh water a day. A lot of these plants are in countries like Saudi Arabia where energy from oil is cheap but water is scarce. That is complete bullshit. This is Scientific American, bro. I mean, water is important. So when did oil become more important than water? So anyway, so how is energy used to separate salt from water? There are two basic methods for breaking the bonds in salt water: thermal distillation and membrane separation. Thermal distillation involves heat. No shit. Boiling water turns it into a vapor, leaving the salt behind, that is collected and condensed back into water by cooling it down. This common type of membrane separation is called reverse osmosis. We all already knew that, right? So, seawater is forced through a semi permeable membrane that separates salt from water. Because the technology typically requires less energy than thermal distillation, most new plants like Tampa, I guess it's talking about Florida, now use reverse osmosis. There are environmental costs of desalination as well. Sea life can be sucked into now they're talking about they can't do. There's so much water in the ocean. Now they're talking about it could upset sea life. Oh my god! I'm telling you, man. There's so much water, and they know how to. Don't say, "Oh, these people don't have water in the desert." Motherfucker, it's not even hard to. Even if if you guys know what a well is, right? Dig
Yes.
down in the earth, and then you can get
Where
to
you
the.
extract water from the earth. Yeah.
Yeah, it's called a well. You just dig
A
down far
well.
enough. You dig down far enough the earth, and you can extract water from a well. That's not
Not everywhere, no. Not everywhere, but there are lots of places, no.
most places you can. It depends on. Damn, I can't remember the name of it now. Uh, God, somebody help me! Somebody help me! But anyway, even if you're in a part of the earth, but you're near the ocean, you can just fill up. I reckon 510,000 gallon tank of seawater, and then use distillers and make fresh drinking water, from seawater. And that's not the only thing you can do with seawater, especially with tides. It's like we're kind of screwed by these guys that they don't want us to live. Who's they?
NASA. They belong to NASA, everybody.
Not just NASA. It's just like What's the name of that part of the earth you can hit where the water is when you dig a well?
An aquifer?
No, an aquifer is something they built to provide a community with water. Like if you want to build a well yourself.
At a water table?
Water table. Yes. That's the word. Yeah, a water table. Like if you have your own land, you can dig down far enough and you find a water table, you can put your well there. And then you dig down far enough, pump there, put some.
I only have to dig like maybe 6 feet, 9.
Yeah,
feet.
it kind of depends on where you are. It depends on where. I mean, sometimes you have to build, dig 20 feet.
And you get water. You get your fresh water just like that.
Yeah, I mean, you want to
yeah.
filter. You want to filter it, but yeah, that's fresh water. It's under the ground. It's filtered by the earth.
Actually looked at I've got all the historical documents from my property before it was developed and everything. And
Wow.
I wanted to, I noticed there was this creek on the old maps that was right on my property, but it's since been filled in and houses developed on it. And I wanted to see how far did I have to go to get some water just for my plants or whatever purposes I wanted to use it for. And a lot of our states, especially the older states, have there's records easily available that'll show like your neighbors because they have to document as long as they're licensed doing it. There's a water table and it fluctuates even by a matter of 3 blocks
Within a
away.
couple
Some
acres,
people,
it could
oh yeah,
fluctuate. Yeah.
yeah. Like mine, I'm digging 10 feet and there's lots of water. Only a couple blocks away, I see that they had hired somebody that went down 200 feet.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, maybe
You can kind of
deeper
see it
well,
when you're driving out in the country. You can see where there's a pond right in somebody's property.
Yeah.
It's always full, right? That's where the water table is.
Well, if you're curious, though, you can just go look at your local county records and stuff and see, at least in your neighborhood, without having to go get a backhoe or dig and find out yourself. You can kind of narrow it down if, there's not a whole lot of new records going in, but back in the day, that was regular. Everybody had a well.
That's what I'm saying. You drive around, see where everybody else has water showing up on the ground.
There's no way you can find water like in the Sahara Desert, right? If you dig.
That's not true. Have you ever heard of an oasis?
Yeah.
Well, there you go. You have to know where
Like
to get
even
it.
there in Africa, though, they can.
Oases are real,
dig
right?
Deep enough.
Yeah. Well, oasis.
And you find water in the oasis? Yeah.
Dude, what do you think an oasis is?
Oases are real, right? You can find an oasis in the desert.
There's water underground. That's why there's an oasis.
What was that deal with Muammar Gaddafi? Supposedly he was tapping into some underground reservoirs of water and providing like a lot of water for his people.
Yeah,
And
it's
familiar with that?
primary water. Yeah, primary water. Yeah, look that up. Primary water. That's good stuff. Yeah, you're right. Wait, that's not a discussion about Muammar tonight because that'll just lead us on to. Yeah. I mean, he was talking about primary water in northern Africa, and yeah, he was doing some good things as far as I know.
Well, if you're ever in Houston, I got water softeners in Houston, man.
You got water softeners.
Where you at?
I'm your water man in Houston.
If you're ever in an emergency situation, you can desalinate water just with condensation and trapping it with a piece of plastic.
Sure, you can do it with a piece of plastic, and you just put it in the sun, in a pan, and put a little place where it can condensate, and collect. Yeah. It's drinkable water. You just capture it out of a creek. Like, that looks dirty. You just put it outside with a plastic bag over it and collect the condensation from somewhere else. It's like, oh, it doesn't look so bad now. I'm gonna drink that. Well, it's just like, I remember when I was growing up, I'd be like, hey, just collect some water out of a creek and put this little tablet we have. You put it in your canteen. Go ahead and drink it, even if it tastes like shit. Like, I don't know. Is it killing everything? Should I drink this? I don't know. I did it a couple times. Just like, is there a better way to do this? Yeah.
What do you think? Change a pH balance or something? Or
Well, I don't think they give a shit about that. They're just like, yeah, man, just put a tablet in there. It doesn't matter how much dirt is in there. Just drink it, and then you're gonna be okay.
I bought an emergency little filter thing. It's supposed to do like millions of gallons. You can just stick it in the water and suck on the other end, and it'll.
You talking about the straw thing?
Right. I've never tried it, but it's in my preparedness kit.
I think it probably would work because but I've looked a lot into it.
Yeah, at least there's a filter in it.
Yeah, I think that would probably work. It would probably work. What's it called?
Yeah, try it.
Something straw. I can't remember.
I can't remember what it's called. I bought it years ago.
Survival straw.
Survival straw.
Sounds right to me.
Fun. But hey, if you have time, man, you can grab any water and distill it, and you make sure that you have actual water. Doesn't matter, if it has all the minerals left or whatever. You just distill it, capture the condensation, then you have water. You could even capture a little bit of dirt and throw it in there and check it. Might get some minerals.
Well, you're not far from the truth. There's dirt. There's extracts from dirt called humic substances that you can actually add to your water, and it's one of the best things you can ever do. Humic substance or fulvic acid. And they're made by bacteria in the soil.
Question, would that be the same as frankincense? I've heard dissolving frankincense does wonders in water.
Well, frankincense is a resin from a tree. I heard that it has some benefits with inflammation and stuff, but no, it's not the same. Fulvic acid, fulvic minerals is a very complex molecule structure that it's created by bacteria in the soil by fermenting plant matter and dead matter from trees through like a whole year process, and it's completely different from frankincense.
Thank you for the clarification.
Have you ever heard about colostrum?
Breast milk?
Yeah, close. So breast milk is let's call it milk, right? But colostrum is the first milk when mothers are they give birth and they start releasing this very concentrated quote unquote milk that is actually not milk. It's called colostrum. It has a different set of nutrients profiles and growth factors and stuff for the baby within, and immune factors within the first week or so of the baby being born. So why I'm mentioning colostrum is a very powerful essential food for babies. But one scientist, I gotta look this up, but one scientist was doing some test on what I was mentioning, fulvic acid, and he writes that they have very similar constituencies and profiles and whatever and effects. And I cannot remember specifically, but he compares the two.
All
One
right.
created by the mother and one created by bacteria.
Lemuel, I'm kind of on the same page with you with colostrum and stuff, but this isn't the room for it, man.
My bad.
Well, neither was the. Well, I just thought it was curious how we filter seawater and all that kind of stuff. But anyway, that's cool.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm kind
We'll be
of.
talking about stuff that is not flat Earth for the past hour, so we're just going on different tangents, right? Aren't we?
We are, and I think that what you're saying definitely the colostrum is important when a baby's born. I mean, they have to get that first breast milk. I think it's important, but I don't really see where it's actually. I mean, if we go down this road, we're never going to get back to flat Earth. So
Well, this is all taking place on a flat Earth.
it is, and we're all flat Earth.
Hey, Helio, how does nutrition works on a globe?
You get really fat,
You're
dude.
gonna have to go ask a Globey about that because I haven't figured out anything about that.
Eat balls. That's what it is.
Hey, tell you what. Oh, no, I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it. I was about to make a joke, but I'm not.
Glover said that everything shapes into balls, so you eat balls?
I don't, but they do.
They do it.
Okay.
I was gonna talk about the festivals they have in Colorado and Texas about eating hog balls and cow balls and shit. But I'm not gonna.
Yeah,
go there.
Rocky Mountain oysters, isn't that what they're called?
Yeah, well, in Colorado they're called Rocky Mountain oysters. They call them something else in Texas.
Hey, why would you eat vegetables if you can eat testicles?
Yeah, I couldn't.
That's why.
That was a good one.
That's
Jim.
why I love you, Gypsy, man. Hey, I ain't gonna, dude. Have you ever watched some of those videos on YouTube where they freaking have a contest that you eating them? You don't have to. It's kind of like weird. That's all right. I don't eat them, but I don't knock anybody for eating them. Maybe they got a reason to, I guess. Kind of sense something about you, Genzy, for bringing it up. I'm just playing.
Talking about?
Yeah, we're talking about hog balls.
Well, I finally drove out to Great Salt Lake and took some pictures for Glat Flow. He said he wanted me to go out there and show that the lake is empty. It's not quite empty, but it is almost empty. It's really bad. It's really low.
Well, what's going on with the flooding in the Rocky Mountains or in Yellowstone? I mean, you're fairly near Yellowstone.
Is it flooding in Yellowstone, you said?
Yeah, there's just this big bad flooding in Yellowstone from the snow melt and all the kind of storms up there.
Huh. I never heard about that. I'll have to check into it.
Yeah, so all the water that you lost
might be all bullshit. Who knows?
Going to the other side.
Yeah, but the Great Salt Lake, it's not completely empty, but it's really close.
Wow.
Sure
it's gotta be kind of like a rare event, no?
Yeah, it's never. I've lived here my whole life, and well, except for a few years in California, and few years in Lake Tahoe and whatnot. But in my entire life, I've never seen it low like this at all. I mean, it's really, really low. It's bad.
You gonna send the pictures?
Yeah, I got some. I'll send a couple.
Cool. Mountain High, Colorado.
All right, if you enlarge that, there's no water at all there. That's all mud. And then there's that yellow stuff out there in the distance. That's like some kind of like weeds or whatever, yellow weeds, but that's all dry and completely dry right there.
So a year ago, that was water.
All the way to the road right there. Well, not a year ago, but 2 or 3 years ago, it was all the way to the road.
All right, cool.
And that's completely dry all the way out. And there's a whole bunch more. I got a bunch more, but yeah.
Well, let me ask you, Godrek, is there a bridge across that part of
Well, the road that you see there is a road that goes to Antelope Island. It's about about a 2-mile road, and it takes you to an island, and that's where we drove. We drove out to the island, and that was on the way out to the island there. So it's not a bridge, but it's a road. The water's never been very deep there, so they just brought in loads of dirt and built up the road out to the island. Because when the lake was at its fullest years and years ago, the deepest spot was only like 50 feet deep. So it's a very shallow lake to begin with.
That's why they have the flats there in Utah. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's really near the Salt Lake. Pretty cool.
Here's a spot I'll show you where there is still some water. This is the marina. That inlet I'm going to show you is the inlet into the arena. The marina is completely dry, but there's a little bit of water coming in, and then out there's some water. But I can guarantee you that water is probably only about 10 feet deep.
So people have their boats out there in the marina?
No, the marina is I'll show you a picture of the marina.
That's just empty. They pulled their boats out, and it's like, no goddamn water over here.
Yep. That's the inlet to the marina. This next picture, it's an inlet to the marina. The next picture will be the marina. I'll show you the slips where you park your boats. They're laying on the dirt.
If they hadn't pulled their boats out, they'd be stuck.
Yep.
Holy shit, man. Wow. Dude, I'd love to go and see that shit. Man.
Okay, here's the marina coming up.
Is it a bad drought in Utah, or what's the cause?
Yeah, super bad.
Even with all the winter,
we got very, very little snow over the last 3 or 4 years, like half what we usually get.
Hey, how about northern Utah? Did they get a shitload of snow?
Well, that's where I live. And like I said, we got half over the last 3 or 4 years, half of what's normal. So,
that's interesting. Hey, God Rockin', did you hear about this Yellowstone flood?
No, I'm going to have to look into it. That's weird.
Yeah, me too. I mean, I just heard about it. I haven't been paying much attention. Really bypass Salt Lake. I'm just wondering where all that fucking water is gonna go.
That's the marina. If you zoom in on it, you can see the slips laying on the ground, just on the dirt.
Yeah, somebody forgot to pull their boat up. Wow, man. Hey, we'll just wait for the water to come back up.
Yeah, maybe. I hope it does over the next few years, but I don't know. It doesn't
Does
look
that
very
mean
good.
that water is leaving to outer space?
Well, I don't know that it left anywhere because it never came there to begin with.
It never had to be there, did it, God Rockin'? It never
Yeah,
had to be there.
Yeah, it never got there. The rivers went dry before they got there.
What is the humidity percentage around that area at the moment? I'm almost certain that it's pretty high.
Average 17%.
17%?
Yep.
Wow, that's not that high.
What the fuck?
Utah's average humidity is 17%. It's a desert. We live in a desert.
That's crazy. And that means no. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. For something like that, like all of the lakes disappear and people like, hey, I want to travel across Salt Lake. And they're like, no, you ain't. Dude, in Arkansas, it's like 90% in the summertime.
Yeah, that's horrible.
Yeah, it's fucked up, bro. It's hot.
I just checked Salt Lake City, Utah humidity level, and it's on spot 17%. Like
there you go. See,
got rocking fit.
Yeah, God Rockin's fucking. He ain't fucking lying. If I'm lying, I'm dying.
There you go. I live here. I should know.
I'll tell you. I mean, check Fayetteville humidity right now. Oh, shit, Fayetteville, Arkansas, fucking hot, man. I've been sweating all day. In the air conditioning, it's fucking sweaty. Inside, it's fucking I'm sweating. And it's like 85, 90% humidity.
That's why swamp coolers work really good here because it's so dry. If you go to somewhere like where you live, Helio, swamp coolers just make it worse, don't they?
Well, I don't know because I've never used one. There's no reason to.
Right, that's what I'm saying. It just makes it more humid. It's like
I'd have to, if I was to use a swamp cooler, it'd have to be right in front of my face.
Yeah.
I know the purpose of swamp coolers in the desert, but it certainly wouldn't work in a humid environment like I live in. Hey, God Roggan, I think since you love cars and shit, have you ever been to one of those freaking salt flat races and shit out there?
Yeah, well, I've never been to one, but one day I was on my way to Lake Tahoe. You had to drive right by there, and so I pulled over on the road there because it's just right off the road. And I was there for a couple of hours just watching. So I didn't actually go to the event, but I did pull over and looked at all the cars and was hanging out with my buddies, sitting on the hood of the car, just kind of checking it out, looking from the road. Because it's right next to the road where the starting line is, and then it goes away from the road north, like 8 miles on a salt flat.
Yeah, you got to go to the next one. Just tell us about it. You got to take some videos and pictures. You got to go to the next one.
All right, I could.
Even as much as all the bullshit we talk about on here, they're gonna still do it. So I'll just fucking show up. Be like, all right, here's a salt flat. Fucking crazy people that are going 600 miles an hour.
Yeah.
That would be so awesome.
I mean, they got motorcycles, they got electric cars, they got just all kinds of classes, for different, records depending on, what vehicle.
I mean, how are you going to go 600 miles an hour on a vehicle?
Well, they look like a rocket ship laying down with wheels on.
I know. I've seen the videos, bro.
Yeah, they
I
look
would
like.
love for you to go there and take some videos and be like, "See, I told you, motherfuckers, that shit ain't a globe."
Yeah, you sure it's fucking gonna go 700 miles an hour over a slope or.
You've seen those videos, right? Where they're just like, "All right, Utah Southwest, 500-600 miles an hour," and they're just like, "Oh yeah." Then they just jump out going, yeah, I mean, this is what I do. That motherfucker's got bigger balls than Texas. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. One year it was on the news. There was a guy that was trying to set the land speed record, and he went so far off the end. He went way past the end of the track or the flat, and he ended up in the water. Yeah.
What, did he destroy his vehicle but still survived?
No, everything was cool. He just ended up in the mud out there in the water.
Dude, I don't blame him, man. I mean, once you get so far, you're just like, you know what? Fuck it, I'm already here.
Yeah, well,
630. Woo!
He just didn't have enough run out to slow down. And ended up in the water.
It's like people don't even know God Raga. It's like we can. Who's we? But we can go 17,000 miles an hour upwards.
No, we can't.
No, you can't. No, you can't, nigga. Somebody told you can, but you can't. Try to do 700 miles an hour across Earth. I can show you where somebody did it, but you can't. It was like, well, astronauts is so amazing. It's the best shit ever because we can go 17,000 miles an hour and then we can just dump ourselves off into space, into Earth's orbit, and then connect with the space station. And then we can show you dumbass motherfucker what this is. It's like, look at Earth. I mean,
it's so stupid.
I know, it's ridiculous.
The thing of it is, those rockets never even break the sound barrier.
They don't have any evidence. Like, the only evidence they have is their stupid fucking scream from NASA.
Yeah.
Here's this, and there's like, look at this. And it's like everybody's like, oh my god, thank you for the fascination of weird reality that we don't have any physical evidence for. We love your story. It's
they're saying he's approaching 16,000, 16,500, 17,000 as the numbers go up on the screen, but they're only like maybe 60 miles up or 50. That's it. They're not in space.
Yeah, they're not in space at that point. They don't really have any evidence that they are. Take the same people to one of those salt flat freaking speed cars that are going 600 miles per hour.
I wouldn't doubt they go faster than the rockets.
They probably do.
Fuck.
Oh man, how ridiculous is it? Man, it's fucking crazy. Dude, I would love to go to one of those fucking speed flat races, man. That would be so awesome, bro.
I mean, they got people on.
I want to go at least halfway down, because I know if I'm at the beginning, I'm not going to capture it. So I want to go like halfway or 3/4 of the way to capture him at full velocity, right? Across the speed.
You imagine watching something zip by?
Like 700 fucking miles an hour. Holy shit!
Just zipped by. Shoo!
I mean, like, fuck yeah!
And the ones that go that fast are rocket propelled. They got rocket engines on them.
Sure. Yeah, they start a certain way and then they hit the boost.
Yep.
Bow. Like, all right. And then when they stop, not all of them live through it, but most of them do.
Yeah, there's been a couple people die, but not many. A couple, I think, is all.
And because they're really careful. They know how it works. They've done it for 30 years. They've been doing this across the Utah salt flats. I mean, come on.
One time, the guy died, and he got out there going about 600, and the car took off up in the air.
Wow, because the car launched and he didn't mean it to.
It didn't stick to the earth. It went up and it flipped up vertical, and then when it hit, it just burst into pieces. And
I mean, that was a faulty design. But I mean, how can you prepare for something moving across the? Yes, I mean that's. But hey, you talk about the engineers of these planar rockets moving 600 miles an hour across the plane. Now, this is at sea level. Well, I mean, Utah, it's not at sea level, but it's, it's about a mile above sea level.
It's 4,000 feet.
Yeah, it's approximately a mile above sea level. Now, then we have that compared to these engineers that are designing rockets that can barely go high enough, and then they have to dip their stupid shit off in the ocean. And I mean, come on. I mean, who's got more balls? These motherfuckers on Utah salt flats, or these fucking fake astronauts?
There's nobody in those rockets, I don't think.
I know there's not.
So the people with the balls are the ones in the cars on the ground.
Yeah, those are the ones with the biggest balls.
Yep.
Have you guys seen that show,
guys with
The World's Fastest Indian?
So I drove out there today to take those pictures.
Cool. Yeah, it looks pretty cool, bro. I like that.
I promised Flat Globe I would do that, so I decided today was the day.
All right, cool. Post them again, so
I'll post a couple more. I got about 10 or so.
So, who was that? Just somebody asked a question just a second ago.
Anthony Hopkins did a movie called The World's Fastest Indian. He takes a 1919 Indian motorcycle to the salt flats in Utah and does 200 miles an hour on this 125cc motorcycle from 1919. Pretty good show.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Cool, man. Yeah, that's cool. Do you have a link for that? We can share around, or is it? It seems like I vaguely remember that film. Was that on Utah? I mean, dude, there's so many parts of Western America there where you could do that in a straight line. You can drive a motorcycle or a car for.
I don't have a link, but the show's called World's Fastest Indian, and he was on the salt flats. It was like his journey to the salt flats of Utah.
Oh, awesome, bro. Yeah. It's like when you're out there in the desert, there's nobody there unless you make a big deal of it. There's nobody fucking there. It's like, I'm going to get pulled over by the sheriff, and the sheriff be like, this is kind of like the Autobahn of America. Like, I'm going to go 150 miles an hour. They ain't going to pull your ass over. I'm not saying that anyone should do that, but in the desert, ain't too many cows. I mean, I've been across northern Utah, going into Montana. Have you been there, God Rockin'?
Oh yeah, all the way up I-15
Have you
into
been?
Montana. Yep.
Have you been in northern Idaho?
Oh yeah,
That place is.
it's
like
awesome.
you'll be. It's awesome, but you'll be like driving straight up.
Huge
For
mountains.
like
I mean,
2 hours. Yeah, you'd be like driving like 45 degrees for an hour.
Yep.
You're driving down for 45 degrees for an hour. Yeah, northern Idaho is going into Montana. And we actually, a couple times that I've been there, it's like we went through Wyoming and then we went through Idaho. Easy, man. It's fucking beautiful, though.
Hey, Helio, you know that Montana is actually montaña. It's a Spanish word.
I don't think there's any Spanish people in Montana. Well, there might be now,
Why,
but I don't think they ever
Helio,
lived.
why do you change the pronunciation of it? It's montaña, not Montana.
Well, I just used the general pronunciation. I didn't change a goddamn thing.
Well, we're gonna go to the Spanish universal pronunciation source book, and you say montaña.
Well, let me ask you, Jamesy, where are Spaniards from?
From America.
Got him!
As God Rockin', he knows the Spaniards made it to Utah.
Oh yeah.
Right?
Yes, sir.
No, I didn't ask that. I said, where are Spaniards from?
Spain.
From the moon.
Oh! Give this man a cookie. Where are people? Where are the English from? Where are the English from?
From China.
Wrong. Where are the English from?
England.
England, which could also be called Britannia.
No, Helio. I think if you actually listen to people from, England speaking English, you can tell that the original source of the English was America, not England.
I don't know. I'm living in England and I don't have anything with England.
And
Bro,
also,
there was English first in the Americas before England.
all right, so nobody existed in this land before. This land is my land. This land is your land. From the New York Island to the St. Waters.
Before American,
Anyway,
it was
this
Vikings.
land was made for you and me.
After we take it from the people that have been here.
All right, Jamesy, what you got? So we have the English. Did the English come from Puerto Rico or the under the
I don't know about that one. That's a good theory. It might be true. Just
actually, why do you think that people in Puerto Rico their main language is Espanol or the Spanish?
Because the Spaniards came over to the Americas and they landed in the Bahamas, and Puerto Rico's not that far from there. So,
all right, cool. So who discovered America?
Well,
the people that was there living before the ones that claimed to discover it, right?
Yeah.
So that was Christopher Columbus. He was from he actually worked for the Queen there in Spain.
Yeah, but when he got there, there was already cities and lots of people there.
And roads and civilization and all that kind of stuff.
Railroads, plantations, everything.
Yeah, but he never actually came to America. But anyway, that's another story.
Right.
Hey, but you have to be thankful to the globe because he made it to the Americas because of the globe, man.
It's magic.
Right?
Oh, it's magic.
You know, Columbus, he made it to America because of the globe, right?
Bro.
Bro.
The white people made it. The white people made it to America first.
Are you guys gonna deny history?
Absolutely.
No, of course not. Anyway, bro. Dude, we got God rocking here. He's gonna tell you all about the Mormon stuff. That's
No, the Spaniards. How do they made it to Utah without roads already in place?
It's because when they got here and they landed in the Gulf of Mexico.
No. They found their way to Utah on the Oregon Trail. That's how.
It's called the Spanish Trail now. And it comes all the way up from the Gulf of Mexico all the way up into northern Utah. And it forks off into a place called Spanish Fork. Of course, the Spanish Fork often went to mountains. And they said that the road was already there when they got there. They just followed a highway that was already there from the people that came there before they did.
Hey, I'm going to give you an amen on that, God rocking, because all the trails were already there from the indigenous people. They were already here, and a lot of people got fucked when all these idiots from the West, from the East, came over here and said, hey, well, we discovered new land. Motherfucker, we've been here the whole time. What the fuck are you talking about?
Helio, what about the millions of miles of water canals and stones and all the millions of miles of construction stones, stones that weigh dozens, if not how many tons?
They were already here before Columbus got here. The canals, the railroads, the buildings, all of that shit was already here.
The largest pyramid in America was in Illinois, the heart of America.
Cahokia.
Yep.
Yeah,
they never taught me that when I was a child, that there was a pyramid as large as the Great Pyramid in Egypt, in the heart of America.
Here's the funny thing. When Joseph Smith wrote the Book of Mormon, he talked about these people in South America that had these big cities. He talked about people in North America that had these big cities, and everyone laughed at him like, you're out of your freaking mind. And then, so after 100 years or so, what happened? All these pyramids are found in South America, the Cahokia Pyramid in Illinois, or wherever it was there, all over the place. The places he talked about in the Book of Mormon came to fruition. All the settlements and the cities that he said were there, they ended up finding all of them.
I'm a Mormon, by the way.
Hi, tell us.
No, it's all true what you're saying, good rock.
So how did Joseph Smith know about all those buildings when he never went anywhere near them?
Because they were there already.
Yeah, but how did he know that? He never got anywhere near Utah. He died in back east. They shot him before he could get out here. So how did he know they were here?
By the angels.
The golden plates.
Oh.
It was on the plates. He translated the plates, wrote the book, and everybody laughed. They're all fake, this, that, blah, blah, blah. And then lo and behold, all these cities and all these people suddenly, all of a sudden, start getting found all over in the United States and South America. It's like, oh, it looks like Joseph Smith was right.
There is many stories about golden plates and history written in golden tablets, and it's not only from him.
Right.
Where's Debbie? I think Debbie spoke before about some golden tablets of the past, but that stuff you cannot access. This is the type of stuff that you cannot look at. The actual golden tablets.
All I'm saying is that people laughed at him like he was some kind of a kook, and he probably was to some degree, but at least what he found in those tablets and translated, these cities that existed, they ended up being found, all of them. And he never came nowhere near the area to see them with his own two eyes. He just wrote about them because he translated the information from the golden plates.
What language do you guys know? What language were the golden?
They said it
the golden
was
plates?
some sort of a modified Egyptian language on the plates.
There was some talk about these golden plates, I think, from Romania or something like that too. Golden tablets.
I can believe what you said about the humidity of Utah, but golden plates is a step too far.
Well, how did he know about it then? How did he know about the cities in South America and Cahokia and all these cities that ended up being found? How did he know? Did he just pull it out of his ass?
Well, if what you're talking, I'm not familiar with the story, but I would suggest perhaps other people wrote down stuff and recorded. If they could build a city, they could certainly write down a record of the building of the city, and maybe he had access to these records.
Maybe, but there's pictures of the plates, and he claims that's where the information came from. So, I mean, and it was extremely accurate information.
Well, there's other things he wrote, like Israelites journeying through America and all these things, but there's no archaeology to back it up. There's mass.
Guess what? I would lay odds that eventually it will come to fruition, just like all the cities and all the pyramids that he wrote about that he never seen. He got the information off the plates. They ended up being found. If he said that the Israelites came here, I'll bet you money that it will at some point in time, it will come to find out that it's true. That's just my guess.
But look at the devil in South America before, before exploring America, somebody was building the pyramids on that side also.
The Book of Mormon calls them the Jaredites, and they claim they came from the Tower of Babel. In fact, the Pyramid of the Sun in Mexico says at the base of the pyramid, in I don't know what language, but it says on the base of the Pyramid of the Sun, we are the people that came from the Tower of Babel. It says that on the base of the Pyramid of the Sun in Mexico. Why would it say that if it wasn't true? Their languages were confounded. They were spread out over the earth to go here, there, everywhere. Well, some of them came to the Americas. And when they built these pyramids, they put at the base of them, we are those people. Makes sense to me.
It's possible. Why not?
Welcome to Flat Earth, Mexico.
Welcome.
Mexico.
You've seen that complex with the Pyramid of the Sun and all those little ones out in that big plaza around it. Looks like a computer board. like some of those other cities do. That Pyramid of the Sun in Mexico, it looks just like a motherboard for a computer. And they claim they came from the Tower of Babel. And those people obviously had some very highly skilled building skills because they were building a tower to the firmament until God brought it down. So when he brought it down, they gathered up their different peoples, and some went here, some went there, some came here. They built that pyramid in Mexico and left a little note at the bottom. We are those people. And their skills for building those came from the skills of building the Tower of Babel.
It is interesting that the construction techniques used worldwide in the ancient cultures, like ancient times, were very similar, you know.
Yeah.
Across many different cultures.
Yep. I mean, it's just hard to say that it's completely impossible. I mean, I'm not saying it's 100% true, but I mean, the people were scattered from the Tower of Babel. Their languages were confounded. Some went here, some went there, some came here. They built what they built because their building skills were great. They were great builders. They built the Tower of Babel. They were trying to get to the firmament, for hell's sakes. They must have been pretty good builders. So it just makes sense to me. That's all. I'm not saying he's 100% right on everything he wrote about, but all those civilizations ended up being found that he wrote about.
Yeah, sure. And check this out. We're kind of locked into a Western ideology, considering that, including, the South America and North America. But what, and even England, which pretty much, I'm not even getting into that. But what about the Eastern cultures? They had pyramids as well.
Yeah. And you know what the Indians, when the Spanish came, what were they? Those Indians in South America,
I'm talking about India and
I know, but I'm just going to
China.
add a little bit more to my story here.
Go ahead, brother.
When they were asked if they built those buildings, those pyramids and stuff, they said no. These were built by our forefathers, the people that came before us, which would have been the people that came from the Tower of Babel. They said we inherited them. They were already here. We did not build them.
Right, from the Tower of Babel, which is, as far as we know, is Middle East, right? I mean, as far as that goes.
Right. Well, I'm just saying those people ventured out into all different sectors of the world once the tower came down. Some of them came here. They built pyramids. They built all kinds of stuff. And
they did that in the East as well.
Right. They, like I said, they went here, they went there, they went everywhere.
Now, like Russia is one of the largest countries. They won't tell us about the pyramids they have over there. And China is really, they won't tell us about some of those pyramids. I've seen some information about pyramids there. Even, south of China, there's pyramids everywhere.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, it's not just about us, our culture. I mean, there's like the pyramids, and this is all something that it's like everyone with their modern worldview, they're so shallow in their ideas, and they're saying, hey, man wasn't man because they were too dumb to figure it out, but we figured it out now. Like, bro, what do you think there's anything like modern, quote unquote, modern man says, hey, our society is built on quote unquote science. And this is kind of what we, talk about a lot. And to actually throw that aside is not necessary, but as far as what they want to try to put modern science into what we discover and act as if we're ignorant about any form of sociology, freaking archaeology, all these different quote unquote sciences, and they just say, well, since you don't have a degree in this, you can't understand it. Like, bro, I've been looking into this for freaking 20 years. Bro, I just don't buy. Actually, when I hear some of these bullshit artists talk, they're only promoting their evolution ideology of some kind of weird ball spinning around the sun. I mean, that's where I get with it. Do you not want to understand the history of Earth as it presents itself? It's like you don't want creation to exist. You don't actually want to understand how this place came about. You're pretending and making shit up about what you discover when you dig in the earth, and you're going to give us a timeline of when this happened, and their timelines are way out of whack. They don't even agree with each other on this shit. It's frustrating.
Yeah, they accomplished more with less back then, it seems like. And we're dumber today.
That's true, Matt. That's true. They are dumber. Well, they're not dumber in the, but they're smart in their vein. It's like I'm a popular guy because I'm smart, because I studied archaeology and shit, and I believe in the millions of fucking years, and I know some archaeologists that dig into the earth, and I know how old Earth is, and I just pretend to know quote unquote science. I'm fascinating because I mean, all you have to do to be popular is just agree with them, even though you're ignorant. I just don't buy it. I mean, I think there was a period in the recent past, I'm talking like 2,000 years, where these pyramids that are all over the earth, North America, South America, Canada, freaking Russia, Asia,
China,
Philippines, yeah, China. I mean, there were pyramids everywhere. They all
fucking
existed at the
everywhere.
same time. Yeah, and they all existed at the same time. They traveled. They actually traveled between different countries. They had a similar thing that we're doing now, but they
Did you
want us to.
mention Africa or no? Did you mention Africa?
No, well, my bad. Africa too. Yeah.
That's racist.
I maintain, like I said, they all came from the Tower of Babel and spread out over the earth, and that's why the buildings are all the same. Same technology.
I think Africa, the reason it's so oppressed now is because they were the masters of the universe at the time. That's why nobody talks about it. But yeah.
Even the Sumerian buildings were pyramidal shaped.
The ziggurat,
but it was still similar to a pyramid.
Well, sure. I mean, supposedly that's the Tower of Babel was supposed to reach to the sky and all. Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of hard to tell because all real information is suppressed by modern ideas. I think that the people that you can think what you want. I think most of the supposed educators are really just kind of trying to avoid talking about the real history of Earth, and they want to educate modern people here on Earth to their idea.
Egypt was a shambles, and everything you see there is been manufactured by these archaeologists, and it's a big cash. It's just a tourist attraction now, and they built that shit. It wasn't there. They didn't uncover it. They built those things, and I can show you scaffolding with them doing it. Look
Yeah.
at Wise Up. Wise Up videos shows them building these fucking statues and shit. And it's like they weren't already there. They were building this shit, telling people that the Egyptian people built them, and this is what they did. But they built them for a fucking tourist attraction to bring tourists in for money. That's why they did it.
Well, I wouldn't say that necessarily, but yeah, there's a reason that I didn't bring up Africa in that. But that's
I'm talking about Egypt mainly.
no, it's Africa. But maybe the Africans were the freest people, and they didn't put up with the bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, well, it could be something. Seems like every other country were a part of this freaking pyramidal, freaking weird system.
Well, they're certainly fucking everywhere.
Oh, it's still happening, right? You see the pyramid on your dollar bill right here in America.
Yep.
With the all-seeing eye right at the top.
The all-seeing controller.
But but the thing is about that pyramid is that you have the pyramid that is on the ground on Earth, the one we're standing on, and then you have this pyramid of light that is up in heaven. So they're referring to the actual structure or the city of God that is up above, from where God is watching everybody.
Well, the fallen angels could have brought down that information. They would have known what those
Yeah,
buildings.
you see how it's separate from the pyramid on the ground because it's not of the earth. It's not man-made. It's of heaven. It's a depiction of it.
Right. I'm just saying.
Yeah, this all-seeing eye is not in reference to Big Brother or the controllers. It's a reference of the all-seeing eye from God.
Okay.
Yeah, I can't completely disagree with that, Jonesy, because
Yeah, me neither.
Even with Ra in Egypt, that's the all-seeing eye as well. I mean,
What
a
about
lot
the
of people
pineal
just,
gland?
yeah, sure. That's kind of what I'm. It's like there. Um, I'm not going to get too deep into it because you guys will be like, "Oh, you mother."
No, come on.
All right, so Raw is like you're going to find out through this study that is you. There, the creator is. I won't say the creator is you, but how can it not be? I know that. I mean, that'll probably piss a lot of people off, but. It's like we're all kind of connected in this vein, and we all have different ideas, so we're all part of this collective idea. But it's not an idea; it's our reality. We exist this way. How can you change it? Ultimately, you can't. So, if you're looking for an Armageddon or whatever, then we all have to produce the Armageddon together. Which I think is kind of happening now, but we'll see. I think it's a form of something. There's a change a coming round the bend, and I ain't seen the sunshine since I don't know when. Stuck in Folsom Prison. Time keeps dragging on. I love the story of man's history. I love it. I'm fascinated with it. And as far as spirituality goes, I'm fascinated with that as well. So, we have to find a way to connect the two and understand it properly. And but I'm not here to convince anyone else. I just convince myself of what's going to happen in the future. But I'm not a predictor of the future. Like, in religions, like, oh, it was predicting the Bible. Oh, Armageddon's coming and all that stuff. Dude, I'm going step by step, step by step. What's the next line in that fucking song? I can't remember. Time keeps dragging on. Stuck in Folsom Prison. Time keeps dragging on. Somebody help me.
Does people keep moving down to San Antonio?
Way down in San Antonio. There you go. Down in San Antonio. He played that song in front of that in prison, man. I love that album, man. Johnny Cash was the shiznizle. There's a good chance that I'm related to that motherfucker. He's from Arkansas, but I'm not from Arkansas. But I've lived in my family tree. There's a good chance I'm related to Johnny Cash.
Do you do any covers of Johnny Cash?
Yeah. I haven't done any, like, recorded them, but yeah, I like them.
Oh yeah, you can. That's nice. I love Johnny Cash.
Do you really?
Yeah, there's one song that makes me cry. The one about the flag, that he talks about the flag. There's like a flag, and the flag is like has gone through a lot of things. Do you know which one I'm talking about? Well, anyways, there's a
Yeah, the
lot of.
old tattered flag or old ragged flag or something
Yeah,
like that.
yeah. But yeah, that one makes me cry when I like that one's like he's so emotional, like he's so involved, you know. But he has such a good music for dancing, man. Yeah. Anyways, and I
You
like
can tell.
electronic music.
You can tell
I like.
when Johnny sings. It doesn't matter what style or whatever. Actually, he never had anybody else's style. Johnny Cash, when he put his music out, he had his own thing. He wasn't following any style. It was his own thing. I love Johnny Cash for that reason. It wasn't pop music. It wasn't rock and roll. It was like Johnny Cash. He was the only person that was doing Johnny Cash. What I love about Johnny.
And it was funny too. It was like the lyrics are, yeah, I mean, it's amazing.
And I love this attitude too. He was like, if you don't like me, I don't care if you like me or not. I'm doing it anyway. He was hardcore, bro.
He played in prisons, no?
Yeah, he played it at Folsom. That's where that song came up. Stuck in Folsom Prison. Time keeps dragging on. Another favorite Johnny Cash. He did a whole album before he died of like pop songs. Like he did a Soundgarden song, like covers before he died. He's like a whole album of like cover songs.
Didn't know that.
I hurt myself the day.
Hey, Helio, how does Johnny Cash prove the flat Earth?
I don't think Johnny Cash gave a shit about the flat Earth, to be honest.
He didn't have any globe songs. I love the globe songs.
Nah.
No, but there's one that he talks about. He's been everywhere. You know, how's that song?
I've been everywhere, man. I've been everywhere.
I've been in the pocket. No.
Yeah, he could be on the same page as frickin' Shaq and be like, I went from New York to Miami and that shit looks flat. You know what I'm saying? He might as well have been on that page. You know, it looks flat to me. Could have been. But I don't think Johnny ever said that. But Shaq did.
We can say she was a flat earther.
Shaq?
No one is a flat earther. You wear the hat of a flat earther, but you're not the hat.
Nobody's a flat earther because there's no such thing as flat earth or globe. It's just earth. It's like what globe? Yeah, what globe? What globe?
I mean, there's people that wear the globe earth hat, and they argue for it.
Yeah, but why would you argue about something that you don't? This is the weirdest part. I mean, we do this all day, but why would you argue against something you don't experience? It's like, well, I heard someone say that the Earth is a globe, and I just disagree. Well, how about we agree that neither one of us actually experienced the Earth as a globe? And there's like, well, yeah, I can see where you're coming from, but I don't trust you. Well, you don't trust me, and you don't trust you. So, who do you trust?
It's like a platonic love relationship with an anime character.
Worse than that. Like if it would be like
yeah,
that,
it is worse than that, but we're not gonna make them feel too bad. We're gonna fuck it, do it. Tell them how ridiculous that is. It's like, I'm sorry, I'm being ridiculous. I mean, it's just like, hey, but I believe what anyone else says. I don't believe you. It's like, hey, bro, I'm not telling you to believe me. I'm telling you to believe yourself. Go out and look at the earth, go across the earth, look at the sky, look at the moon, sun, stars, look at the earth, as you...
Yeah, but I'm not an expert on the earth. I'm not an expert. I didn't go to college to study the earth, so I'm just going to trust the experts.
There you go. That's a good argument. All right, so I'm ignorant, and you're ignorant.
Therefore, you're ignorant because...
Yeah, I'm ignorant because you're the better believer than I am. The better way to go. So you're gonna... Oh, Ring of Fire. That's the one I was looking for.
I think what you're trying to say, Helio, is that you gotta accept the displays the way it presents itself. Like it doesn't matter your opinion or your belief about it.
Well, I'm
Like
quite
the Earth,
used to people
Earth,
discounting my
Earth
opinion.
is
That's the thing.
Earth. Earth is Earth,
Sure, it is.
and you gotta accept it the way it is.
That's the way it. Earth. I live here, don't I? I mean, now is Earth third rock from the sun, or is Earth the place we live? And then we can start from there. So now, Earth, in your opinion, is it the third rock from the sun? And if you have any evidence for that, now
There is
I was.
the third disk from the sun.
Oh well, that depends on who you're talking to. Some people might believe that, but for the most part, I don't think we get a lot of that when new people come in. They try to avoid that because they know they've heard it before and they just don't address that right.
Well, most people that are kind of new into the topic and they hear the term flat Earth, they actually think about a disk flowing through space.
Sure, and I don't blame them because that's when I first heard of it. That's pretty much what I thought too. You know?
I stay with the disc instead of the
but you need to imagine, because I've been here a few times. You need to imagine a world that just goes on forever in every direction. It's more like that.
Well, you don't really have
That's
to,
the infinite
but
plane
it's just
society.
that the distances could be like the distances could be so big that even in your lifetime you wouldn't be able to cover the whole thing. So
yeah, but there's more than one lifetime.
Infinite and
Your
forever.
son can continue.
I don't think we can measure infinite and forever or prove it, right?
Yeah.
I mean, there has to. I think that there must be a beginning and an end. So forever, I don't know.
No,
There was a beginning.
I don't think there needs to be a beginning or an infinity. Right, exists as a concept. That means no end, but it also could be applied to backwards in time as well.
But does it mean reality?
Doesn't mean no. It may or may not go along with that. Correct.
So if we're talking about Earth, which is in reality, and we're trying to figure out what this place is, when I hear something like the Infinite Plane Society, like popped up around 2016, I think those people are like maybe not the followers, maybe the followers are duped, but the leaders are definitely evil, and they're no different than the Flat Earth Society.
Oh. I don't know. I just I keep coming back here because I like the people who are here. I don't. I found it quite difficult because I've started to find that I don't believe that there's a flat Earth. I really don't, and I have to be honest. I really don't. But I went as far as I could talking to you guys, and I was sometimes I was taken off to other areas and chatted away with other people who I think are great, lovely people. So I want to come back here, but I need to be honest. I can't lie to you. I don't think the Earth is flat. So
when you say
I would love to keep coming here if that's okay.
Yeah, but there's the thing that when you say Earth is flat, that when I think about the Earth, I cannot picture a thing as a whole and give it a shape or a full description. That what we experience, the ground we're standing on, the soil that gets between your toes, and the water that you go to and you jump in, right? The bodies of water. That stuff, the real thing, the objective place that we all experience.
As far as we're aware, it's flat.
Yeah. As far as we are aware, the places that we have been, there's nowhere to find that the globe that they tell this place is that's nowhere to be found in this reality. But when we say flat, when I say flat Earth, I know people are trying to put the dimensions of the image that they get in their mind whenever they the Google search flat Earth and they see this disk in space and they say that doesn't make sense, right?
Yeah.
So we
Doesn't.
cannot actually make an image of the Earth as a whole. So even flat Earth itself, those two words cannot determine what this whole place actually is. So the term flat Earth is just a descriptor, a description of the ground and the waters that we navigate on top.
Cool. Yeah. I found out something recently that was I don't know how you guys will react to this, but I wanted to mention it because it's got a kind of similar aspect to it. I was just watching something about the Voyager thing that was sent out there into space. Like, I imagine, don't criticize me immediately. Imagine just that it did, and it's gone off somewhere. But there's two of them, and they've gone through this little thing. There's basically a big fireball that surrounds our solar system right out beyond the Oort cloud. So there is an end, almost like an end to the world, where it just gets too hot and it's like a big fireball. But when you're through it, then you're into cosmic space. It's like, wow, that's a little bit. That's a little bit like the idea of the end of the world, isn't it?
Talking about a fire in a vacuum?
Yeah.
Weird. I've never seen a fire in a vacuum. Fire requires oxygen.
Oh no, well that's the thing. That's what was so interesting about it, because yes, you're correct. The thing was collecting different particles. It was so cold out there; it was ridiculous. But these particles will be flying through a vacuum. The vacuum isn't empty. The vacuum of space is not empty. That's what you think. It's not. It's full of shit flying around, loads of it. And it was really
hot. Your perfect vacuum is full of shit, and it's hot and cold at the same time.
Maybe, dude. Maybe, because I don't know, and I can't check it out at all.
Well, let me drop some knowledge on you, bro. So I've experienced dirt.
I like the idea there's
here
a big
on Earth.
fiery halo around our solar system.
Let me help you out, bro. Let me help you out. I've experienced dirt here on Earth that we can walk on. And I'd imagine if you dug deep, you could find more dirt. But what they're telling you, right, is that there's dirt in the sky that we can walk on. Have you ever experienced that?
There is. No, there is. What to shoot stars then? What are shooting stars? Because that is dirt basically falling into the atmosphere. That's what I think it is.
What are you talking about?
You think? Shooting stars.
Shooting stars? Oh, so you see a light in the sky and you'd imagine that's dirt.
It's not imagining. I mean, I consider it to be basically just some space dirt flying into our atmosphere and burning up.
Okay, well, what if I said that it's a plasmoid?
Your explanation for that? Because we've all seen.
What if I said it's a plasmoid?
Fine, you need to explain what that is. But I'm happy to go there. Sure.
Okay, so what if these things that we call sprites and dragons and all sorts of things that people have seen in the sky, I've heard reports of things called Foo Fighters and things like this, orbs flying over mountains. I've heard firsthand experience of that. What if it's just plasma? Like, we live in an electrodynamic system, right?
Well, they'd be able to tell that, wouldn't they? The difference. I mean, plasmas, that's basically like the Northern Lights, which I haven't seen yet. And I wonder if that's on.
So, plasma you've seen all the time. Every time you light a fire, you've got excited gas. That's plasma.
Yeah. Could be. I don't know. Maybe it is. Plasma. Maybe. Dude, honestly, I don't know because I'm not there.
Monkey, Patron, Monkey, Larry mentioned, you mentioned the shooting stars phenomena, and Larry mentioned plasma, right? There's been research done about what you call shooting star. I'll actually describe as they call them sporadic meteors. Okay.
Okay. Cool. Yeah.
That's just a description, right? That's a description, right? And then they came to a conclusion that all the phenomena that we call shooting stars or sporadic meteors, which is this plasma light that we see from one spot of the sky to another area of the sky, right? They all source from 6 radiant sources up in the sky. And if we were in this ball spinning through space, so rocks should be falling in all angles, all spots, every single area of the sky should be showing rocks. Let's say rocks. This phenomena showing up in the sky. What the phenomena that is called sporadic meteors, they all come from 6 radiant sources.
That's fucking.
And that's not random.
That is fucking interesting. That's the first thing. Sorry, I don't mean to diss anyone else here.
Yeah, it is very interesting. The first time I saw that research, it is interesting.
If it comes from one place, then what the fuck's going on there? Right, brilliant.
Six radiant sources, six specific regions of the sky, and they're labeled as radiant sources. And they also named helion, antihelion, north apex, south apex, and this is just labels or names that we have. People gave these areas, but there are specific points of the sky from where all sporadic meteors come from.
Cool. Okay, I'm going to look into that. I'm going to find out about that because that's fucking. Not only just to disprove or prove anything, that's bloody interesting. Why the fuck if that's the case? I want to know about it.
I'm just saying because you mentioned the shooting stars, which is relation to that, and then Larry said plasma, and that kind of, for me, the plasma work kind of works with that, but I cannot tell you exactly what's going on. I have my own ideas, but I cannot tell you what's actually going on because I cannot go up to the sky and double check it, and verify it.
Same, exactly. That's the issue, isn't it? You know, we work off secondary media, don't we? We have to use light. I mean, the reason that everyone knows that or says that a star or a planet is so much far away is all to do with the wavelength of the light that comes from it. That's not that good, really, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, because they pre-assume the distance to Venus. They actually come getting those distances, right? Because they claim pre-assumption of the radius of the Earth and the curvature of the ground that's nowhere to be found. And then they say the distance to Venus is this far away. Therefore, the distance to the Sun is this far away. Therefore, the distance to these planets and whatever other solar systems is this far away. So it's all based on
gravity.
It's all based on pre-assumptions and presuppositions, mostly. The distances and the sizes.
Yeah, light does not get affected by gravity. That is just a claim about something.
Well, there are. That would help that would help the argument on your side, not mine.
No, light on Earth, where we can test things, light is not affected by gravity according to mainstream science.
Oh, of course, because sorry, I just realized I said the G word, didn't I? I just realized.
They believe in outer space around the sun and other giant massive bodies, there is enough gravity to bend light, but there's no evidence that that is actually true on Earth.
No, but if you look at the galaxies in space, there's been some good diagrams of showing that we've taken these two pictures from this area and this area, and they are basically, if you put them together, they are like side to side reflections of each other. What does that mean? And we've come up with the idea that obviously time is light bending around space on its journey.
Maybe there's layers above. Maybe there's layers above, and the lights are reflecting on each other. And remember, the distances and the sizes of these things are based on the globe side, at least, are based on pre-assumptions and presuppositions. So, adding on top of that will give you a bad conclusion because you're already standing in false pre-assumptions, like the distances, the sizes.
Well, that's why I like being here.
The Earth is spinning, and the Earth is curved and spinning, and the vacuum of space and all that kind of stuff.
Hang on. In the flat Earth world, is it spinning? Are we spinning? left and right, or are we not
Well,
spinning
when
it?
you look up and you observe the phenomena that everybody can observe, the luminaries, right? The sun, the moon, the stars, we can see that spin up there in the sky, right? Can you see it? Can you time lapse the stars and see
Yeah.
sort of like a spin cycles?
Yeah, if I
up in
just
the sky?
pointed up at the sky and just kept on a time lapse for a month, you'd definitely see stuff move around, wouldn't you?
Exactly. So that phenomena that we observe, lights in the sky moving in cycles, right? That's off the sky, up above. But some people are saying that we see that because the ground we're standing on, it's spinning and
Yes.
curving, and can give you like a bad, because when you go to the ground
It
and
makes
you try
sense.
to,
I mean, it's hard
and you
to understand, but that's the thing, because it's hard to understand, and I can't do the maths on that. But I've definitely been on holiday, and I've seen different star constellations in different places at different times. And you have as well, yeah?
Yeah.
You've been on the beach and looked up at the sky
And that's
somewhere on
phenomena that
holiday and
we
gone, oh,
observe.
wow, the plow's over there now. That's
Yeah,
weird.
that's the
Nobody
phenomena
over
that we
here.
observe up in the sky, but we cannot say, hey, look, a light in the sky, therefore that means that I am standing on a light in the sky.
No, I don't think so, yeah.
Exactly, yeah. So a lot of people have that. They say, hey, because we see the sky moving, or the stars or the luminaries
Oh, so
moving,
that's cool.
that
So you're happy
means
that the sky
that the
moves
ground
around.
that I'm standing on, it's moving as well.
Hey, Monkeytron, are you under the impression that nobody that is a quote unquote flat earther has been to the southern hemisphere and
No,
has
no,
observed?
dude, I'm
Okay,
trying my
then
hardest
why
not to.
are you saying something like that? That's
Because
weird.
I have to ask the simple questions to find out where we are. Because, I'm trying to be. I'm trying to understand. Because I really genuinely think the world is round, right?
Yeah. No, you're being
I
cool.
respect
It's all
that.
good, Helio. Hey, bro,
Unlike most people, I do respect that. Because you've got some good arguments. I literally said a while ago, I'm going to just assume the Earth is flat, and go and talk to my friend. I went and talked to my physics friend, and he wouldn't even give it the time of day. So I've kind of lost that. Gone,
Wait, so you want to talk to someone else about what you misunderstand about our argument or their argument? Which one?
Both, really. Both, dude.
You brought it to your friend, and you started saying the Earth is flat, and you lost him right there.
Yeah.
Don't
Yeah,
do that with
no.
people. Don't do that, because flat Earth is being a weaponized term that is gonna trigger people to a place that they're not gonna want to listen to you, because you're crazy if you say something like
But
that.
I'm a really
If you say
close
flat
friend to
Earth,
this guy. I'm a really close friend to I thought he was... Sorry,
go ahead, bro. My bad. I'm sorry. I'm just saying that if you use the term flat Earth, people are gonna relate you to craziness, and then whatever you say after that.
I think you're right. Yeah, maybe that was the thing.
Hey, if I misunderstand, I just want to clarify something with you, Monkeytron. You said you've been listening to the argument for quite a while, right?
Yeah, no, about at least 3-4 months or something.
Okay, well, that's not as long as
a little area.
a lot of people have. But hey,
I like you guys.
All right, you like us because we're cool or whatever. Are the guys on the other side of the argument, are they cool? Have you talked to them?
No, they don't really. Well, if they're talking about you, they really don't like you at all. So I always big you up, honestly.
All right, cool. So are they saying what are they? All right, Monkeytron, what do they say about us?
It's just so incredibly dismissive. It's just nothing. It's like they really couldn't.
All right. So in your experience, do we
annoying.
dismiss any argument that you bring forward?
Exactly. I don't do that. That's why I'm here.
No, I'm asking you, do we dismiss any argument? Or do we have an answer for every single argument?
The last time I did ask one question once, which was about the edge of the Earth, to do with photographs and stuff. and there was some.
Well, that's kind
there
of
was
irrelevant.
there was a bit of about that.
Yeah,
other
but
than that, I guess
nobody.
mostly you do.
See, hey, if you listen to us long enough, we don't talk about the edge so much
I know.
because
You see, I know that now. That's
right, so,
I'm
because
afraid.
you might in your mind think flat earthers think we're the third flat disk from the sun.
Yeah, flying through space, like the guy said.
Yeah,
exactly.
we don't think that's what Earth is.
And someone else said that it just goes on forever and stuff. And that's why I thought it was really interesting that if it is true, right? Say you're all wrong, and it is that. Just imagine for a second, it is cool that this spaceship's suddenly going through this area that's going, whoa! There's a big fiery ball around the whole of our sun, right? Is in the middle like a little dot, and then it's flying through space like a hot comet, with a tail on the end of it or something. They haven't proved that yet, but they think that, and I'm like, that's kind of cool. But at the same time,
what the fuck?
Complete.
You guys hear me okay?
Story,
Yeah, Larry, let Larry talk, please, guys.
Yeah, I'll be quick. So to the guy that comes in here, he hasn't really said that he's a flat earther, which is fine. You can believe whatever you want to believe. But I'm just curious, like, you come in here and you talk to us, right? And you go and talk to them, and they say we're dismissive.
I wanted to know what you were talking about, because I thought that humans can't just be completely insane. And then I've come here, and no, nothing. I couldn't have been more surprised by how fucking nice and reasonable and happy to argue about all aspects of it you lot have been. So
Cool.
I
appreciate
come
that.
back. I come back because I like you. I like this community, even though I don't believe it. I have to say I don't, because otherwise that'd be snide, wouldn't it? I'm not going to lie.
Right, we appreciate that too.
Yeah, go ahead.
We appreciate you being honest. We appreciate your kind words. The thing is, though, is that they say that we're dismissive, but we're the ones who are measuring the horizon 10 times further than it should be. And then they just say one word, which is refraction. And this is the crux of the argument. Like, if you would have been here for the past 7 years, right, you would see that what's going on basically is the crux of the argument is we can see too far. Now, they don't disagree with that, not one bit, as a matter of fact. They agree that we can see too far. The question is why? Why can we see too far? And their answer is literally because of refraction. And then when you start to ask them, okay, well, what do you mean by refraction? Well, they just say, like, the light's bending. And you're like, okay, so how is it bending? And they say, well, it's bending down because it gets colder and colder, and that could cause light to bend down. Well, what if we could see it both ways? Is the light getting colder both ways? It's like that old story where my grandpa, he walked uphill. Hold on, bro. Can I not be heard?
Yeah, no, I'm listening.
No, you sound fine, Larry. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So it's like the old story of your grandpa. He walked uphill both ways to school. How did he do that? You can't walk both hills. You can't walk both way up hills. One of those is going to be downhill, right? So what we're saying is that if we can see it both ways, the water can't be getting, or the temperature can't be getting colder both ways. So we're saying, how is this refraction bending down at 8 inches per mile squared
No, hang on.
perfectly?
I need to know the answer to the old man question. How did he manage to go uphill to school and back? I need to know the answer to that, because I've never heard that. I've never heard that. That
really,
story.
you never heard that?
No, I never heard it. So what's the answer? Before you carry
the
on,
answer is he's fluffing a story because he's trying to illustrate.
He doesn't understand sarcasm. How are you going to get
what that is? Look, finish the thing, and then can we please come back and explain how the old man got up the hill twice? Because that's all I'm thinking about.
Well, dude, Larry has made a very valid point, but you don't understand sarcasm. How can you understand anything if you don't understand the
I do understand sarcasm. No, I don't.
Well, you didn't.
There you go. Just did it there.
Get the uphill both ways. Right. Goddamn.
I'm British, motherfucker. Of course I understand sarcasm. We're made out of it.
I'm sorry,
no,
Larry,
we're not.
for interrupting you, but god dang.
There you
I
go.
thought he was making a really good point, and you kept interrupting him.
I'm sorry. I just wanted to know about that little particular story, and I apologise. So if you can remember the point, I'm sorry if I derailed that. I didn't mean to.
Well, I'll add a little bit. He's trying to tell you, zip your lip.
Or he may be on a delivery or something now. He's muted. But anyway, yeah, seriously, bro. I mean, are
Okay,
you trying? Are you trying to understand our point of view and compare and contrast it to both, and then come to a conclusion, or are you just kind of like, "Hey, this is fun talking about flat Earth versus globe"? And I'd
okay.
rather just have a good time and
Both.
rather not
It's
have a.
both. It's both.
Go ahead,
It's
Larry. Larry's back. Larry's back. Go ahead,
both
brother.
of those things, actually, to
All
answer your
right,
question.
cool. We'll let
Correct.
Larry talk. Finish your conclusion,
So,
Larry.
yeah, you can't go uphills both ways from point A to B, right? Just like it can't be getting colder both ways from point A to B. If it's getting colder in one direction, necessary law of non-contradiction, it's got to be getting hotter if you turn around and go the other way, right?
Yeah.
So what they're claiming is that as we see these, let's say, buildings that are too far, or the horizon is too far, the light is heading towards the observer after it bounces off the building, right? So it must be getting colder and colder and colder because normal refraction is between two media, like glass and air, or water and air, right? And if the light hits the boundary between the water and the air at a certain angle, it's going to make the fish appear where it's not actually at. I'm sure you know about spearfishing, right? You guys have fish and chips over there, right?
Yeah, but I know we don't spearfish them, though, and that would be cool, though. I'd do it if I was made to.
All right,
I'd like
cool.
to put it
So
into.
my point is that they say the light's bending down because the temperature is getting colder. Now, if you know anything about the beach, the deeper part of the ocean is going to be colder. So the
Yep.
water over that part is going to be colder. As you're heading towards the shore where humans normally are, at least the landlubbers, then that would necessitate that it's getting warmer as the water gets more shallow. So how could the light be bending down if the water is getting warmer?
Yeah, I have a small correction, Larry, because it depends on the conditions of the day. Because as the sunlight hits the ground, it scatters and turns into infrared or heat. But as it hits the water, it's absorbed deeper into the water before it scatters and turns into heat.
Yeah, that makes sense. So the time of the day would
Yeah, and so depending on the time of day, you can
hotter,
see
smaller water.
you can go out when there's the least temperature differential between the water and the air. That's one of the things that the PhD in spectrophotometry.
That's how waves work, is it?
John,
Maybe? No, I don't know.
It probably
It could be because it's not the moon, according to you flat earthers. So
those
that's good.
systems in
It
some
could
way.
be that.
Temperature does play a large role in our weather systems.
Yeah, man. Exactly, because the difference, we know that hot goes up and cold goes down. Well, cold does cold go down? We know
But
hot goes up.
the
Cold,
temperature on a certain part of the Earth is essentially based on where the sun is in our sky.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if you open a window and you've got it's hot inside, and you smoke a lot, right? You will have noticed that all the smoke goes out the top part of the window.
No. We're talking about
And if you
Earth.
try and smoke
Hey,
outside,
let's get back to Earth.
that's
We're not talking about somebody
Sorry,
smoking.
It's not that heat goes up and cold goes down, but rather that when gas gets heated, it expands and creates more pressure. When it gets cooled,
it jumps around,
it
smashes
contracts.
into each other, becomes energetic.
Yeah, it contracts and takes up less space, and you get less pressure. And so the system is constantly shifting as high pressure moves to low pressure.
It's almost like it wants an equilibrium, but wants is the wrong word because no one's wanting it. It just seems to.
Yeah, it's a balance. It's a balance of nature. It seeks equilibrium. Nature itself seeks equilibrium.
The way I look at it is
we would probably have equilibrium if we didn't have a sun and all this life, because the sun is constantly stirring up the pot. If you look at it like that.
Good point. We wouldn't be alive. You wouldn't have life. If it was just perfect equilibrium, it would just be complete darkness and death and no life at all. But because maybe we're a mistake in the universe that's created all of chatting to. Imagine.
Why would you think that? Why aren't we a
I
creation?
don't know. It's
A
amazing.
dynamic.
I'm very,
We
very.
live in. All right, we live in a dynamic system.
Yeah.
Where, you know, I mean, the
Live in an
only
oxygen-
knowledge that we have over the past 100 years through this
Annoying we can't.
the crazy education system that we have, we don't really know what happened 15,000 years ago. I mean, come on, man. You feel all pompous, like, us ignorant, like what the Earth did this, and you know, come on, man, stop acting so pompous, bro.
I didn't say that at all.
I know you didn't, but you acted like it. Anyway, go ahead. I'm sorry.
You thought I was going to, and I just didn't.
I'm comparing you to other people that come in here and say
well,
shit like they know something because they've been 10 years in the education system, which is pretty flawed.
Well, I haven't. I'll tell you that now. I went to university and immediately got incredibly drunk with all my. Found out that life. Basically.
That's usually what happens when people go to university. So it's it's not. I don't blame you for that.
Yeah. Yeah, no, but life's been fine since. So yeah, that's fine.
Anyway, back to why do you think that quote unquote the history of quote unquote science has given us a framework that we can understand Earth as as their globe idea, the heliocentric model. You think it's valid?
Yes,
do you think they have physical evidence for the Earth being third rock from the sun in the solar system?
No, you jumped ahead. But we just talk. Yeah, I don't want to get into it. I suppose I've come here, so I do have to.
All right, you don't want to get into it. That's why you came here to not get into it.
Right, okay. I have to have this constant argument, but I want you to know that I'm your friend. Before we.
No, I'm not. I don't want to be your friend. I want you to tell me what do you mean by the thing that you just said.
I can't remember what it was, and if you,
hey, I'll be your friend. Just talk to Helio, even if he's an asshole. I'll be your friend.
Cool.
All right, so you have this idea about the heliocentric model. And you've talked to many globers and many flat earthers.
I haven't. No, this is just normal life. Everything up to now, everyone has
nothing
assumed.
About life is normal.
No, true.
Wait, what?
But some things are similar that we must all have experienced.
Okay, well let's take a look at life about me looking at the heliocentric model and the geocentric model, or sometimes otherwise known as flat Earth. But the geocentric could work the same way in the so it'd be like Earth center and then the sun moving. There's only one way to look at it. Either the sun is moving above our head, and the other thing is we're on Earth.
It is above our head as far as we're concerned.
All right, and so it's moving across the sky, and the only reason that you see the sun moving across the sky, like say you're watching the sun rise, the reason you see the sun rise is because you're on Earth moving toward it.
No, we're spinning.
Right, so when you watch the sunrise,
are you talking about flat Earth thinking or the other one?
I'm asking you. I'm telling you what I'm actually telling you.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's what I think. Then, if you're asking me,
say you're standing in New York, you watch the sunrise, and when you see the sun, rise, then.
That's east. I know that much. I could probably get.
You're looking east. Yes.
Yeah.
And when you see the sun rise, that means so in your mind, when you're standing on the shore watching the sun rise, that means that the sun is stationary and you are moving. You're spinning around the third rock from the sun. The Earth is spinning, and that's what you see.
The sun's part of many, many other little stars, all flying at incredible speed across the galaxy as well. It's fucking nuts what they think.
Who told you that? Who told you that?
Just some cool science guys.
Really? How cool are they?
He
Pretty
just
cool.
said he just said that's what they claim, Helio. He's talking about what they claim, yeah.
And look, I didn't say I believed immediately today. I probably do go with it, but there's a lot of me that watches the latest.
I was just asking a very
I go,
this is the thing that I ask. Monkeytron, listen, this is the thing that I ask for everyone that wants to get in this argument. Understand both sides and choose a side. I mean, this is a very simple thing. So when I ask you, hey, when you're,
I don't want to. I want to be flexible. I basically said.
I mean, you're gonna embarrass yourself, and you're gonna make yourself.
Fine. I don't mind that. I don't mind that. You learn lots by.
All right, you guys have at it. I'm done with it.
All right, Helio. Thank you very much. You can apologize for the elderly.
Yeah. So you're most welcome to the server. We don't care what you believe.
Fucking punk.
Yeah, we don't care what you believe, right? You could be a Glober and be in here. That's perfectly fine. Just do your best.
How I am, right? I'm very globy. I'm not a full.
And you can also be on the fence, right? If you say that you're here to listen to what we have to say, maybe on the fence, but you're not going to get the roles today. It might be a few weeks before you get your roles. Don't ask for them. You'll be assigned to them as you earn them, and just trying to have mic discipline. Try not to interrupt people, and I'm sure we'll get along fine.
I have a little bit of a problem where I sometimes get drunk and will interrupt, but if you just say "sharp" right in my face, I will for ages.
Is that why you?
Not good enough, is it? It's not good enough. That I'll try really hard is basically the better answer.
That's probably why you and Helio are getting along so well, because of the alcohol.
Oh, is that it?
It might be, but at the same time, this guy refuses to actually take a look at both sides and come to his own conclusion.
I am.
No, actually, you're not. I was trying to explain it to you.
I was before.
Are you moving toward the sun when you see the sunrise? Or is the sun moving above your head?
He might be. You might be moving away from it. I don't know exactly.
You can't move away from the sun and watch the sunrise.
Yeah, you can. If it was a planet that was spinning.
Oh my god!
He's spinning in one direction. You see that I'm coming from the globalist side.
You sound like an idiot. So fine.
Well, no, to you it does, but to me it makes sense. Right? Okay. I need to know what it looks like, what it feels like to sit on this planet. It's the same as now, obviously.
This is in principle.
Exactly.
Here's the description of the heliocentric model. You're the third rock from the sun. It's on an angle, 23.4 degrees. You're the third rock from the sun. Doesn't matter what season it is, when the Earth is spinning, right?
The season's something to do with the sun.
Is it? Should I even do this with Monkeytron, guys?
No, hang on.
You said you were gonna mute yourself, but 10 seconds later you jumped in.
So. Can I just I'll apologize.
All right, you guys do. You guys try to explain it. I don't even.
No, Helio. Keep going, Helio. You got this.
No, I've got it.
All right, so this is easy. It's like when you're on the third rock from the sun in the heliocentric model. When you're spinning, your third rock from the sun, due to gravity, you're like spinning the other way as you traverse around in the we have Mercury.
Fucking hell. Okay.
Helio, are you trying to explain the spinning globe to someone that is under the influence?
No, I'm trying.
It's very confusing when it's coming from a flat earther.
It's not going to work. Yeah, exactly. This was great, and I need to go, and I mean this genuinely, because I am too drunk to take this seriously enough, and I will end up annoying you at some point. So I'm going to disappear.
Not more than Helio.
Let him carry on. He's good, but I
No,
can't.
no, I don't want. I don't want to carry on. I want you actually to understand whether or not you see the sunrise because you're moving on the earth, or whether the sun is moving over above your head. It's a very simple question.
Okay, right. Okay, I'm imagining that I'm just on the ground, and the reason the sunrise happens is the sun's just moving around in space and stuff above me. Is it somewhere? Okay, so the sun comes up over there. Is that still east?
Yeah, it comes from the east. The
Right,
sun
cool.
rises from the
And
east
then it
and
goes
sets
straight
in
up
the west.
above
Yeah.
you. The sun's moving, yeah?
The only thing you
Oh,
ever
yeah.
experience is
That's what I'm
sunrise in the
imagining.
east,
Makes
sets
sense.
in the west. Yes, very simple.
And then it fucks off down the back. Now, the first thing I think is what goes on. Because it never comes back from the back and goes over to the front, does it? So it's definitely doing the sun, right?
I'm going to tell you another.
What just happens to the sun when
Hey,
it
I'm
goes?
going to tell you another secret, Munkatron, before you fuck off. All of the stars move the same direction too, and so does the moon.
Well, again, I told you I'll fuck off at any given point. I was made to stay against my will.
Okay, well, you can leave anytime you want to. Nobody's making you stay.
Oh, it's all right. I know I'm joking.
Hey, you can stay as well. You don't have to go.
Yeah, I'll shut up and you can talk to the other people too. I mean, you don't have to leave.
No, thank you.
No, but come on.
I just want to say something.
I like to jump around anyway. This was a good conversation. I thought I would never come back here because I was like, oh, you don't believe it. Don't be rude to them. Don't be dishonest to them. But then tonight I just thought, well, I won't be. Did this. And you're still all good guys. So I'll check you out later. In a bit, guys.
Be safe, Lucky.
Yeah, he jumped out. That's all
But
good. Hey,
so
if
he's
I
going
was
to come
being a
back when you're
dick,
sober.
I don't think he would understand it even if he was sober. But anyway,
Looks like we got a GD Seeker, God Seeker, maybe. Have you guys talked to him?
Helio will talk to him.
God damn it, Jimsy. Why are you fucking sick of me on everybody? What the hell are you doing?
No, the opposite.
I don't know. Cool. Who are we talking to? I mean, I'll be glad to talk to people, but I have to listen to them talk first. Don't just freaking throw me at somebody.
It's G-D Seeker. I'm assuming it's God Seeker.
Correct. Hello.
Hello, how you doing?
I'm all right. And yourself?
Good. It looks like you've been here before and you went through the 3 points. Excellent. So,
Yes, sir.
what do you think about the debate? Have you been listening long?
Yes, I pop in from time to time.
Right. So you heard what I said a few minutes ago about how it all boils down to them dismissing the fact that we can see too far with the word refraction. What do you think about that?
I don't know. I don't think we can see that far.
Oh, so you disagree with the anti-flat earthers. Okay, so there's a group of people on the internet, they're called anti-flat earthers, and they've been doing this with us so long that they can't disagree that we can see too far. So they all disagree that we can see way past the geometric horizon, which means the Earth curved horizon, right? We see way past that. So the Earth is supposed to be curving down, and if you think about like an army man on top of a basketball, he can't see the other army man on the side of the basketball, right? Because there's an obstruction, right? The basketball is physically obstructing the second army man. You know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
All right, so the problem is that we can see way past that, the geometric horizon, or the obstruction that the Earth is supposed to be causing according to their model and their measurements that they've given us. So we're not arguing that anymore. That was, pretty much done away with in 2019. At this point in the argument, it's why can we see too far? So if you don't believe me, you can just talk to any of the Globers that come in here. Matthew learns, he'll admit that we can see too far. Rolling my boulder, also known as Sisyphus, he agrees that we can see too far. The question is, why can we see too far? And we're saying because there's no geometric obstruction, no Earth blocking our view, because we can't detect any curvature. And that's why there's so many people in the survey. That's why at one point we were on top of the Google Analytics because more people were searching for it than any other term that was trending at the time, according to Google. And that's why there's 30,000 people here in the server, and all over the world, you're going to start running into flat earthers in the wild. I've run into some flat earthers in the wild. I had no idea they were flat earthers, and until they told me themselves or someone else told me that, hey, there were some flat earthers that used to work here. And I knew they were telling the truth because they had to stop talking about the flat earth because arguments got so intense that they weren't allowed to talk about it at work no more. So that sounds about right from my experience. So yeah, if you don't know that we can see too far, have you heard of the black swan?
Yes.
Well, that right there should have told you that we can see too far. Right? The black swan
Are we
image.
asking hard questions here? I mean, Larry just went through a whole spiel. Or did you miss the whole thing? I mean, this is really not that hard to understand.
What do you think the black swan is?
GD Seeker. I'm just going to call you Seeker. What do you think the black swan is?
I don't know. Can you elaborate?
Yeah, well, let's start. I think maybe with the original black swan argument. It's like if you say all swans are white, if you find one black swan, then
Yeah, just let Larry do it.
yeah, go ahead.
All right, cool. So I'm going to post it if somebody. Oh, it's already done. So, Seeker, can you see the live stream voice fixed? The room right above this one?
Yes.
All right, do you see the image that was posted a few minutes ago by Drace where it says Earth is not a ball? Sorry, Earth is not a sphere?
Yes.
All right, cool. So if you'll look at that, I'll go ahead and read it. If P then Q, not Q, therefore not P. So if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, that's P, then every horizon distant measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Q, this is the geometric horizon. So not Q, we'll get to that in just a second. The horizon distance is greater than 9.41 miles. Therefore not P, the Earth is not a sphere. Now this is a simple argument, and I'll give you another example so that you understand the argument before we move on. So if a woman is pregnant with triplets, and she's been pregnant for 9 months, and she's laying on her back, and the doctor says, "What color are your toenails?" and then smiles at her, she's going to say, "I don't know. I haven't seen my toes in months. My husband has been painting them for me." Right? If she answers and looks up and she sees her toes, then she's not pregnant with triplets at 9 months. You follow?
Yes.
Because she wouldn't be able to see her feet for a long time unless she has a giraffe neck. Right? Okay,
Yeah.
so this is how this argument is it's made. It's like it's either this or that. It can't be both. Okay, so this is a still shot from a movie, right? And we can provide the movie, and we encourage you to watch the whole movie because you're gonna have answers. You're gonna have questions, right? Are these guys trying to pull a fast one on me? And all the variables and factors that you might be thinking, well, how high was this picture taken from, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. All that's going to be answered in the video. And I would encourage you to look at the video. But the most important thing, we're not asking you to believe us, right? We're asking you to look at this argument, and if it makes sense to you, then go outside and do it yourself. And look at the earth itself and see how it presents itself rather than what you've seen on TV. Because let's face it, you sound like you're about 20 or 30 years old. Have you consumed about 20 years worth of programming on TV?
Yes.
Okay, so there's a great chance that you've seen propaganda and stuff that just isn't real, like Mickey Mouse casting spells on brooms and stuff like that. But sometimes it's obvious and sometimes it's not so obvious, right? So look at the platform habitat and platform hill house. Do you see the horizon in that image?
Yes.
Okay, so is it before, in between, or past the two platforms?
Looks like it's past the second one, the one
Right,
in the
it's
distance.
past both of them. So the thing about this video is the guy walks out with his camera, he nearly sticks it in the water, so it's like a foot above the water. And then he zooms in for a long time because he's got a badass camera. And then you can see this image right here, and then it's still shot, and then we took the still shot to show you that the horizon is way over there. Now, if you go to any Earth curve calculator, which I would implore you to do right now in your search engine, go to any Earth curve calculator, and it's going to give you an opportunity to put in eye height or observation height. If you put in 1 foot, it'll tell you where the horizon is supposed to be. And this is made by Globers. Flat Earthers don't make these, as far as I know. So if you put in 1 foot eye height or observation height, it'll do all the math for you. And then you look around until you see horizon distance, and it's going to tell you 1.22 miles. Well, if that's true, then what we have here is called an impossible shot, right? It's like there's a deer on the other side of the hill, right? And this hill should be, 66 feet high, because let's say it's 10 miles away. The horizon is 10 miles away, there should be 66 feet of curvature, but yet you can see the little boat in between platform, habitat, and hill house. That's a little tiny boat right there in between, I think.
Yes.
So there should be 66 feet of water curving somewhere, but it's a straight, flat shot all the way down. So now you see why we don't disagree that we can see too far, because we can see too far. It's not just verifiable right here with this photograph, which I'm not asking you to believe some idiot on the internet showing you an image that could have been doctored. Right? I'm not even asking you to believe in the video, which also could be Mary Poppins the shit out of, right? I'm asking you to go outside and look for yourself, because I'm not trying to make you drink the water. I'm just giving you the opportunity that if you were so inclined to want to find out the truth, this is how you do it. Earth curve calculator, go outside, large body of water at rest, obviously not on a foggy day, not during a thunderstorm or snow, right? Clear water, calm, clear skies. I meant to say still water. And see what you can see. Make some observations, pull out the Google map, see how far you can see. And of course, you're going to use the Earth curve calculator, because there are factors and variables that you have to type into the calculator. For example, your eye height. And we're telling you to do it over water because that eliminates the topography. So a lot of people say if you're measuring over land, all you're measuring is topography. I say that's probably, for someone less smarter than me to measure over land. Okay? I'm not the one. I got to go for a second. I'll be right back.
Hey, Larry, nobody's smarter than you. What do you think about what Larry said?
Makes sense.
All right, so have you taken a look at the footage that he's talking about?
Yeah, I seen that video, or I guess it's a meme.
Did you see it before you came in here tonight?
Yes, I've seen that before.
All right, so in your opinion, is the horizon the curvature of the Earth or the extent of our vision? I'm giving you two options. You're going to have to choose one.
I would say the extent of our vision, the
Oh,
farthest we can see.
that's a good answer. All right, so we agree with you. Now, so the horizon cannot be the physical curvature of the Earth, according to the images that Larry just explained to you.
Right. That would be like a vanishing point, so to speak.
All right, so let's get back to what the Earth is. Now, they told us that the Earth is third rock from the sun, 3,959 miles in circumference. In radius, 24,901 in circumference. When you go to this shore in Santa Barbara, you put your camera 1 foot above sea level, or right there at the beach. You zoom in on these oil platforms, you see the horizon way past them, and you're seeing further than 10 miles. According to the math involved with the 24,901 circumference, is that possible in your mind?
I don't know. I don't.
So you don't know because you just don't know? Is it because you don't understand math, or is it because you just don't know and you don't want to understand our side of the argument?
No, I suck in math.
So wait
Okay.
a minute, Helio, you're telling me water doesn't bend with the curve of the Earth?
Well, that's what I'm trying to help this guy understand. It's like these. This is basic trick. I mean, this is something everyone should understand. In high school. This is something very basic. You're dismissing this as like you can say I don't know because you can go to the next server and just be like, oh, and fuck those flat earthers. No, we're trying to help you understand why we know that the Earth cannot be what they told us it is.
He never said fuck those flat earthers, Helio. You just made that up. That's a fallacy.
No, I'm sorry. We've been through too many people that hate flat Earth, but this guy, he said I don't know. All right, cool. Hey, check this out. I gave you some calculations you can go with. He's like, I've never been good at math. Okay, cool. This math is very simple. Do you understand triangles?
Yes.
All right, cool. So, how do triangles work? You have you know what a right triangle is, right? 360 degree, right? Not a right triangle is 190 degree, and the other
Yes.
ones add up to. No, every triangle adds up to 180 degrees, right? So this is basically what we're looking at. It's like hey, Ron, can you do this better than I
Here's
can?
a fun fact. Ships don't actually disappear over the curve of the Earth, and we've actually made them reappear with just using a zoom camera. So
Yeah, but they don't reappear. They actually are already there.
all it did is disappear to the naked eye because it all blends into the horizon. When you get far enough away, the focal point of your eyeball, right? It's called the vanishing point where the horizon is. So everything tends to disappear. Like you'll see railroad tracks converge. They will converge to a point. Even though they're not getting closer together, they appear to come together at the horizon because that's just the vanishing point of your eye.
Yeah,
That's
it's
how
due to angular resolution.
Angular resolution and perspective. So like an artist, if he wants to show something like that has depth, like say you're looking down a long highway in the desert, he'll show the road converging at the horizon to make it look distant.
You know
Right?
what's
It's
really
just
cool about that? Every single day you experience that. Every single day.
And
Everywhere
like
you look, you experience that depth.
if something like if a ship actually went over the curve of the Earth, picture this: if a truck actually like drove over a sand dune, could you ever zoom in on it? You could never zoom in enough. Zoom wouldn't be a
Yeah, if the
factor.
physical curve of the Earth was in the way.
It wouldn't be a factor. If you're looking, you can't look over a solid object with a camera. It doesn't work that way. It just shows you what's directly in front of the lens. It doesn't look over giant mountains of water and show you a boat. It's nonsensical. And that's why I think flat Earth became really popular. The same time they introduced a P900 camera, people were zooming in on stuff and saying, dude, look what I can zoom in on this thing. It's 100 miles away or whatever, 60, 70 miles. It's like, wait a minute, that's impossible. No, it's not. Here's the video, and they started uploading all these videos. And that's what got me. I'm like, dude, I got to buy one of those cameras. I got to make sure this is not bullshit. Maybe they're faking these videos. And, like, it's easier for just a few
Right.
random.
And Ron, I just asked him about a couple of simple math things, and I kind of fucked it up a little bit. But I mean, it's like simple math. I mean, it's not like most people know what triangles are. It's not even that hard.
It's not even that
They're
complicated.
more predisposed against us. Like, no, I don't understand it, and you flat earthers are dumb. It's like, nigga, I've been doing this for 6 years. I know how to use triangulation and what I should or not be able to see over this supposed sphere.
There's a curve. There's many different curve calculators. You can go online and just type in a distance. Like, say you type in a distance of 10 miles, it'll tell you what the curve of the Earth is at 10 miles. And then you can calculate, okay, if I'm 10 miles away, there should be this much obstruction. And there's not. We've actually done it, and we can't find any
hundreds and hundreds of videos, hundreds and hundreds of examples.
Lasers, lasers, and every type of experiment over large bodies of water, they always come up dead flat. We also have salt flats. There's giant salt flats. There's one in Bolivia. It's like 4,000 square miles, and it's dead flat. When it rains, 1 inch of water will cover the entire salt flat and turn it into a mirror, like a lake. It's a giant mirror, 1 inch deep of water. That's how perfectly flat it is. So why isn't the salt flat curving and bending with the curve of the Earth? Why isn't the water that goes over the top of it bending with the curve of the Earth? And if it was bending, you wouldn't get a mirror reflection off the water. The only way to get a perfect mirror image where both sides are the same is with a perfectly flat surface. So if you've ever seen a funhouse mirror, when they bend the glass, it distorts your body. It might make your legs look short and your torso look tall. That's what would happen. If the water was bending, you'd have a distorted reflection. They wouldn't match. But they always match perfectly because the water's flat.
Man, this is a crazy Saturday night. Hey, the globe Earth only exists in your mind. If you disagree, jump in here and tell us why.
It's one of those mental things. Like, it took me a little bit to like untangle my mind. I'm like, well, wait, what about space? Oh, well, that's fake too. Like, it's hard to imagine the deception, like how much effort has went into deceiving us. They created all these space agencies, all these different nations. They're all pretending we live on a globe for whatever reason. They've all agreed to these terms. And that's the hard part to like wrap your head around. Like, wait, how do you get the cooperation of all these countries? Well, the only way is if someone's controlling all of them. That's the only way they would cooperate. There's none of them are in opposition to each other.
Hey, but
Only
Ron, half those motherfuckers believe this shit too.
Who?
All the people that are on the globe side. They're totally distracted by all the governments and shit.
So why do you think it's so hard? They're like, if we faked going to the moon, the Russians would humiliate us. They would say the Americans faked going to the moon. Well, what if they faked going into space as well? They're all faking it. That's how it works. No one's going to out each other.
They're stuck, but we're not, right?
They're all screwing. Yeah, they're all deceiving the public. The general public has no idea what's going on, except for a few of us that have kind of figured it out. Like, wait a minute, they're hoaxing the shit out of us. This stuff is completely fake. And then they've sealed off Antarctica. They created an international treaty, which almost every nation, every major country, and even some small ones have signed on to the Antarctica Treaty, which means they agree to keep that area off limits to everybody except themselves. So if you want to try to go to Antarctica, good luck.
That's been my story from the beginning. It's like, why don't you just go to Antarctica and show us the flat Earth? It's like, you first, bro. I mean, holy shit. That sounds pretty dangerous.
It's such a ridiculous thing too, because okay, it cost me $150 to gas up my pickup truck. I can't even go across the state. I don't even have enough cash to fill my truck 2 times, drive across the state, and fill it up 2 times and drive back. You know what I mean? So it's
Yeah,
like,
it's like fencing the children so they don't go to the real world. You make a fence and you tell them, "Hey, monsters outside of the fence. Just stay inside."
Yeah, and you'll
it's
have one guy in a room. Sometimes people come in here and it's like, "Hey, let's talk to the flat earthers." And it'll be like a room full of gamers or whatever, and be like, "Hey, we're talking to flat earthers," in the Discord. Like they're high fiving each other. "Oh, I'm gonna ask them this," and they'll be like, "Boom, boom, you gotta." It's like, y'all ain't got
you know
nothing.
what? One of the funny things is they like to put little truths in movies, like the Truman Show, where he's living in this encapsulated world, and he gets in a boat and he goes to the edge of the water and he climbs up a
Dude,
ladder and leaves. Right? So it's like, wait
no,
a minute, is that like literally
no.
the part we're not supposed to go?
Even more than that, since you brought it up, he was so scared to get into that boat because he had a tragedy, put in his mind that his father, uh, had died from, in a boat accident.
Ah, well, see, that's how they keep us contained too.
That's
Like,
that's how he never got in the boat. And
here's one
Well,
theory.
the point that you brought up about gas and not be able to travel long distances because it's designed to be that way, and that's a very good point that I thought about before, Ron.
You know what, too? They want us to buy electric cars. How far can you drive with an electric car before you plug it in? 100
no,
miles?
man, that's how they're going to subdue us through
Yeah,
electric.
yeah, but if you have an electric car, you're a cool boy.
Right,
Yeah,
right.
fuck them.
So it's
Fuck that shit.
100,000 for your car. You got to charge it up every 100 miles. You got to look for a charging station. Yeah. And that means you'll stay on the slave farm because you can't just keep gassing it up. If I wanted to drive to Mexico or Canada, I could just if I had the money, I could just buy more gas and buy more gas. You don't have to wait a half hour or an hour to charge it every single time.
It's such bullshit. Electric cars are fucking nonsense.
Dude,
Well,
it's like that on
hold
Berkman.
on. Electric cars could work if
If you make
they
it,
didn't
if you
make
make it
it
a, if
political.
you
If
make
they
it
didn't
a,
make it political.
I mean, you could make it kind of like a hybrid that you will have an engine and
A
an
hybrid.
electric side of it.
That was a
No, I'm
Prius.
saying
The
no,
Prius was
not a
like
Prius.
that.
I'm saying like you could have a full electric vehicle that will give you some type of mileage on the electric side, but you could also have shut up, little. And you could have an engine that you could use whenever the battery is down. But there's a lot of ways to charge the battery and run the electric component
They
of the vehicle.
they make those cars. They're called hybrids. So if you don't need the gas engine, say you want to just drive to the store that's 10 miles away, you might have a 50-mile battery capacity. So
I have
if
a
all you
hybrid,
drive,
bro. I have a hybrid, and what I'm saying is it's a little bit different. I mean, yes, the thing is that it's still like watered down technology because even the hybrids, they're got a little bit better in gas mileage than the other ones, but it's the same BS because the battery is not gonna give you a long enough ride to do
how many
anything.
miles? Like, let's say you only commute 5 miles one way to work and 5 miles back. You could go just off your battery. But if
There
you
are
go,
different styles of hybrids.
Yeah, there is a hybrid that is in combination with the engine, and then there is a hybrid that is a fully electric vehicle for let's say 100 miles, and then whenever that battery runs out, you could turn the hybrid component that will work with the engine and the battery.
That's what he was
that's
saying.
that would be the only feasible way, because if you have to rely on a battery powered, it's like taking a golf cart across the country. Yeah, I'm gonna drive it only works in a neighborhood setting, like in Florida. They have communities where everyone drives a golf cart, but they're only driving 5 miles to the neighbor or whatever. They're not driving hundreds of miles. But that's what they want. They want everybody in these
No.
city centers. They don't
Yeah, they want. Yeah, I know. Yeah, exactly. They want
they
you to
don't
be
want like
right where you are.
Helio's a country.
Right where you are.
He could see the stars at night. They want everybody in major cities and nobody living off the land. If you live on the land, you don't need these people. If you have
I
like a
won't, I
homestead,
won't say there's no need for electric cars, but it's not for the general public. I mean, gasoline powered cars make a lot more sense.
not only that, but it's not meant to make sense. It's meant to make you broke. It's not meant for making
Sure, I mean, it
logical
depends
sense.
on who's in control, right? You know, because
Electric
gasoline. I
cars
mean,
are
with this new
dude.
increase in gasoline prices, it's really more. It's more about control than it is about.
We
I mean,
know,
as if they don't have as much gas as they had last year.
dude. Look at the live stream. I'm going to show you what I paid for gas like 2 years ago because I took a
Yeah,
picture
I
of.
mean, you're about to post some shit. I already know.
It was so cheap. It was like, let me see where I'll
I don't
drop
care about prices. Prices are really sacrosanct. I mean, it kind of like individual prices per gallon. You're going to have to pay them anyway. You have to go to work. You have to
Well,
go
I care
home.
about it. Everyone cares about
I
the
didn't
price.
say you shouldn't care about it, but there's almost nothing that you
Yeah,
can
Helio,
do
Ron is
about it.
trying to share something with us, and you kind of interrupting. Go ahead, Ron.
I
Oh,
will
just
shut up.
hold on.
I'll shut up.
If you want to
I'll
see
shut up.
what I paid 2 years ago, look in the live stream how cheap the gas was, $1.30 a
That,
gallon. I got 25 gallons for like $31.90. I'm like, holy shit, this is the
Yeah, but
cheapest.
Trump is Hitler.
You know what it
So
was, dude? We still have that capacity. The capacity to produce gas that cheap hasn't went away. It's still there.
what capacity by who? You?
No, the people who own the oil wells. The
All
wells are in
right.
the ground right
All right.
now.
So no,
It-
it's Larry. He has the capacity, right?
no, the
No, it's
people
Shemsy.
who
It's
No,
Shemsy.
the
He's the one that has the
infrastructure.
capacity. Hey, we're
how's
gonna have
that?
to buy that fucking gas. Doesn't
It's a
matter.
You know,
We have to
manufactured
go to work.
crisis.
You have to drive your car to
Ron,
get to work.
Dude, it's a
you know,
manufactured crisis.
you know that electric vehicles are really old. It's not like a new thing.
Yeah, Henry Ford made the first electric car. It was like meant to run off electric, and then he made one for hemp oil. Like everything back then was, and they had battery powered
That
cars
would
that could go
still
long
that
ranges.
would still not save us if they went electric side. We'd be like electricided here in this modern age because it doesn't matter whether it was electric or gas with these
Well,
mobile vehicles.
you know
This
what?
is the English channel, only English speaking.
Yeah, fuck you. Does fuck you cross many different languages?
I think the middle finger is universal. Everyone gets it.
Yeah, there you go. I fucking love you guys, but I fucking disagree with you on this. But go ahead and talk about it.
Disagree with
Disagree
you.
on what? This is not an agree or disagree general.
I said my piece, but you don't want me to continue anywhere. So,
Hey, wait,
fine.
is the globe guy still here? Did he leave?
There's no globe guy.
There was one. He asked about something, and we kind of remember. He asked him about triangles and stuff. I think he bounced out.
Yeah, he didn't sound like a glober actually, but
Yeah, I mean, about this gas crisis. I have a lot of opinions about that, but I don't want necessarily talk about it. Let's talk about something else. I can talk about other
I'd like
things.
to say hi to
yeah,
Ildiko. Hi, Ildiko. Good to see you.
I hope she's not
yeah,
listening
yeah.
to us.
But Helio doesn't want to talk about that, Larry. So let's talk about whatever Helio wants to talk about. Go ahead.
No, I'm telling you. Well, fine. If you think that's what it's about.
Elio, how was your concert? Did you go see the concert?
Yeah, I took my mom to see Styx and REO Speedwagon. It's
Oh
freaking
no.
cool. Yeah, it was awesome. She enjoyed it. Yeah, it was a
That's
really.
awesome. Did the
It
guy call you
was.
that day? The farmer down the road? Did he call you for to run a tractor?
No, but I can fucking drive a tractor like nobody business. I mean, I don't know what you're talking about.
at this moment, you could drive a tractor?
If I had to, yeah, fuck yeah. Do you know how to drive
Oh,
a tractor, Jimsy?
under the influence?
No. Sober, can you drive a tractor,
Oh,
Jimsy?
sober I can, but I ask you if at this moment you could. You say yes, but under the influence, are you
I
sure?
wouldn't recommend that anybody drives a tractor, this time, this time in Central Time or Eastern Time. I mean, unless you had to, but I could do it with headlights.
I'd like to see what the rows look like if the rows are all zigzaggy. You know,
I
how you
know
drive
it just depends on the type of tractor. I mean, it depends on what I'm driving. I could fucking drive a tractor all fucking night. What the fuck
yeah,
are you
but
talking
even
about, Jimsy?
when you
A tractor's easy to drive. I mean, dude, I'd rather drive a tractor than to talk to you motherfuckers.
How do a tractor works on the globe, Helio?
Tractors
the
work
tractor,
across the plane. They fucking work the same way that cars do, motherfucker. It's all the same shit. You just use different gears and different engines. Fucking same thing, bro. I know how to fucking drive a tractor. Don't fuck with me.
I run. Helio won't interrupt you.
well, so you say, but we don't know that for sure. You just get in and put it in drive and hit the gas. We don't know if there's more things to know about it.
That's not how you drive a tractor.
Well, it's probably got a stick shift and then a clutch and all this other stuff. Power. It's got
It's kind
PTO.
of like it's similar to a riding lawnmower, but it depends on. Yeah. You already know, Ron. Don't fuck with me. Just bigger. And it depends on whatever. Anyway.
I never drove a tractor. I drove skid steer. That's different. You got to kind of steer it with handles. It's different than a tractor with a steering wheel. Probably just like driving a pickup.
Well, I mean, I used to drive a small tractor with like a PTO and bush hog and shit. I used to drive a bush hog, but I've driven bigger tractors with different tools for different reasons and shit. Yeah, I mean, tractors are pretty simple. So it's pretty simple.
How about an electric tractor, Helio?
Oh, what is it? What did you say, James?
An electric tractor.
Electric tractor?
Yeah.
Oh, one where you're in the cabin and then you just push buttons and then it happens.
Yeah.
It doesn't burn any fuel. It's electric.
Motherfucker, with the standard, like you can just program the tractor to move in a forward position in rows.
No, it's the Tesla tractor. You cut your lawn.
How fucking hard is that? I can fucking push a couple buttons and like, oh, this sounds cool. Hey, it'd take me about 30 minutes to figure that shit out.
Yeah, I don't think lawnmowers are really. I mean, I've seen electric lawnmowers, like
I
battery powered.
to do my shit. But actually, I mean, if they're going to put me in an air conditioned cabin to drive tractors and
Who said it's air conditioned? You're gonna sweat your ass off in an open cab.
it depends.
hot
I mean,
sun.
it depends. It depends.
They don't even got a roof on it, dude. It's just an open cab.
Hey, Ron, what do you think about the electric lawnmowers? What are you gonna say?
No, they got no range, man. Like even if a normal size lawn, you're gonna need multiple batteries. I've got an electric string trimmer and a blower that it uses the same batteries as my drill. I have like the DeWalt brand, and I hated like mixing fuel, like mixing two stroke, and then you got to start it and you got to breathe that nasty two stroke smoke. So I don't have a lot of stuff to weed whip. So I just the electric weed whip. Usually I can do it with one battery pack, do all my trimming around the edge and everything. But sometimes I'll need 2 or 3 packs if I let it grow long.
So what do you think about the batteries? You think that's also is being watered down? Like there should be like better technology for that kind of stuff. They should be
They've
better. It's
gotten
not like
better.
this BS stuff that we have right now.
My cordless power tools have gotten much better over the years. Like the capacity has gotten much better. Like how many screws you could drive in with the old Makita drills, you could drive in, I don't know, maybe 50, maybe 100. Depends on the length of the screws and how hard the wood is. But now the new ones, you can rip them in. They got impact. You could rip in hundreds of screws for one battery pack. So it actually makes it practical to use cordless tools. You don't have to have a cord. You can do drywall and a whole bunch of stuff.
Yeah.
I like it. I like cordless tools. They don't get caught up on stuff. You can climb ladders.
You get freedom.
Yep, you cut the cord. Like even like I said, hanging drywall, you would need a lot of battery packs if you're going to use cordless. But
God.
a lot of guys would use just a corded one, and just because you got to rip so many screws one after the next, and your battery packs would constantly be going dead. But now they're so good, you can use them for something like drywall or putting in deck boards.
Have you seen this component of many electronics? They call them capacitors, and it will give an electronic device like days and days or weeks of batteries.
Yeah, I've seen those. I've seen it like a capacitor pack. It replaces a car battery. It's super lightweight. Like say you got a regular lead acid battery, might weigh 50, 60 pounds. This little capacitor pack only weighs like maybe 2 or 3 pounds, whatever, maybe 5 pounds. So it weighs, let's say one is 5 and one is 50. So you got 90% weight reduction. That matters on like a small vehicle if you're trying to
Wait,
get
wait,
extra miles.
wait. Sorry. Capacitors function slightly different to batteries. Capacitor cannot replace a battery by the way
Yes, it
the
can.
way they work.
I've shown on here several times that they have slowly discharging capacitors. You're thinking like capacitors from like the 80s where everything discharges like all at once. Technology has increased over the past years, and now we have slowly discharging capacitors. Believe it or not,
That's not just a
they'll
dump.
outlive the life of you most likely, and outlive the life of your battery by hundreds of times.
So you mean the hemp capacitors are they already out?
The hemp capacitors. Holy fuck.
Yeah, there is hemp capacitors. I mean, they
Why is
they
you
make them from
laughing?
the material.
There's hemp carbon hemp capacitors that are like 5 times better than lithium.
I'm sure there are. I mean, I'm not. I just thought it was funny. I'm just listening to the.
Oh,
Joe, it's just that every time Helio uses hemp, he gets kind of like funny and smiling and laughing. So
I
that's why
don't. I actually use hemp very much, but I
when you
just
say
I
hemp,
listen.
it brought him back to the old days, and that's why he had to laugh about it.
Like the old days of the hemp capacitors. Which old days are you talking?
No, when you used to think about cannabis and smoke it and laugh.
Oh,
So you
I ain't smoked a goddamn lick of hemp or marijuana for fucking over a year. So
that's why I said the old days.
But I do support the entire movement or whatever this is about the hemp the shit and freaking marijuana. I don't give a shit. You guys can smoke all the weed you
That's why
want.
I was asking Ron about the capacitors, because we were talking about electric vehicles and all that kind of stuff. But with well-designed capacitors, these electric vehicles could be like 10 times better than what we have at the moment.
Sure, I think there's a good opportunity for people to, for energy in the future. Hemp is very easy to grow. Yeah, I mean, I think you can make all kinds of shit actually happen for men or women in the future, but I don't think we could do it with this modern government because they fucking hate hemp. Yeah, you use you can create
And the capacitors, the capacitors.
Yeah, I get you. Maybe I wasn't listening to the whole conversation, but Yeah, hemp won't get you high, but hemp fields should have been grown in America more than cornfields, in my opinion, and it would be a better place for everyone across Earth if they actually considered hemp instead of corn. Just saying.
Apparently, you could also make a type of like petroleum. Like, what is it like? Not gasoline, but like diesel from hemp. That and they said, oh, the corn is gonna bring the prices up. Yeah, whatever. But apparently hemp is very the quantity that it produces by square
Well,
foot. The
yeah,
amount of biomass is it's like 20 times more than corn.
yeah, I agree. I mean, I didn't want to say it, but
And the
you
thing
guys.
is, that will be a byproduct from all the other stuff that you get from the plant already. That's an extra thing that you can get from it, fuel. Because you harvest the plant and get fibers and even the flowers for whatever tea or many different things, and then you can
Yeah,
also get the seeds,
and
the
fat.
oil, and produce the ethanol, which is fuel. So it's a multi-resource plant, which is kind of amazing.
One crazy aspect about the hemp plant is that if the soil is deficient, you can plant hemp, and apparently, according to some people that grow it, they say that the roots go so deep in the earth and so far, apparently, that it brings minerals back up to the top. I don't know
Yeah,
if
it's rotation. What is it? Rotation crop that you could utilize to fix the soil and plant other plants. Rotation.
Well,
I
it's
think
like,
that's the
hey,
way you say it.
we go to the gas pump, and they're like, oh well, the cheapest gas is like, well, it's going to contain a portion of ethanol, which is the shitty corn that's grown that you can't eat, but they grow it for the purpose of creating
I mean, you can
ethanol.
you can you can eat it, but you just can't digest it.
You shouldn't. You shouldn't eat it. That's all I'm saying. So anyway, you should put it in your gas tank, which you shouldn't
Yeah,
actually.
but I'm a vegan, and because I'm a vegan, I can eat corn.
You goddamn lie. Anyway, so yeah, I mean, hemp is much more industrial, and dude, it's so much easier to grow. I'm not saying it's. I mean, just like, bro, it's easy to grow corn depending on the environment, but
No,
hemp
think
is
about
so
it.
much
Like hemp,
easier,
hemp,
bro.
hemp as an industry, right? Thousands of different products, the things that we need, clothing, housing, fuel, even feed for the animals that we're gonna eat after. You can grab the seeds and feed the chickens and the ducks and feed them some of this to give. They will give you more.
And I think
A
they
bigger
probably
animal.
do come to. I
So
think they do probably
so
come
it
together.
kind of looks like this plan was put in this place designed to provide a lot of different resources to
That
people in
means
this place.
that means you're the sheep. You know that you're paying fucking $4.50 a gallon for gas now. You know, even it's just like, oh, well, anyway, I'm not. You guys were talking about that earlier. It's just so.
Around here, you can't find it for under $5. The
I
cheap
know
shit.
you're in Detroit. Like even the name Detroit, that means like D. I mean, I'm
We
just.
got a petroleum refinery up here. It's a big one. There's a pipeline that comes up from Texas to
And
Detroit.
that's a heart of the northern areas. So yeah,
The Motor City
totally.
needs a lot of fuel,
Yeah, the
so
Motor City
there's
certainly
we have
does.
a refinery, a huge refinery up here.
So
Yeah,
Ron, what do you think about that? This the design of the place that we're in, and hemp as a designed multi-resource to be able to be productive in this place. And some people decided, hey, let's make war against this plan so people can, have an industry out of this multi-resource.
all they have to do is put whatever
Ah,
bullshit
yes,
they want.
Ron.
Go ahead, Ron.
What do I think? The first cars actually ran on like ethanol and electric. I think Henry Ford, he was even making plastics out of hemp. Like so yeah, everything, even the plastics now contain petroleum, and that was mostly because Rockefeller basically owned all of the petroleum industry. He monopolized all of it, and they wanted to switch over to that so that he could own everything, and then it works hand in hand with the Federal Reserve and a petroleum dollar. So that's basically the whole reason that we're using petroleum. Because look who owns it. The same people who own the fake money printing own the oil industry, and it's a symbiotic relationship. They both, one hand washes the other, and
All right.
the same assholes own it all.
All right.
So
On
they
that
had to
point,
wage war. They had to wage war against people to kind of destroy the industrial hemp and the capacities that
Right.
you know
They
they
run the
yeah yep.
Well, they run the government and they made it illegal, even though hemp is not cannabis. They're two separate things. The male plant is hemp. Cannabis produces a flower, but hemp doesn't. So it has no medicinal value. Hemp. It's just an industrial crop.
So when you think about the capacity of the plant and the resources that it provides, it could make many nations self let's say self re,
Yeah,
like if you can
self-sufficient.
produce self-sufficient, if you can produce fuel, fibers for clothing, and things like concrete, and produce all these different things with just one plant,
hempcrete.
My
like
friend does that.
yeah.
My friend JJ, he's a flat earther. He makes hempcrete. That's
So
one of
it
his
kind of makes
businesses.
it kind of makes a lot of sense that why they wage war against the plant, because and then they just kind of demonize the one aspect of it, which is smoking it, and people just talk about cannabis, just smoke it.
You
Most people
wouldn't
just
smoke hemp.
know. Yeah, it's shit, Julio. Cannabis. I said cannabis. Uh, so they, because the thing is that people, when think about this plant, they just think about smoking it, right? So they demonize it and kind of color it in a way to just think about it in one aspect, when so many different things can be done with it. It's like a really well thought agenda that was implemented, and to stop this multi resource that can be utilized to help a lot of people and many
Well,
nations,
the
communities.
same people, right? The Rockefellers who were controlling the government, the cannabis has a medicinal use for many things, right? They own the all the pharmaceutical industries. They got their hand in pretty much all of them. Rockefellers, right? They own a piece of all of them. It's not going to be directly that they own it through shares and whatever. So they have a controlling ownership of all of them, the big ones. And they want you to use their pharmakia instead of natural medicine like
Well,
cannabis.
it's legal in Arkansas as long as you have a card to buy
Same here.
marijuana,
It's
right?
finally legalized here in Michigan. It's been for
Wait.
probably
Is it
10 years.
legalized? Is it legalized,
Totally.
or you
Yeah,
can
I can
just?
grow it. Nope, totally legalized. I can grow it. I can
Huh.
possess it. It's
See,
totally legal.
over 10 years ago, it was legalized to grow your own plants in Alaska, but that
Well,
was
it is here too.
yeah. Well, it is now, but
It's been for some time. It's been for quite some time. And
I
it's
don't
about
give
damn
a shit.
time. It's
But anyway.
about damn time, in my
Well,
opinion, because
it's still not here, but most people don't give a shit anymore.
did you know one of the things that they censored on YouTube was natural treatments for illnesses like alternative natural medicines? They got rid of it. So say people that were saying they were using Rick Simpson oil for treating cancer. It was basically made from refined cannabis flower. So they would make a distillate, they would distill it or
As a
refine it.
treatment for what? As a treatment for what?
It's a treatment for many things. You could have a treatment for anxiety, cancer.
You're not going to go to your doctor and he's going to be like your allopathic doctor and he's going be
You
like,
grow it
oh,
yourself, dude. You don't need a doctor. You do it yourself.
Hey, Ron,
nobody
Ron.
hears about that. So,
Hey, Ron. The difference is that Rick, he made like an extract from the whole plant. So he will grab like pounds of the plant and extract oil as a kind of like a whole, like it was like a dense oil from the plant. But these days,
Yeah,
these
I
people
seen
they
how
want to
he
sell.
did it.
They want to sell you these oils that are extracts of extracts of extracts, and it's not a full composite of what the plant has to offer.
You got to make it yourself. That's why you need to grow your own. Because Rick Simpson had low grade. His was low grade because he's in Canada, and the growing conditions are less than ideal. You're not going to make good flour, but you can use all of it. I seen how he did his. He was using naphtha, and he just basically put it all in one big vat, like a big trash can, and threw his naphtha in there, and he just vaped it out. But it wasn't. It doesn't need to be very high tech. You know what I mean? You just need a solvent, something to dissolve the cannabis oil, something that's not toxic, and then what you do is you vape it off, you evaporate it, and that vaporizes the solvent. The solvent has a boiling point like alcohol, and you boil all the solvent off, and you're left with just
talking about
the
using
resin.
a tincture.
Well, no, just all pure resin. The resin, the gummy stuff, the trichomes. You want to dissolve all. When you touch the bud, it's kind of sticky. Your fingers are sticky after you touch
Oh,
one.
I haven't
That's
touched a
that's the
marijuana
tri.
plant in a long time. But
That's the medicinal part of the plant, and that is like that is soluble in like a petroleum product like butane, naphtha. You can use alcohol like 99% isopropyl alcohol. There's different solvents you can use, but you don't want something um, with a toxic solvent residue. Like there's certain solvents that have a residue, like denatured alcohol. The denaturing agent is they purposely add something toxic to the alcohol.
reminds me of denaturing the coca leaf. But I ain't this is all I'm gonna say about it anyway. How about it?
Well,
Yeah.
almost every product uses these same solvents. They're made from plant extracts to extract the resins, the sticky parts. There's parts that are oil like soluble with the solvent, and some are water soluble. And you don't want the chlorophyll, so you use like a petroleum solvent like naphtha, butane.
Yeah,
There's
that's what I'm
another
saying, bro. You can
hexene.
use fucking diesel fuel.
No, you don't use diesel fuel.
No, you can do that with cocaine, but whatever. Anyway.
We
Well, there's still, it's
okay.
kind of like a
That's not a
denaturing.
medicinal plant. That's not a medicinal plant. That's
Really? So you can't just eat the coca leaf and
I don't know, man. I don't know who it helps, but I mean, maybe you could for an upset
you're gonna
stomach.
have to ask the people in Colombia.
I don't know. It might be medicinal. Maybe it should be. I'm not
No,
against
no,
any.
I'm not for that or for I don't even use marijuana anymore
They used
anyway.
to put it in
But
the Coca-Cola when it was the Coca-Cola was legit.
sure, right, yeah. All right, so
And
if you have a
it's
company
literally
that's
remember the logo, Helio?
pumping versions of fucking speed into Coca Cola
Remember their logos that
legally,
have a
right?
Coke?
They're just like, oh,
Their logo was have a Coke and a smile. So like
have
if it didn't have the
a
cocaine,
Coke and a smile. That was after they switched to caffeine, which
you'll have
yeah,
a big smile on your face. You have the Coke with a smile, and you're like,
hey, don't get me started on this, Ron. Dude, I've been
it's
addicted to every
it's
drug that
easy to
exists,
buy
so
it.
don't worry about me.
I mean, if you had the same problem with if you were drinking as many Cokes, if you could have all you can drink at the store, there'd be a lot of obese high people. Everyone would be high and obese.
Yeah, well, I'm not. I have no opinion on that. I do have an opinion, but I'm not going to say it.
Anyway, I dropped a video with that capacitor I was talking about. The guy he put it a capacitor in his car in place of the battery, and it starts the engine just fine, and it holds the charge good too, even in the cold weather. So it's like,
bottom line, if people grew these hemp farms, you can make fuel, you can make clothing, you can make everything from
I
hemp.
think people are doing it. My friend JJ is doing it on his own land. He's making concrete, the hempcrete, and he also makes CBD oil. So he makes CBD oil, and he sells that, and he makes concrete, the hempcrete.
Yeah, I've seen some videos on that too. Maybe the same guy that you're talking about, or someone.
Yeah, he's OG, man. He's one of my OG
all
friends.
kinds
It's
of
a
cool videos
forever.
on hempcrete, man. Yeah, no problem.
He's been a flat earther forever. I would see him in all the chats. He used to be a mod with me. We were on when Lift the Veil. He used to have a lot of shows. He'd have like a lot of people in his chat when he would do good research back in the day, probably like 3 years ago, 4 years ago. And all of his mods were flat earthers. And I would even see sometimes Globe Busters would pop in there, like, what's he doing here? Like he'd pop in there, but he never talked about flat Earth on his stream for whatever reason.
I don't blame him if he has something. If he's promoting the hemp idea, I mean,
No, he wasn't promoting the hemp.
necessarily. What is what?
JJ was one of the mods. Me and JJ became friends.
All right, so it's
We're
like
both flat earthers back then.
homesteading idea, homesteading. What was it? Homesteading.
No, he would talk about things like false flags and things. He would talk about that subject matter that you can't talk about, like school shootings.
I know, bro. Don't even get me started on this shit.
He would talk about that type of material, Pizzagate, things like that, and he had a pretty big audience. Like normally there'd be over 1,000 people on his live stream, 1,000, 1,500.
Normally that motherfucker ain't talking about it anymore, right?
No, he shut up. He got off.
On YouTube.
You can't talk about that stuff anymore.
Hey, we're talking about flat Earth here for the most part, and we can talk about the hemp thing. I don't mind talking about that. I mean, hemp.
You can't. You know what?
Hemp can change everything.
You can't make a video and claim medicinal uses.
I didn't say anything about. I'm talking about the fuel.
Oh yeah, we could talk about the fuel, but not the other purposes, because YouTube specifically said they're going after that, right? Alternative cures for diseases, flat Earth, and what was the other one? I forget the third one. I remember flat Earth, natural cures for diseases, or alternative cures, and there was one other one. Probably the shootings. I'm not sure what they said. They didn't specifically say that, but
well, I mean, to be honest, I don't anticipate there's going to be a lot of hemp fueled cars coming out anytime.
Well, you're just making ethanol from the hemp. It's the same as you do with corn. You use hemp.
Corn, yeah, exactly. But
you ferment it.
Easier to grow. It grows a lot faster. It thrives, especially since with the global warming, hemp fields would just be, the harvest would never stop.
They got Franken-corn. You know the Franken Monsanto corn, that GMO corn? That's what they're using, the Franken-corn. They're feeding it to the animals. They feed it to the chickens and the hogs and whatever, cattle.
Dude, the fuel would never stop, bro. I mean, it's just like everything from the hemp plant could, feed every fuel that you.
That's why it won't happen. They don't want that. They don't want self-sustainable people. Like let's say you had your land, Helio.
It's all
you live
corn.
on some land.
Corn has no natural nutrients that you can benefit from. It really, corn kills you.
Excuse me? I'm a vegan and I like corn.
I like the taste of corn chips, but I don't eat corn on the cob very often, and I fucking hate any canned corn. I won't eat that shit. I think it's disgusting. If I'll eat corn on the cob with a meal, because with a lot of butter on it, but for the most part, and I'll eat corn chips sometimes. But other than that, fuck corn. I hate that shit. Has no nutrient value. There's no reason for me to eat corn.
if you had that farmer that was, that wanted you to cut hay, if he was growing hemp, he wouldn't need to be at the gas station. They could figure out how to run his tractor on hemp fuel, and he would be the gas station. He could set up some refineries on his own land and make thousands of gallons of fuel.
You have to have the engines designed to run on the hemp
Well,
oil.
you redesign. It's not you go from a diesel to a like a gasoline engine. But if you're making it, why would you want to burn diesel if you had all the hemp fuel you needed? Like, okay, don't buy a diesel engine.
I mean, you have to have a refinery similar to a
Well,
diesel.
he would have to set it up on his land. But if you had a lot of land, let's say
You
he
could
has
definitely
a
do it.
thousand,
Yeah, you could do it with hemp.
he
Yeah, you
has a
definitely.
thousand acres, and you get I don't know, say you get 100 barrels, you get 100,000 barrels of fuel.
Dude, I
And
watched a video a couple of years ago, or a couple of weeks ago. I said a couple of years. A couple of weeks ago, these people on a remote island were using plastic bottles. They were, what were they refining? I can't remember. It wasn't hemp. It was, wasn't corn either. I don't know why I said it without actually remembering exactly what. Anyway, they have this refining process where they use it to use tools. It was a remote island, and they have gardens growing and shit, and they're using the oils from the vegetables they grow and shit to actually it's a form of diesel, and they put it in the engines.
biodiesel. It's called biodiesel. You
Yeah,
can use French
it's
fries.
biodiesel. You had to create biodiesel. That's what it is. Biodiesel.
People were taking the French fry oil from like McDonald's, all the used oil, and you could just make that into diesel fuel, and it smells like French fries.
Yeah, it's
Like
similar to that, but it's just like people refine their own biodiesel through like freaking several freaking five
you
gallon
could use anything,
jars and
anything that
shit.
makes oil. Corn makes oil. They got corn oil. You got
You
peanut.
can run a fucking diesel tractor off of biodiesel.
Of
Even if,
course,
yeah.
They claim that the biodiesel and the oil that you can produce, it will extend the life of the engine
yeah. There's less
compared to,
bullshit in it, like sulfur and stuff.
yeah. When you
It's a
compare it
cleaner.
to whatever stuff we have these days in the local store.
It's cleaner fuel. Like kerosene is cleaner than diesel, but they're similar. They're similar enough you could interchange them, but kerosene is like a more refined. And you could buy it cheaper. There, like at the time, the kerosene, even though it's more refined, people would heat their home with it, but it doesn't have a road tax. The road tax is what makes the diesel fuel expensive because all the truckers need it and they tax the shit out of it. That's why diesel fuel is so expensive. They're like, oh, okay, these truckers need to buy it. We'll tax the shit out of them because they beat up the road. That's their justification. And they do. Like some of the bigger trucks, these ones that haul these 100-yard containers of trash. Those are some big heavy trucks that they're bringing from Canada to Michigan, and they dump them over here. And they do beat up the roads. You can see the road is kind of mashed down where they drive.
Just the fact that you can produce hempcrete just by mixing limestone, which you can get you can get limestone, I think, everywhere, right?
Probably.
And you can do it
So
by hand, but it's better to have tools.
mixing the hemp plus limestone and water, and you could make hempcrete, which is efficiently concrete, and you could build houses that are actually flame resistant, non-toxic, insulated, energy efficient, or whatever that means. And the hempcrete is very strong. It's lightweight and it's breathable. So and it's actually flame, water, and pest resistant. So those are a lot of good features for a material to build a house. It's kind of like the opposite of the materials that we use these days. Most of these Jason Bourne houses are flammable, toxic.
I'm gonna
And
post a link
expensive.
to a hempcrete company or what. I mean, this is kind of expensive, but natural resource. But it's it's something plausible. I mean,
I'm
I've
not
Well,
sure
watched
how
this
Helio,
video
how
a couple times.
expensive could it be to have the seeds, throw them on your land, and then 3 or 4 months later you harvest that, and then you mix it with stone and water at the right ratio, and you have concrete and build a
Oh,
house.
I guess we're not
What's
talking
what's
about the same. Yeah, I
what's
guess
wrong
you
with
could
old
start at the beginning, but yeah.
what's wrong with old houses? If you don't mind a little asbestos and lead paint, this house could be worth $150,000.
Sure, and then you could buy it for for a lot
Yeah,
less.
just build it like a torch and then wonder why is it on fire.
Oh, shit. Yeah, watch this.
The funny thing is, they have houses made out of brick and made out of stone and non-combustible materials that are burning. If you look at some of these fires that have happened, the materials that are burning, I'll say burning loosely because I can't really call it burning, but they appear to burn. Um, they're things that we would consider non-combustible material, brick, stone, concrete. That would be considered non-combustible in most situations. But
Have you noticed that most of the new housing that is being constructed is made out of this flammable wood?
well,
Or
the particle board doesn't burn so well. I've tried to burn it, like the flake board, particle board. It's really shitty, smoky. It doesn't burn very
It's
well.
mostly glue, and it smells like
Most
shit
that's
if it
both
does burn.
glue and yeah.
oh, that must be good for the air quality around your nose.
Yeah, it's very good for the air. You got formaldehyde in the glue. You get this black plume
Huh.
of
But as
smoke.
long as it's not burning, it's fine.
It's not burning, it's just smoking you from the inside.
You ain't gonna breathe it
So
in if it's not burning. What the hell are you
you
talking?
don't normally burn that garbage. You burn just regular lumber or you burn logs. You don't want to burn that toxic crap.
Jamsey, have you ever been a woodworker?
Have you ever been a woodworker?
I asked
That's
you
not
first, Nick. I
we're
asked you
not talking
first.
about wood.
Hey, all I gotta say is my mama's a woodworker.
I asked you first. Have you ever
No.
worked with plywood and freaking all different aspects of whatever the fuck in the woodworking industry? Have you ever been one of those guys, Jamsey? Well, I bought a sheet of plywood from Home Depot because I had to. Come on, Jamsey.
Well, maybe he just said he didn't. He doesn't do that kind of work. But
Then why is he
what's your
talking
point? What's
shit?
your point?
Oh, he just was saying, "Hey, formaldehyde," as if it's a thing. Bro, I've been working with wood
That's funny because
for
I never said
30
formaldehyde. Ron said formaldehyde.
I said
I
there's
know, but
formaldehyde
that's what
in
they
the glue.
use. That's what they use to solidify. It's used in the glue in several different plywoods and what they call
OSB,
MDF,
yeah,
OSB. Yeah, all
all
that.
the shit.
It's in there. I mean, it's dangerous for you to breathe it, but that's why you have
That's
to
why
try to be
Helio is embalmed. He's embalmed with formaldehyde that he
Yeah, I'm
breathes every
fucking
day.
totally embalmed right now, but that's I'm here as an embalmed. I'm a fucking zombie woodworker,
He'll be
freaking
like
flat
500
earther.
years old. He'll still look the same. Breathe so much formaldehyde.
Dude, I fucking still work with that nonsense, but anyway, so Jim's that's
So the
cool.
fumes from these glue and chemicals from the
No,
man-made
not the
wood.
fumes, not the fumes. That's for the people that make them.
The
I
dust
cut them.
gets
I get sawdust. When I cut them, I get them in sawdust. It's like it's the
very fine.
glue and the formaldehyde, very very fine particles. I breathe that shit in all the time. So, yeah.
It's like talcum powder. The fine particles are just
Oh,
like that.
yeah, Ron knows it. He knows what I'm talking about.
I work with that shit too, and but I work outside in the open air, so most of it gets carried away. But I'll still try and cover my
Dude,
face with.
I work in a shop every single day
Oh,
cutting this
it's
shit.
bad. You know what? Like, yeah, I hate
I have a
OSB.
vacuum system on my table saw, but it's not like I can avoid
Don't
it.
get all fine particles get put in the air. You know, you got that blade ripping through it. It makes a lot of dust. Even with the dust
Bro,
collection system, you get
I
dust.
cut all kinds of different materials on that saw, but that's my motherfucking saw. It's not mine; it's the owner's saw. But
Keep your digits away from the blades. People who've been around saws a lot, they get complacent. They get complacent, putting their hands too close to the blade, thinking they got this. I got this. I work around this every day. Bip, there goes your finger.
dude, I'm scared as fuck every day. Even though I've been doing it for 30 years, I'm
It's
still
good.
scared of that. I'm
That's
still
why you
scared of
got your fingers, man. That's why you got to be scared around that shit.
I,
That's the
I,
people who get complacent, who's like, yeah, this ain't no big deal. And when you cut short pieces of wood, that's when you got to look out because it'll pull your hand right in there and flip. There you go, all your fingers.
I can cut a 1 inch slice on the table saw with my thumb and forefinger. I usually use a push stick to do that, but I can cut it with my.
You cut a 1 inch strip, it's going to kick back on you too. You don't want them.
Not on my saw.
Well, you got to put a kickback. Put a kickback on your
That
on your
1 inch is
fence.
my 1 inch is my break. I can do 1.25 inches, no problem. 1.5 inches, boom. But other than that, I'm good to go. I can cut
Well, I
them.
put a kickback when I got to cut those thin strips because they shoot back at you if you're cutting a thin strip between your fence and
Actually,
your
I have
blade.
a professional table saw, but I don't have a
You don't
garage.
put a kickback device. Oh, well.
No, I don't even use that. No, I don't need to. I have
You're
my saw set
cutting
up the way
pieces.
I need to, dude. Because
You're
that's
cutting
my job.
longer rips. If you got longer rips, like at
Dude, I
least a
cut
4 foot rip,
4x8 sheets of plywood all day long.
yeah, it's not going to kick. If you cut a 4 foot or 8 foot piece, it won't kick back. But if you cut like a shorter piece of wood, say a foot long rip, sometimes those shorter ones they shoot back at you when they bind between the fence and the blade, and it's a shorter cut. If you got a 4 footer, it's got enough drag where it doesn't normally suck it back at you.
Yeah, I
And
mean,
sometimes the
you
short
have
ones, I
to
had
be. Well, I mean, even with the saw, your personal saw, you have to kind of get in. Just like you have to know your saw. You know what
you
I
got to
mean?
square the blade with the fence. You got to make sure it's at 90.
Right. It's like even if it's a little flawed, you know where the flaws are. Because you've been using this for so long. Because it can get a little wonky. You know.
Yes.
Depends on what you're cutting and when you're cutting,
If
how
you
big. I mean, I cut up to like 50 inches, a 1/4 inch, freaking 4x8 sheet, 50 inches long. That's as
you
far
mean
as I can cut on the tables. It's not my table saw. That's where I work.
you
And
cut the UAN board, a 1/4 inch shit, or you're cutting
yeah,
3/4?
1/4 inch plywood, I can cut up to 50 inches. Now, I have a table built behind it that is built into the table saw. And so, but it drops down and it can go under the fence. So you can get that whole fucking sheet. If you don't push it right, it'll hit the saw blade, fucking kick back into you and split you in half if you don't know how to fucking use it.
1/4 inch. I cut that with a utility blade. I cut that with my Stanley knife.
I don't have to. I know how to
Well,
do it because I've been doing it for fucking 30 years. So I already know how to use this.
I'll snap a chalk line.
I asked the boss, hey, make this table the way I need it to happen, and I'll make it happen. And that's what I do. But it's
What do
just
you
like,
use quarter for? Your backing board, your drawers. What does that mean?
yeah. I built cabinets. So yeah, the 1/4 inches for the bag. Like cabinets. It's the back. So you make 1/2 inch. Cabinet walls. The face frame is poplar.
Well, using wood. I've seen like a lot of masonite and MDF and bullshit.
Yeah, we use plywood where I work.
I prefer the plywood. That other shit is dusty, and I hate MDF. I hate it.
I prefer the MDF as far as like if you have a lot of cabinets to build. That's where the other cabinet shop I worked in. I can, because there's not a whole lot of scrap, because I can.
There's no warpage. Yeah, that's the only benefit is there's no warpage.
Oh man, there's so much warpage in the plywood. So anyway, yeah.
Well, no,
But
the
anyway,
MDF is flatter. MDF stays flat more because it's artificial.
yeah, shit. The blade, you have to use a
It's
certain kind of
100%
blade with MVF. You know, what I mean,
concrete.
yeah,
It's like
that's
that
for the
concrete.
that's the formaldehyde and glue. That's the MDF.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, but the ply, you mostly use plywood, and that's what I do every day. I just freaking cut
and it
cabinets.
does kill your blades if you got a new carbide
Yeah,
blade and
the MDF will
yeah.
it'll make your blade dull in a heartbeat, bro.
Do you know what MDF stands for?
Yes.
What?
Medium density fiberboard.
Right.
Because I'm a complete retard.
And there's different
high density fiberboard. They use that for the top of cabinets for underneath the Formica. You don't ever use MDF there.
Yeah, you have MDF 1, MDF 2, because they actually, with the MDF 1, what they do is send them through a wood chipper and shit, and then throw a bunch of glue and shit in it. They'll leave the metal chips and shit in there for the MDF 1. And so MDF 2, because I used to make MDF doors, and that would be the MDF 2, where, they wouldn't allow because you're using diamond bits when you're making panel door. I used to route out panel doors and shit. You can't have the MDF 2 because it will destroy your diamond bits. It's just like, oh, ching, ching, ching. It's like, goddamn, that's $1,000 bit. Dude.
That's what you use to cut that Durarock. The Durarock is like concrete backer board. They got a special blade for cutting that on a circular saw.
Well, I mean, I used to make doors. I was on a router system with MDF, and there was only a certain kind of MDF you used to route these out. So I'd be on there was a certain way. Dude, it was such a pain in the ass.
At least you work at a higher grade shop. You got to
Yeah,
wait.
it was good. It was good. I mean, I had a vacuum system and everything, but it was like, this is the place I learned how to make real fucking cabinets.
If it's like real wood and there's no bullshit fake wood, then that's
I mean, it was fake. MDF is fake wood, right? But
that's what I'm saying.
you wouldn't use this drop system like with a 4 router drop system if you were going to use a low quality MDF. If you thought that it was going to destroy your bit, when you're paying, $200-$300 for one fucking router bit, right?
You're not going to waste that. Yeah, router bit.
So that's what it's like. It's like every time you plunge that motherfucker in there and you're making these fucking MDF doors, every time you plunge that motherfucker in there, you're thinking about the boss going to be pissed off at you if you fuck that bit up,
Even if it's going to get fucked up. It's not even a question.
No, you can wear it out. He already considered that, But
if you chip it,
I mean, you have to be trained how to use it correctly. That's what I'm saying.
Well,
but you're not going to use this bit on any material. It's designed for a specific material.
Yeah.
And so, I worked in that shop. It was a small shop. It was like 16 people. And, I worked there for like 9 years, and we all fucking understood what was going on,
If I was building my own cabinets, I would only use real wood, plywood. I wouldn't use any.
The MDF's not so bad. I think where I work now, I think we could get away with doing some MDF cabinets that wouldn't actually turn out bad. And dude, I could fucking make the boss make double the money he does for some of the cabinets we do using some MDF. But I'm not in the
position to them.
Customer does. They want real wood. You want solid wood. You want.
Yeah, but they don't even know what the fuck they want anyway.
Well, they're paying the bills, right? And they're like, "I'm paying you $50,000 for some cabinets. I don't want any. I don't want any fake wood. I want real wood."
Yeah, they're lucky they have me because anybody else, even with using plywood, they're not going to get anybody that can
They
do.
smell different too. The
Fuck,
cabinets smell off gas that formaldehyde for years. You'll smell that shit. You open your cabinet, you'll be smelling formaldehyde glue.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, I mean, it's been a while since I've. I mean, I actually do like building with the plywood, but I work for a company where I would make the cabinets different, but I just make them the way they tell me to.
When it comes right down to it, MDF is garbage. When it comes right down to it, it's soft. It absorbs water. It's not. It's just it warps if it gets wet. It's not anything like real wood. It's junk, I think. But
it's like IKEA.
Cheaper. It's
IKEA
cheaper.
shit.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, I know what you mean.
The shit you buy in a box, right? That's basically what you're getting. You're getting disposable furniture.
Yep, that's right. I can't stand MDF, to be honest with you.
How about that fiberboard shit they sell at Home Depot?
What do you mean?
The cabinets. It's like, I want to get my cabinets from Home Depot. That fiberboard shit is even worse than that.
You mean, what do you mean, like masonite? The masonite, that
No,
brown?
it's not masonite. I'm talking about they have this weird fiberboard shit with paper veneer covering it. It's fucking retarded, man.
It almost looks like hard cardboard.
Yeah, but it's fiber. It's just like, dude.
I know, but it has the appearance of cardboard when you cut it a little bit.
Yeah, that's worse than I could build you an MDF cabinet that would last for 20 years better than that from that.
What happens, like he said, if you get water
shit from Home Depot.
Say you get a leak from your sink and it drips on there, it's gonna puff up. That wood's gonna delaminate it. You're gonna get these swelling.
I mean, it's still going to be the same thing with that stupid.
Not plywood ain't gonna get all swelled up and get those pucker marks. And
no, actually, I think the MDF would hold up better than that shit they sell you at Home Depot.
I don't know, man. You get it wet. I've seen some wet shit. When it gets wet, it all delaminates. Well, plywood will delaminate, but it's more durable than.
Yeah, but that fiberboard shit they sell at Home Depot is not fucking plywood.
Well, fiberboard is different. That's like there's different fiberboards. There's some that we use. It's called Celotex. It's fiberboard for
go to Home Depot or Lowe's. Look at their cabinets. Just like, hey, I'm interested. And then look at the cabinets they have on display. Look at like the top of the cabinet. Look at what they have. They have a sticker on the inside that looks like wood, but the rest of it is shit.
If you're talking the same fiberboard, they have some that's like brown with like a black asphalt coating that they use for roofing. That's also called fiberboard, and that shit's literally like pressed cardboard or whatever. Just you could stick your finger through it.
Okay, well, I guess we're not talking about
not the same fiberboard. There's different. I mean, I did flat roofing too, and we would use.
I worked at Lowe's, and I was like, "Don't buy this shit."
You know what expansion paper is for concrete? That type of shit. If the fiberboard was similar to that, how it was constructed. For an expansion joint on the concrete, you put this black paper.
Sure, it's going to be stuck once it expands.
It's similar to that. It cracks real easy. It's flimsy as shit. You cut it with a utility knife.
Okay, so we're not talking about the same thing.
Different fiberboards.
No, it's that gray colored shit. It's like 4 inches tall, and it's for concrete expansion joints.
Right, but they got
you could actually this shit I'm talking about. You could fucking take your fist and punch it, and you would break it in one punch.
It's not meant for something like that. It's only meant for like.
All right, so why do they fucking make your whole kitchen out of this shit that you can just destroy in one punch?
Because
and then charge you $15,000 to make your
everything is throwaway now. the whole society is throwaway, dude. The house is built with OSB board instead of plywood. If you walk on the roof between the trusses, like, okay, when you got trusses 2 feet apart and you got 7/16 OSB and you weigh 200 pounds and you're carrying bundles of shingles, it feels like you're going to break through. Like I walk on that shit. I'm like, dude, it feels like I'm walking on wet paper, like a wet cardboard
Well,
box.
don't even get me started on roofing either. I used to be a roofer too.
Now, I couldn't imagine. I don't know. You probably weigh a lot more than me, but if you're
Uh,
carrying a bundle
no,
and
I know how to deck a roof, so we can talk about that too.
but
But
that
we don't. I don't want to. I don't want to.
you don't. And you don't want to be on a roof.
No, I don't want to talk about roofing because I
That too. Nobody.
I fucking hated it. I only made $100 a day, but I was a young man then. But I know how to do it.
You earned your money back then. That's some hard work. Anybody who does roofing has an appreciation for hard work. That shit
Thinking
will
about
wear you
that
out.
earlier today, I was like, "How the fuck did I?" Because I was feeling like shit today. I'm like,
I still
"Oh my
do. I still
god,
do a little bit, but I
dude!"
try.
I used to do it as a living. I did it for a
I
couple
did
of
too.
years,
I
bro.
did too.
It's
I
just
got all
fucking
the equipment.
hardcore.
Dude. I got nail guns. I got ladders. I got everything for roofing. That's the majority of my work was roofing.
Well,
I got
I
the
did
shingle.
it
I got
as
the
an
shingle
employee. I
people.
did it as an employee,
No,
and
I did it for my own business. I got everything. I got the nail guns, the hoses.
all right. So you went out on your own and just put your ladder out there and just roofed a whole
I would
house
knock out a roof in like 2 or 3 days and make $2,000.
by yourself.
No, not myself. So on a re-roof I could do myself, but on a tear off, I sometimes I did them myself because no one would show up to work. People don't like they'll show up one day and they won't come the next day. There's so many people that'll fucking bitch out. They won't come. I'm like,
Hard fucking job, ain't it?
dude, and it's like the one day they've had enough. They don't show up. A lot of them.
Just freaking on your knees. So a tear off is really kind of the hardest part. Decking
Nah,
is
I don't mind it.
decking. Yeah, tear off's hard. Depends on
It comes right off. If you got just a plywood roof, it'll pop right off. If you know
Yeah,
how to,
well, it depends on
I
if
can
it's already double shingle or whatever. It depends
still tear
on
them off.
it depends on.
I get them in big sheets. I got a good technique where I could peel them off in layers, and I don't crumble them all up. Because
But
if you
the
crumble them to bits,
decking
it's
is
hard to
fun.
pick up.
Decking is fun. Once you have the Raptors there, it's like decking is fun. Boom, set at the top,
Well, you
chalk
don't have to
chalk
deck the
line,
roof.
freaking brooming up. You
If it's an existing home, the only time we had to put sheathing over is if they had slats that like a wood roof and it had like 3-4 inch gaps between the slats. We
my
would put
my bad. We're talking about something else then.
well if you're decking a new house roof, but I'm doing re-roofs. I'm doing existing
I
homes.
was doing redecking on a daily basis.
Redecking. So you were you doing flat roofs?
No, they weren't 45 degrees. They were like
I thought we weren't going to talk about roofs. How did we get down this rabbit hole? I don't want to talk about roofs, and you start talking about roofs.
because your mama. That's why.
From the top of the roof, you can see the earth is flat.
You from the top of the roof, you can see everywhere.
I go on my roof to watch fireworks on the 4th of July.
There you go.
Get a nice bird's eye view. You get above a lot of the tree lines. You get a good view. All angles. You can see down all angles. Boom, boom, boom. I still enjoy the 4th of July, even though I know it's a bunch of
Well, I
bullshit.
just want to say, I'm not proud of the time that I freaking was redecking these fucking houses and on the Little Rock Air Force Base. It was not fun. A fun time in my life. But it kind of was because I wore myself out, but I made $100 a day.
Yeah, I was making when I started. I was making $80.
I was just like, fuck it. I'll get up there, sweat my ass off, and at lunchtime we drove around the Air Force Base smoking weed.
He was paying me $10, and he's like, I was the helper, right? I was making $10 an hour, and I would work 8 or 10 hours a day. And I'm like, I figured out pretty quick I could do this shit for myself and make $40 an hour. So
Well, I
after a couple
couldn't do it
weeks,
on the Air Force base. So
no,
anyway,
but I mean, I learned enough, and I worked for this guy for like maybe 2 months, and I'm like, dude, I can do every part of this job myself, and I could be making 400 or 500 bucks.
yeah, but I was a really young man, and so I
Me
actually
too,
know
man.
how to sing. I really know how to deck and shingle a house now.
I
Even
started
though
at
even
17.
though I don't do that anymore, I don't want to because it's
I
fucking
I
difficult.
started
But
at
I know
17,
how to
dude.
do it.
I graduated when I was 17, and I started in the summertime. There was a guy in my neighborhood. He was doing roofs, and he asked, "Hey, do any of you guys want a job?" I'm like, "I'll go work for you." I wanted to learn. I wanted to learn how to do it, and
Fucking hard.
I learned how to do it, and I could make after I learned the technique how to do it. I would make 400 or 500 bucks in a day.
I never made that much, but anyway.
You gotta work for yourself. If you're an employee, no one's gonna pay you $45 an hour.
Well, I mean, I moved on after that. I was just
If
like,
you
all right,
wanna,
no, I know how to fucking roof a house. Fuck that.
if you can lay down 1 square an hour, you can make more than that. Just 1 square an hour is like a not even a hard pace.
No, the reason. Anyway, Ron, I think you're wrong, but anyway,
Of course, I'm wrong. I'm always wrong.
no, I just like how you're gonna make how many square feet are you gonna
I can make
cover
2 square
by
on a straight line
yourself and make
about myself.
$500 in one day?
I've made it many times. I made more sometimes.
A chicken house?
I hear something. Someone playing back.
Somebody's
You gotta
feeding.
hope it will be flat. Your mic is feeding back. There you go. Yeah, dude.
Yeah,
That's why
turn
you got
around. I mean, I know the deal. You have to
stop
make the
thinking like
deal.
an employee, Helio. Stop thinking like an employee. Do your side gig. If you learn a side gig, the same trade
I
you're doing now,
guarantee you, I'm never going to step foot on a roof ever again.
not a roof. You can do cabinets. You get a table saw and you do cabinets out of a garage, and you say you do one cabinet job, and your boss is getting 15,000, but you make that 15,000, right? Say you got maybe $1,000 of materials, and the rest is all labor, and you whip that together, and you could undercut his price. There's no reason you can't make $500 a day as a skilled laborer.
You're kind of making me think about something because the shop I work in, except for like time when I work, which is 9 to 5, basically, we have shitloads of scrap.
You do it on the weekend. I know
No,
people that work on the weekend. They got their regular job, and then their weekend job, they go do a roof.
no. Talking about. I'm not going to talk about.
I've made really good money setting tile and showers and stuff before. I mean, like $500 a day before.
And that's you can do by yourself too. You don't need a helper.
No.
And then you don't need to worry about the guy not showing up. Like, oh shit, I got to see when you're doing roofs, and your helper doesn't show up, and say it's going to rain that day, and you got to tear off the roof. You're like, oh fuck, I got to tear off this roof, but I can only tear off so much that I could cover in one day because I don't have an extra helper to do, twice the work. Like 2 people can do the work of 3 individuals. If you got one guy by himself, it's going to be a lot harder than 2 guys, right? So you're going to cut the workload by more. It's like you'll do the work of 3 individuals, just having one extra guy.
Hey, let me tell you guys something. Where I work, the only The only money that my boss makes is from proactive orders that, like, hey, make this, send it there. Then he'll show up every once in a while and say, do you have this going on? But there's so many there's so much scrap around where me as a creative guy, right? We have to pile this shit up everywhere. And I haven't talked to them about buying the scrap or using the tools and the shop, which is, we have a pretty good shop but I haven't.
You know what? If you have a good relationship, you should ask them if you could come by on the weekend and do a couple small projects. And
Dude,
if you
I'm about there. I'm about there. That's what I'm asking. That's what I'm
because you know
saying.
what? Yeah, that's your.
There's so much really fucking good material in the shop that I work in. I mean, you wouldn't believe it. You'd shit
Oh,
your
you can
pants.
do,
You'd
Elio.
shit your pants, Ron, if you saw what we had.
You know what you should do? You know those bathroom cabinets that are just like a freestanding cabinet, like a one piece unit that someone could buy at Home Depot. You could make those and sell
Dude,
those.
dude, you, like I said, you'd shit your pants if you knew what was at my. And I do have a good relationship with. There's two owners. One's an owner like for the employee, and the other one's like the. It's like it's like two owners, but they're both cool, and they both like me. But anyway,
You could get, if you made those like a little bit better grade than what Home Depot has, you can get like $300 a piece.
a little bit, dude. I
Well,
can
you
make
can make
real.
it a lot better. What I'm saying is, if you put out a higher quality product than something, someone could just put in a standard size, like say a 36-inch wide cabinet, and you make them in like standard sizes where people can buy them if they just want one little vanity or whatever for a sink, freestanding sink, whatever, and you put that in there. And then it's like a universal thing. It's not something where you got to have your whole bathroom design. That would be easier than kitchen cabinets because they all got to be unique to fit the
Dude, hey,
base.
check this out. Something simple as this, right? It's like you have this $1 million home or whatever. They're not contracting or have a contract with us building their cabinets. They're contracting with them, with building their cabinets. But we build their mantles, and they say, hey, we want some shelves between the mantle on both sides, and we have, we just want to build we want you to put some floating shelves, what we call floating shelves, both sides of the mantle.
I've actually got a mantle, dude. It's a fireplace mantle.
Okay, well then fuck it. I won't fucking
I tore
describe
it
it to
down.
you.
I don't have it anymore. It's like it was made of crown.
Talking about a fucking multi-million-dollar home. This
I
is
didn't throw it
this
out.
is what I build for. You don't want to hear what I was about to say.
I still have, but I didn't throw it out. But
I'm just telling you, I build mantles and shelves and cabinets and mud rooms and shit for multi-million-dollar homes. But Ron, do you want to talk about?
I hate wasting wood. I'm like the same way. I would save all my. I had these boards, like these 1x6 pine boards.
And so after I build these things for these multimillionaires, it's like and including my boss, I don't know if he's a multimillionaire, but I know he's at least a millionaire. He seems pretty cool. Doesn't really seem to have a problem with me. I could be like, hey man, can I use the shop for some side work? I don't think he would have a problem with that.
Right, and if you have
and I would give you some money for the scrap that, dude, they bring
normally
scrap.
throw out.
They bring scrap from all kinds of different jobs. I mean, dude, this is one of the bigger companies around, construction companies around where I work. It's like, bro, they wouldn't even miss shit if I just fucking.
Well, you should see about bathroom cabinets because you can get by with a standard size where like kitchen cabinets have to fit around a dishwasher, a sink. They all have to be custom fit. But you can
No,
get a
I
certain
wouldn't. I wouldn't propose that I could say, "Hey, I'm going to use your business to propose my business where I can."
No, not even. Do
Yeah, I
do
wouldn't
one or
even do
two
that.
every weekend.
But
One or two every weekend, and you make your extra 200, $300 a week. Just build a
yeah,
couple. You don't.
because that wouldn't be cool.
He ain't gonna let you cut it. If you go and build a whole kitchen set of cabinets, he ain't gonna like that. Then
Hell,
you're
fucking
cutting
no.
into his. If you build one or two little
Even though
projects.
he won't do it. That's what I'm saying.
No, but if you do it, I don't know, but you got to clock into his store. You're going into his store
And
using his
that's what I'm
electricity.
saying. Can I use your shop to make some shells for my friend, and I can make a couple $100? He'd be
Closed on
probably
the
cool with
weekend? Is he closed on the weekend?
that, dude. I work in a shop. There's only 4 people that work there.
I know, but does he stay open? Some places they like
No,
they use it
no,
as a sales
no.
room. He don't open it on the weekend.
This is an exclusive shop, man. It's me and a married couple and one other guy.
So you guys don't work on the weekend, so use the shop.
No, well, not usually, but we can work anytime we want to. But the married couple is kind of my boss, right?
You got a place to keep them? You got like a garage you could keep a few extra cabinets around?
We're gonna fucking. This place is huge. We have
Oh, you
2
can store 'em
fucking
over
big
there.
ass table saws, fucking 4 chop saws, and fucking a fucking belt, huge belt sander, 36-inch belt sander. Fucking everything I need is right there. Everything's there.
I would start with the bathroom cabinets because I
And
have
I'm
his.
not trying to build cabinets for people. I want specialty.
All right, you could build
And
mantles, whatever.
I will build them from scraps that I buy from the owner.
You need to
Because,
find someone who needs
dude,
your.
if you see the scraps that I throw in the dumpster every week, I could make so much money from the scraps that I throw in the goddamn dumpster every week.
Yeah, that's stupid. He's
I
paying it
know, but I can't.
disposably. You know, my friend has a granite countertop place, right? You granite and marble
There's a
counter.
granite place 2 blocks down from where I work, and
You should see the shit
they
they
have
throw.
this shit. They have granite sitting outside. You can just walk up and pick a fucking piece of granite off of.
They throw big slabs in the trash. Like if it's an odd
I
piece.
know that's the same way here. It's just like
And
I
it's
drive by that
expensive.
place
Dude,
every day. I was just like,
the
can I
dumpster
just
fee
get
is.
a cutting board? I mean, can you just cut me a 12
You know
by
what he
12
does, dude?
fucking piece of granite?
I went in his trash in his dumpster, right? I cut up this wood. It was like this thick oak. With it, the granite comes packaged in these thick oak slabs that are like bolted together, and they throw that shit just haphazardly in there in the dumpster, and then they throw the other shit, the scraps of granite and whatever, and it creates all these air pockets, all these voids and shit. The employees don't give a fuck, but it's $400 to get a new dumpster, to get a new one pulled out, delivered, and it's like
Yeah, I mean it's
they
like
didn't stack.
they don't treat the granite that way. So I've been working here for like 4 years, and these guys are a couple of blocks down the way, and it's a granite shop, and bro, they fucking do granite work every single day. And in between them and where I work are the people that we buy the hardwood from. So we're all in the same fucking block. It's like
Yeah, you got the cabinet maker,
yeah.
the granite countertop, and the supplier, like the wood
Yeah.
supplier.
It's like the plywood, the fucking hardwood. We don't do granite, but the granite people are on the corner, and they have a good relationship with the hardwood. And we get trim. There's another supplier right there on the same fucking corner. There we get most of our like good trim from them. Trim, like you know what trim is, the hard.
Molding stuff.
Yeah, molding and stuff. We get a lot of our trim from those guys. So we're all it's like we need it.
Boom, it's right there.
It's an industrial complex for cabinets.
Yeah,
Granted,
bro, it's fucking hot. But at the same time, for the past few weeks, it's like, it's
you
been
know what?
difficult. It's been difficult for them to actually get us what we want when we need it, and that's fucking sad because, dude, we got this shit. Everything's going out. When, like, they have the people. I have orders. I work by order, right? A house. I'm building a mantle. I'm building a shelf or whatever. But an order per house, right?
Elio,
So
we're the woodshop channel. Maybe we should switch the topic because we've been on it for an hour. Just saying. Just saying.
yeah, I was bitching at other people about
You keep telling your daily all your chores and you're reliving your work life.
not necessarily.
Yeah, Helio, you know how I didn't interrupt? I just let you go, bro.
I appreciate you, Larry, but yeah, I mean, I was just bitching.
Sometimes you got to pump the brakes. It's like, wait a minute, we're going down this tangent for too long.
Hey, you should have told me that shit like.
Because I was listening to your stories, but they got repetitive. I'm like, okay, this is
it's kind of fascinating. It's like, hey, let's all talk about how our jobs are fucked up. But anyway, I'm sorry, guys. I apologize for
that. I usually do what you're doing when I'm sleeping. I'm thinking about all the shit I have to do.
Dude, I dream of that about that bullshit too.
I was like, okay, I got to strip off this section of the roof. I got to bring this. I got to bring my staple for the tar paper. Like all these things, and I start replaying it, and I don't get any sleep. I'm working in my sleep.
You're right, Ron. And for everyone that's listening, I apologize for.
You're working in your off hours. What you're doing is you're mentally working. You're going through all your procedures on your off.
It's gonna happen the next time I go there anyway. So.
All right, take a break from work. Relieve your mind from work.
Yeah, it's a weekend. I don't have to go back till Monday. I love you guys. Hey, let's get back to flat Earth, ladies and gentlemen.
I think everyone here knows that's the problem. Like, hey guys, the Earth is flat. Yeah.
Don't be scared of work or flat Earth. See, they're actually. Hey, Ron, don't tell anybody. I think they don't want me to talk about it because they're as scared of flat Earth as I am afraid of going back to my fucking 9 to 5 weird shit.
Well, you could if you love what you do, then you won't work a day in your life.
I don't fucking love it. I don't fucking love it. I just know how to do it.
Well, if you know what I think, when you do it for yourself and you get a bigger check, then it becomes something you don't mind as much. Like something hard work becomes more rewarding. You're like, you know what? It's ball busting work, but at the end of the day, I got a fat check and I should get a fat check. If the boss gets a fat check and you get a skinny check, then it ain't worth it. It's drudgery, right? You're like, fuck, I got to go to work again. Damn it. You don't hate it as much, is what I mean. It might still be physically demanding work that you don't necessarily like, but you don't hate
it's kind of a drudgery, but at the same time, well, as far as this discussion goes, it wouldn't be a drudgery, but it would be, a functional idea, of our consciousness. It's like, hey, have you ever talked to anyone about this before? And you're just like, woo.
There's a guy that makes flat Earth things. I think his name is Chris Pontius. Makes these flat Earth realms, right, with like a dome.
Wait, Chris Pontius that's the guy
not
from
the
Jackass.
jackass Chris Pontius. He's another Chris Pontius.
Oh, okay, never mind.
Yeah, not Party Boy.
I didn't figure he would ever come in here.
No, that guy is just a jackass. But
I would love to talk to him. I think we'd have a good time talking.
But we don't need a guy with that reputation as a jackass saying the Earth is flat. That doesn't help our cause. You know what I mean? Someone who
I don't think he ever would, though.
Up to his butt cheeks with a stapler. We don't need that guy. But what I'm saying is, like, there's a guy that makes flat Earth realms, like with a dome. Like, if you could use that scrap material as a base, and you could make flat Earth projects, I think that guy makes a pretty penny off that shit. There's a lot more flat earthers than you think, and they're not all just sitting in this room all day. There's people with some money that want artwork for their house.
Yeah, sure. And you know what's interesting about this, Ron? On that point, nobody is sitting here waiting to make money off of flat Earth
There ain't
as
no
if
money
that
to
was
be
a
made.
thing.
Well, it's not like a huge market, but that guy pretty much he caters to that group. Like if you want a piece of art, like you know what, I want to put this in my
All right.
room and have a little
Well, let me ask you
conversation.
this, Ron. Do you who is the person, you know, on this aspect of who has made the most money in your mind off of flat Earth? Who was it?
Probably like Eric Dubay. He made books.
What?
Maybe Edward
All right.
Hendry.
As
Edward
soon as
Hendry.
hold on. As soon as I said that, there was this like distortion thing that happened.
Probably the bookmakers, like Eric
Hold
Dubay.
on. There was
What?
this distortion idea. Who was the distortion thing?
I don't know. Some feedback on your mic.
No, it wasn't feedback. Anyway, so you think Eric Dubay has
Yeah.
made more money off of flat Earth than
Edward Hendry. Edward Hendry made a lot.
All
I
right,
bought a
so
couple.
Edward Hendry. Yeah,
Yeah.
I support Edward Hendry. He's the one that led me to flat Earth.
I've got his other books.
I actually bought his. I bought his book. I actually bought his
I've
book.
got his other books where he talks about the synagogue of Satan. I bought like 5
Sure.
of his.
Yeah. Sure. All
So
right.
I did
So
support him. He was on Tex Mars. He had a bunch of books that talk about the synagogue of Satan, the Catholic Church,
all right.
the
So
Jesuits.
check this out. Most people, when we talk about flat Earth here in this Discord server, we're not going to get into the details of Edward Hendry's topics or Eric Dubay's stuff. We're just trying to kind of like find out where they are. They're kind of brand
You know
new
what?
to the
What
topic.
it no, it is our job is to take all that, thousands of hours that you've spent and boil it down into 5 minutes. You don't want people come here, they want the cliff notes. They don't want 5 years worth of fucking shit. They want 5 minutes of shit. So you got to boil down all your shit.
At the same
5 minutes.
time, it's not going to lead to anything because it's the open idea of what is Earth.
Okay,
It's
so you let
Earth.
them figure it out. It's like I could give you the pieces. Now you figure it out. Right? If you can't put the pieces together, I made a small 100-piece puzzle. Put the pieces together. Here's the pieces. If you can't figure it out, come back in a year and tell me maybe you can figure it out then. Because you can present
It's
all
like,
the pieces.
well, Ron or Helio said this. It's like, damn it, I didn't say shit. I asked you a question, and this is what you said.
Well, the pieces that we give them fit together. The pieces for the globe don't fit. They don't match reality. So you're trying to put a square peg in a round hole to try and match this globe, but it never fits, right? So that's where the problem lies. We can't prove a globe because the pieces don't match up with reality.
How can anyone prove globe Earth with this?
Well, you can delude yourself. You can delude yourself if you want, but if you want to live in reality, you have to come to grips with reality that you live on a flat, motionless Earth. And some people are not ready to come to grips with it. They just can't accept it. It's just too much.
Yeah, but it's not too much. It's like, hey, I came here with a genuine belief, or it's like, hey, I think you flat earthers are saying this thing, but hey, tell us what you think, bro. Just bring it forward, and then we're not standing against you. We used to think the Earth was a globe as well, so
it depends on the person. Like I said, my own brother. I have 2 brothers, and one of them is a globe tard. And I think the more years that you spend in school, he spent more years in school and going to college, and he became more indoctrinated to where he can't possibly be wrong. So I have to be wrong. So even though I could present all the proof in the world, I have to be wrong because he knows better than me, right? Because I'm just a
Yeah,
fucking idiot. Right? I don't know
all
shit.
right, cool. So, dude, I mean, even if I know that's personal, and my brother is actually kind of on the fence because I've talked to him about the same thing,
For how
which
many
is
years?
really
That's what I
cool.
mean. You
Yeah,
talk to your brother more than I do. I
but
don't talk. I see him once
he
a year.
won't come in here and talk to us about it.
I'll see him once or twice a year. My own brother, he lives 5 miles away. I don't see him at all.
Well, but
I
he
see
won't come in here and talk to us about it, right?
his girlfriend got triggered at me, right? Like we went
Well, I
somewhere
live in
together.
the same town, so I see my brother all the time. So
I
I
live in the
just
same
don't bring
town.
it up
He's,
much.
he's 5 miles away from me. I hardly ever see him. But
Oh wow, man, that's sad, man.
I know, I
Fucking
know.
hey, tomorrow, today, Sunday, just show up at his house and be like, "Motherfucker, I love you." Give him a hug.
You know what? I go there in the summertime. He's got a pool. He's got a pool at his house. He has pool parties all the time. But he's
Does he have kids and a wife?
no, he don't
Fucking
have.
just show
I was
up.
like, he's got a girlfriend, and she got triggered at me about the whole flat Earth thing. She got really pissed off, and it's funny because we all went somewhere. We went to a concert together, and this is now about I think about 5 years ago. One of his good friends was also a flat earther, and I don't know. I had this Tesla
Hey,
lighter.
show up and give him a hug and just, I fucking love you, and then give his wife a
You
hug.
want
I
you
love
say
you
that
too.
to everyone
And
you know,
then
you love
like,
everyone, and you want to hug them.
I'll fucking come to Detroit and fucking give them a
Hug
hug too.
my
It's just
brother.
like,
I love
why
you,
did you
man.
bring your flat Earth friend?
Hey, but you know what? One of his best friends is also a flat earther. That was my point I was getting at. We were at a
Okay.
we went to a concert. Remember you asked me if I seen a concert? We went to a concert together, and one of his friends was going to smoke a joint. And I had this really cool Tesla lighter. It was like a electrical. It didn't have no gas. It was just electric. I'm like, here, use this. He's like, oh, that's badass. That's like a Tesla thing. I mean, yeah, yeah,
Well,
yeah.
you got
He
high.
Yeah, yeah. But my point is, from the Tesla, we transitioned to flat Earth like within minutes. And what the other guys that were there, one of them's like, "Oh no, not another one." And this was like 5 years ago. There wasn't too many flat earthers, and he's like, "Yeah, I got a P900 camera." I'm like, "Me too." He's like, he was telling me how he made a bracket for his. He made a bracket in his fabrication shop. He welded it out of this thick solid bar stock, like 2-inch thick bar stock, and he made like an H, and it had the bolt coming through the bottom to mount it, so it was like rock solid pivot. You could set it on a table, and it was nice and sturdy. And he would control the camera through his iPad, so there was no vibration when you're trying to focus. He would just do it wirelessly, and then he would record everything on his iPad. But anyway, like we had the same camera. We're flat earthers. So what are the odds? There was me and my brother, his girlfriend, and 3 other guys. And 2 of us were flat earthers. Another guy's like, he was like tripped out a little bit. So then one of the guys that was more receptive, not the one that goes, "Oh no, not another one." We hung out, and I brought my visas.
Another one being meaning a flat
Not another
earther.
flat earther. Oh no, he's like freaked. Oh no, not another one. This keep in mind, this is like 5 years ago, and it was not as common as it is today.
Hey Ron, let me tell you, since nobody's talking except for you and almost nobody. Hey, this last week, I mean today's Saturday night, right? Yes, you're in Eastern time and I'm in South Central time. I may sound weird because I am inebriated, but that's kind of
You don't say.
usual. Let me tell you something.
You're shit faced.
All right, I'm shit faced. Fuck
I'm
it,
just
let's
messing
call it.
around.
No, I freaking let's everybody have that. Helio Skeptic is shit faced.
I'm going to tell you
This is
something.
normal.
I'm going
This
to
is
tell.
not normal
No,
for
yeah.
him. Not shit faced.
No, I'm going to tell you something about this. It was Monday night. This is Friday or Saturday morning, but last Monday night and last weekend, I think you guys heard me talking about it. Like, man, I want to take my mom to see Styx and Ario Speedwagon live. You know what happened?
What happened?
I did.
Well, good for you, man.
It was
Got out
freaking
of the Discord.
awesome. We
Got to rejoice over that.
me and my brother wheeled her into the REO Speedwagon concert. It was so freaking awesome, bro. Styx and REO Speedwagon was an awesome.
Did you flat smack anybody at the concert? Did you wear like a flat Earth shirt?
No, I didn't do that.
You just went to enjoy yourself.
Yeah, I went with my mom. I mean, she hadn't been to a concert in like 30 years.
I would love it to get on the stage and like bring some props, right? Bring some water.
No, I mean, I wasn't there for the stage
Before the show, while you guys are waiting, hey guys, don't even come at them with the flat Earth angle.
Dude, I was there as a fucking man.
But to flat smack the audience, say there's like 10,000 people there, and you just kind of do like a pre-show. They got pre-show, people just coming and entertaining the crowd and whatever. Before the main show, they sometimes have a pre-show, or they'll have whatever. Someone just come and pump up the crowd.
Ron, that's not what this concert was about.
I understand that people don't want to hear. They don't want to hear flat Earth shit. They want to go there and drink beer and listen to music.
Okay, well,
that's not entirely true. I'd say at least a third of all people are pretty damn happy to hear it when I say it to them. At least a third.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to say I haven't talked to them about it during the experience. I've talked about it a little bit, but it's just like it wasn't a thing while I was there with my mother and my brother. And Flat Earth
You just want to enjoy the show. I get it,
dude. My mom hasn't been to a fucking rock show in 30 years, and I was like, "Hey, Mom, we're going to fucking see Ario Speedwagon and Styx."
You should have went on the stage. You should have went on the stage and sang.
I couldn't have. Who the fuck do you think I am?
Here's a local Helio skeptic. He's a local homegrown singer. We're gonna let him sing whatever.
You fooled yourself, but you don't believe it. You're killing yourself, but you don't believe it. Motherfucker.
If they boo you off the stage, keep singing.
Nah.
Keep going. Keep going.
Dude, Styx has so many fucking hits. I mean, y'all niggas wouldn't even know how many. You'd be like, oh, that's Styx. Oh, that's another Styx song. Oh, that's another Styx song. Oh, shit. I didn't know Styx that had that many hits.
Maybe not.
How about Mr. Roboto? Did you know that was Styx?
Mr. Roboto. Of course. Everyone knows that, right?
You're fooling yourself. You're fooling yourself, but you don't believe it.
No. You think of songs they sang like I can see for miles and miles. That's not them, but like songs when you hear it, you say, I think they're talking about flat Earth.
This is what I told my mom. I was like, you don't know what songs you're gonna hear when you come in here, because she listens to the radio all the time. I was like, once you get there and you see these guys play, you'll be like,
Helio. But do you know, like Mick Jagger? Remember, there was Mick Jagger and Dave Grohl. They said the Earth is flat and cold. There was a song they sang like last year as a new song.
Yeah.
So besides being that obvious, coming out and like actually saying it, there's like a lot of metaphors. Like space might be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. There's like all these little Easter eggs in songs.
Sure, yeah. I don't necessarily think it amounts to anything. The understanding, the core energy, the core understanding that Earth is what it is comes from your soul, not from anyone convincing you. You know,
So
it's like, oh, I believe the earth is flat because so and so told me. You're not going to figure it out that way.
Oh, you got to
So I
figure it
wanted
out
to say,
yourself, dude.
Go ahead,
yeah, I
Larry.
agree. Yeah, I wanted to say that it's not just in songs, like, and it's not just the flat Earth. Like when I'm studying like law stuff, like I see something over here that like fits over here, and then like you put those two things together, and you're like, oh, okay, I gotcha. Okay, so yeah, those kind of connections, they're out there, but for people who don't study, they're not going to come across, the synchronicities is what we call them, right? Like a rare thing that it's so rare that it just happens to match exactly with what's going on right here. Like yesterday, somebody popped in and they were like, I was just talking about this, and I come in here and y'all are talking about the same thing. It's like, but when it's like meaningful, like,
Are you talking Admiralty law? How the law of the sea? Is that what you're studying? That?
well, no, not so much the code. I'm not studying that stuff. What I'm trying to understand is what the real law is, because there's like God's law, obviously, and then there's
Right.
like supreme law, which is the law of the land, and then there's like legislation, right?
Well, God's law is the real law. The other shit is man's law, right? That you draw the distinction. You don't have to follow
Let me
man's
ask
law.
you this, Ron. Is the convincing of flat Earth, will that actually help them if you convince them, but they don't believe you?
Well,
But there,
you just contradicted yourself.
I know, God damn it, that's the point.
If I convince them, but they don't, how would I convince them if they don't believe me?
Don't
You
try to
can't.
convince them. Just put the proofs out there. They have to
I
convince
already said that.
themselves.
It's a fucking puzzle. I give you the pieces, you fit them together. If you can't fit together these fucking obvious pieces, then you have the
Amen. Amen. I love that. That's right, Rod. That
right?
was
It's like I
really
make
good.
the
Yeah, yeah.
puzzle in as few pieces as possible. And if you can't fit them together, then move on, move on. Can't fit.
No, move on with us or without us.
No,
But I
take
mean,
the
if you
pieces with you. Take the puzzle
no,
with you. Maybe you'll figure it out one day.
yeah, be patient. Maybe it takes longer for some people to understand. Be patient with us. It's like
Here's the thing, Helio.
yeah,
To
go ahead.
understand flat Earth, all you got to do is be able to build the frame of the puzzle. All the flat edges, right? All the flat edges make the frame. First, you start with the frame, and then you fill in the middle. All you got to do is fill in the frame, and you can understand that it's not a ball. Once you got that, then work on the middle. Like I got the middle halfway filled in. There's still shit that I don't understand,
All right,
right?
but a lot of people that come here are starting with the ball, so they're not on that extent.
Well, I get that. That's why you give
Yeah.
them the pieces, and I got the pieces in as few pieces as possible. Like you might have 1,000-piece puzzle. You don't have to make it that complicated. You can make it 50 pieces. Like I boil it down into a small puzzle, right? Here's the frame, maybe even less than that, like 20 pieces. Here's the frame. 10 of those pieces are the frame, right? And once you got the frame built, you can see the frame doesn't match the globe model. It matches a flat model. So once you understand that, you work on filling in the rest. And it's something they build it. Here's one piece, here's another piece. Stick them together. What do you have? You don't have a ball. That's the puzzle.
In their mind, it's already
Keep in mind that it doesn't matter if it fits the flat model because there is no flat model. What matters is that it doesn't fit the globe model.
Well, and
That's
there's
what I
no
said.
globe
It's
model
like
either. That's what I was about to say, Orion. Go ahead, brother.
what I'm saying is a flat earth versus a globe. It fits level, a level plane. If you get it through your head, like, okay, water sits level, right? And then you can understand if I have 70% of the Earth's surface covered in this one monolithic body of water, the oceans, it's pretty easy to figure out that it's not a ball.
What do you mean by monolithic?
It's one continuous body of ocean. All the ocean, all the seawater, the Atlantic, the Pacific, the Indian Ocean. They're all one body of water. It's not. They're all connected. It's one continuous.
I kind of look at it different. Monolithic, I would understand as a general idea.
It's a homogeneous body of water. It's all ocean, seawater. I can go to the Atlantic or the Pacific, and the seawater is still salty. It's all connected. It's
Heliomano. Heliomano means one. Lithic is like stone. So cut from the same stone, like the ocean all comes from.
Yeah, I told you it's salty as shit, ain't
it? The Gulf of Mexico is still the ocean. Just because it's called the Gulf of Mexico doesn't mean it's not part of the ocean. So you can try and parse things and not figure it out that way, but I boil things down. If you can't figure it out, then move along. And that's how you should do. If you got 5 minutes to flat smack your brother or whatever, you want to put it in the easiest terms possible so that he can wrap his head around it. And then, like right here, I'm not even showing pictures, but I will paint you a mental image, right? So you can visualize what I'm talking about. And some people can't build a puzzle in their head for whatever reason. Some people can't do that, and you don't have to flat smack everybody. If you just get a certain percentage, you're planting seeds, right? You plant a seed. Sometimes the seed grows and sometimes it's a dud, right? So, but if you're Johnny Appleseed, I throw out 1,000 seeds a day. I'll make 1,000 comments every day. I've been doing that for like 6 or 7 years. Every fucking day I'll leave 1,000 comments or more. And then all those little seeds, maybe 1% grows.
Hey Ron, is puzzle source? Is puzzle source? I mean, as far as where you plant seeds, I mean, who are you planting seeds with? I mean,
I plant seeds everywhere on all different types of like live streams and shit.
Well, I mean, there's a platform, with other people that are Christians, like, where you should only cast your.
I used to do that on Steven Anderson's stream. I used to plant seeds over there, but he was hostile.
Well, we all right. So you're here now, saying, "Hey, this is that," but
you're here now. I found you.
You're just being obscure, but you in this platform, you can say whatever the fuck you want to say. You don't have to go.
I actually like working with people with a religious slant that are Christian because it makes it hard for them.
No, I think you want to do that because you want to take the piss out of them. To be honest,
no,
because
I
do the same thing. All right, so
my best friend doesn't get it. My best friend, right, that I've known for forever, my whole life. He doesn't want to believe it. He's a Christian, right?
Believe what? Wait, believe what?
No, he said the only thing that matters is your belief in God. That nothing else matters aside from that. I'm like, okay, I get it.
Wait, you said he doesn't want to believe it.
He doesn't want to believe what I'm telling him. I can't.
You mean flat Earth? You mean flat Earth, right?
He doesn't want to wrap his head around.
He doesn't want to drop the belief.
He's holding on to his ball. He's clinging to a ball, even though it doesn't match what he claims is his faith. It doesn't match.
All right, so are you comparing your information that you've been studying for 7 years to his general knowledge, and you're just throwing this shit in his face? And he's like, my cousin doesn't want to believe it.
Not even.
You're just throwing him under the bus now. He's like, my cousin want to believe this flat Earth shit.
Okay, it says like he believes that it's the word of God, the Bible, except for the parts that I'm telling him. No, except for that. That's not what
How
he
did
means.
you tell him that the Bible says flat Earth?
I'm just right in Genesis, right? Open Genesis. What does it tell you?
All right. So, what was that experience when you talked to your cousin and you said, "Hey,
No, it was my friend.
let's go to Genesis and talk about flat Earth. Let's do that."
He
Did you do
doesn't
that
want
with
to even hear it. He doesn't even want to hear it. That's what I
Really?
mean.
Well, why are you
If he
talking
wanted
about
to
it
hear
then? He won't come here. He doesn't want to talk to
no,
you.
he
Why
would
the
never
fuck are you
come here,
bringing it
dude.
up?
No. Like if I can't even talk to him in a personal one-on-one, like whatever, I talked to him for a few minutes. He said, "Look, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter." Like every
Okay,
asshole.
well, talk about your second cousin. Let's see what happens when you talk to your
He was
second.
my friend, not my cousin. He's not my cousin. One of my cousins is a flat earther. I'm working on some more of them, but one of them gets it. And you know what
I'm being a dick on purpose, Ron. I love you, brother. I'm just being a dick.
always, yeah. I know you're always a dick. But that's aside from the point. What I'm saying, like, you have problems with your own brother. Sometimes he doesn't want to hear you.
No,
right?
no, my brother always listens to me, man, when I contact him. But anyway.
Right. He listens, but he doesn't hear you. Right. You have eyes, but you cannot see.
Yeah, but it's because I actually don't want to fuck with him and his family that bad. But he always listens to me. It's all personal between me and him. He won't talk to his wife about some of the stuff we talk about. But sometimes he does. But yeah, but me and him and his wife have a personal relationship. That's other than that, otherwise that's
You and his wife have a personal relationship. What?
yes.
You might not want to say that publicly. What the
No,
fuck?
I'm talking about personal, like, dude. Now my sister-in-law and I have a freaking close relationship. Is there something wrong with that?
It just didn't come off. I don't know. It just sounded kind of.
It has not. I didn't say. Did I say it was sexual? No.
You the way it came off kind of odd.
Okay, well, I mean, you might have thought about it that way. No, me and my brother and my sister-in-law have a very close relationship. It's not like I can share something with my brother that he's not going to tell his wife.
Wait. Is his wife a flat earther? Like where she sit in this whole
No,
realm?
neither one of them are. But
yeah,
that's
like my
as
brother's
far as
girlfriend.
I'm going to go. That's as far as I'm going to go.
My brother's girlfriend, who's not a flat earther.
My brother's wife. I've known them since I was a teenager, so that's a lot deeper, bro. This is family, you know what I'm saying?
Right. Well, that my brother's family too, but
Well, my brother and his wife are family, and so is her brother, who is, I mean, she's married to another family member.
it's hard to make people close to you. Like, I don't know what it is, but sometimes they just don't want to hear it. Like I was saying, my best friend that I've known forever
I'm
doesn't
just
want to get
telling
off the
you,
rails. He wants to stay on
they
his.
don't come in here and talk, but I talk about some shit, and I'll give you a little bit, But when it comes to deep shit, when it comes to personal family relationships, I ain't gonna talk about that shit with you guys. But I'm just telling you, I do have a close personal relationship with my brother and his wife because we've been family for a long fucking time.
You guys ain't swingers, are you?
Motherfucker, who said that? Who the fuck said that?
Oh, the guy we were talking to? Probably wasn't a complete sentence or.
Where? He is kind of square. Is anybody there, man? Hello, rocking.
What's up, flat earth dude?
I was definitely. Are you guys there? Hello.
Yeah, we're here.
good
What you got?
morning.
Sounds. Are you at a? What you doing?
I'm standing right in front of Matthew Learns.
What?
We got one. I am
What?
standing right in front of Matthew Learns, and I'm standing next to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 flat earthers.
Shit, I'm gonna mute and listen for a little bit. This is fucking awesome.
Put it on the camera.
Sonny on the plane is in the house. Well,
You can't put it on cam here, but hey, yeah, you can't put it on cam here, but
Right.
do your best to get everybody to give us a shout out.
All right. What's it? Is what all right?
I don't know. You just said all right. Twice.
All right, man. People are talking to me in my ear. I got people in my head. They say I got people in my head. Of course.
Okay.
Where are you
I got
hanging
people in
out?
my head.
What state are you in, Flat Earth?
I'm hearing voices in my head.
That's California. That's right.
Oh, he's a West Coast flatty. There's a lot of flat earthers on the West Coast, man.
Hey, everybody, stop talking so we can get some kind of.
All right. I want you guys to say hi to Sasha. Okay. Left ear.
Hey, how's it going? Hello?
Hello.
Hello.
Helios? Hey, hello. How's it going?
Helioskeptic.
Helioskeptic. I can't believe you don't believe in the helio.
I'm here. I just actually, I mean, since you guys have so many people, in this meetup, I want to find a way for everyone to get involved. I mean, it seems like it has to happen through Flat Earth too.
We get involved.
Yeah, hey guys.
Oh my God.
Hey,
Thank you.
do you guys have any measurement instruments with you there?
No, Jebby Jet, this isn't our argument.
Do we have measurement? We haven't got
Yeah.
actually, there's a weird thing sitting on the table. I don't know what it is, but I think it's a measurement instrument. What do you mean by get involved? Define get involved for me. Define get involved for me.
No, I was just saying, since you're all going through Flat Earth Dude's phone, I mean, it's kind of strange for us. I mean, we can talk to how many, 5 or 6 people, at a time.
There's like 50 people here, but you'll
Yeah,
to be honest, you can only talk to me right now. I'm the only one you talk to.
All right, cool. Talk to Jebby Jet. Jebby Jet. Talk to Jebby Jet.
Are you here?
Debbie?
Are you a member? Sasha? Are you a member on the Discord? They just had ladies' night on Friday.
Not only am I a member, no, I'm not on Discord. I hosted the first Flat Earth meetup out here in LA in 2016.
Awesome. You're awesome.
Thanks. But I'm not.
Nice.
No, I'm not on Discord. We've had like a bazillion meetups out here.
You should pop in on ladies' night.
You should join.
Have a ladies' night on Friday.
Yes.
Did I have meetups
You'll
in
join
where I
us.
live in Fayetteville, fucking heart of the
You
heart
get
of
to
the
learn.
Because I'm a lady, you want me to have a lady? What kind of talk is that?
Well, we have a specific night for the ladies because we don't have a lot of
Friday
lady flat
night.
earthers. So.
Yeah, they want to segregate me. Do you?
No, you're welcome
So
anytime.
you're telling me you can't hang with me? You can't have.
You're welcome anytime. We like the ladies.
They're trying to stuff me off the ladies.
No, actually, it's
No women allowed. There's no women allowed in their group.
Tell them to fuck off.
Dude, tell Flat Earth Dude to explain it to you. We're not like that.
You guys are flat earthers and you want to segregate men and women. You guys think you're so advanced.
Are you serious? No, she's
I'm totally teasing.
No, she's giving us shit. I mean, just tell Flat Earth Dude to understand.
Women's giving you a hard time because you segregate them so much. You have to take time to learn.
She sounds cool, man. It'd be fucking.
Sit down and eat. Oh, I got a burger. Renee just made me this amazing burger with a tortilla like around it.
Oh, you have a double cheeseburger with
There's no dairy. It's like a tortilla and a hamburger. But honestly, it's amazing looking. It's like a taco. It's like in foil, so it's all hot, like it's out of a taco stand.
It's like out of this world, like Mars, Venus, and Jupiter.
Those things are fake.
Alignment, cheeseburger.
I'm fine.
Hey, do you guys have you ever had Jose at one of your meetups? Jose Meza.
Or what? Jose. I don't think I know Jose.
He's one of the admins here.
Does he live in Los Angeles?
I think so. Yeah, I think he's in Southern California somewhere.
Like? I don't.
He's in SoCal, but I mean it's a big place. I think
it's a big area. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I think he's north of where.
Kind of proper. I mean, we're technically in like a beach. What Orange County?
Technically in one of the beaches, maybe Orange County. I think that's where he is. I think he's near Orange
If I ever meet a flat earther named Jose, then I'm gonna be like, oh, I know you guys. I know you.
Dude, it's more than likely you're gonna meet 100 Jose's before you ever find the real.
Well, I get yeah, but
that could happen. I'm still gonna say the same thing.
I'm the Jose from the 24/7.
I'm gonna say it to everybody in the room. I'll never find out the truth. What if I don't even never know which one's the Jose you guys mean?
Hey,
that could happen.
Do you know Flat Earth, dude? The guy that's letting you use his account right here?
I do.
He knows the Jose we're talking about.
Okay.
When you meet him, you'll know that motherfucker. I promise.
Yeah, Jose is chill. You'll like Jose.
Hey. You better be right.
It won't be some random Jose. This is he's the Jose. He's the Jose.
Total fucking jerk.
He's an OG. He's been in the game a long time.
Cool. No, he's gonna go.
Hey, I think if we say
how long is a long time?
Like 7 years.
If we say like Jose 3 times, I bet he'll jump in. I don't know. I mean. Yeah, it's kind of like Beetlejuice, right?
I wish he would, man. I haven't seen Jose in forever.
Well, me too.
Jose.
Do it. Let's see. Yeah.
He's got to take care of his son. You know, he's got to be a dad, so he don't hang with us as much.
Well, watch within the next 20 minutes, that motherfucker will be here. I promise. Be like, oh.
When you speak about the wolf, he always shows up.
There you go.
Is he here? Yeah, he might take a minute. It's like that's a good voice.
So, Flat Earth Dude, is Flat Earth Dude live streaming right now on YouTube?
Or what?
So I think I'm subbed to his channel. Let me check. I'm subbed to his robot channel.
You're roboting. Yeah, you're roboting.
I'm gonna check his channel and see if he's actually live streaming.
Oh man.
Try to close your maps on that phone.
I don't think she knows it's roboting.
Well, I'm wondering if she handed him his phone and was like, "Hey, talk to these motherfuckers." That's what it kind of sounds like. Talk to these flat earthers.
No, it's talking from space. He's on the International Space Station.
Flat Earth Dude should install Discord on her phone and send her an invite for her.
Damn.
Wow.
Hello. Can you give the phone? Can you give the phone back?
I think we have a new record for the longest robot.
I wouldn't even give that record because I've heard a lot longer record.
Does somebody have a stopwatch?
I wanted to give the phone back to Flat Earth dude, and he could figure this shit out. I don't even know what the fuck.
I can barely understand you. What planet are you on? Oh, why none at all?
Oh, you understood anything?
I'm on Earth, bitch. I'm on Earth.
I just pressed this.
Dude, Flat Earth dude is probably in a corner of the whatever they are, like taking a bong hit or something. I don't even know it.
They say Matthew's with them. Does Matthew have it on his phone or just his computer?
Yeah, that's what I'm. Hey, Matthew, are you with
Yeah.
you guys? Are you listening, bro? I mean, fucking jump in.
Damn. That was rough, man.
Is that where you get your tube signed? Yeah, I'm fat. I got. What do you
I'm
call
just
that?
messing with them. They wanted to send me to the ladies group.
Who's that?
I don't know.
No. We're not trying to send
Not
you to
ladies'
the ladies' room.
room.
We're wondering, did Flat Earth dude give you his phone so that you could talk to us? Because he's talking to other people. I mean, this is kind of strange. Okay, that's what I thought. And everything's still broken up too. I mean, hey, go back and listen to the live stream. It sounds really weird. Listen.
Yeah, try to mute them.
Maybe we should mute Flat Earth dude and her
Yeah.
or whatever. Maybe that'll get the message across.
Tell me something about
Discord.
Hey,
because
all
this
right,
guy's gonna
so
mute me.
No, it's just because you were roboting. We were trying to get the message across.
They literally were gonna mute you.
no,
No,
sure.
we don't want to mute you. We're just trying to let you know you're roboting.
Yeah, sure. If you're on Flat Earth, dude.
You're having a connection.
If you've been at a meetup, you have Orion and other people have. When you're at a meetup, you're not necessarily paying attention to the live stream. You're just doing other shit. That's kind of what sounds like what's going on. You know?
I need a napkin too.
And you need a napkin.
We got Flat Earth burgers everywhere over here. All over here. Yeah.
Orion Flat Earth meetups are fun, aren't they? You just kind of like, fuck everybody, I'm here with all the Flat Earth.
Yeah, one of my favorite people I met at the one I went to in Portland. There was like maybe 8 people there or something, maybe 9 people. But there was this one guy who was like, I didn't speak with him very much. He did speak English, but he was like from Cambodia or something. But he's like kind of an older looking dude. But he could barely speak English, or not without a thick accent. But it just sounded funny how when he shook my hand, like he did that kind of thing that a lot of older, like a lot of Asian people from Asian countries do, where they shake your hand and they bow at the same time and they like smile at you, like those guys are cool.
Did he shake your hand and say flat motherfucking earth, bitch?
No, he didn't say that, and I didn't get a chance to ask him, but I'll ask him if I see him again. But I had a strong suspicion that he was a Buddhist, and so I just thought that was kind of cool, like Buddhist flat earther. Pretty sure he's from a Buddhist country.
Hey, Buddhism is flat earth. So anyway, ain't no globe in Buddhism.
Yeah. Shadow up. So is there a shadow up perspective in the video?
Probably raised a Buddhist at least.
Can you guys just hear us, or can you see us?
Actually, I think until Flat Earth Dude contacts us here, we should go ahead and mute him because he's at a meetup and he's not responding to our talks. So I'm going to go ahead and mute him for the moment. He can unmute.
Yeah, okay, Helio.
All right.
We wish them have fun.
Yeah. I mean, if Flat Earth Dude wants to do some live talk from his meetup, it sounds like he's having fun, but. Yeah,
give a shout out in the live stream voice text.
Flat Earth Dude, have fun, and if you want to do some talks there, it sounds like they were having fun. I
Yeah.
can recognize that because I've been to some meetups like that. It's so fun. It's like you just forget that you're there. It's like, oh shit! I was at a meetup last night. Oh, that was yeah. All right. Now he said, "Cheers, everyone." He's not gonna come in here and do anything live. He's just doing his thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's nice to hear that we have these family gatherings, family with capital FE.
Yeah, let's let Flatter Dude do his thing over there at the meetup.
Mm.
He's got the roles to unmute himself or whatever. Do your thing, Flutter Dude. So where were we with the other anti-flatter? We don't have any anti-flatters.
Where are the Globers?
Yeah, but should anyone be an anti-flat earther or an anti-glober, right? What does that mean? I've been watching today and yesterday. I've been watching the latest from Disney, the Obi-Wan Kenobi show.
Well, Netflix are anti-flat earthers.
Sure they are, but not really. But not really.
They really are.
Really?
Like they fit every point.
What do you, can you give me an example of their most recent anti-flat Earth thing?
Yeah, the most recent will be this new Netflix cartoon. The name is Inside Job. Have you seen it?
Hell fucking yeah, I've seen it.
Yeah?
Yeah, I've seen it, but that's not recent. It came out like...
Not the movie Inside Job. It's a
No,
cartoon.
it's a cartoon. Yeah, I saw it. I saw the entire...
Oh, yeah.
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 They had,
Well, that's
the flat earthers that were trying to take down the ship and shit. Yeah.
Yeah.
I saw that shit.
So
Did you watch the whole thing?
they pose us as
Wait!
some
I'm asking
lunatic.
you a question. Do you want to answer it or not? Did
Well,
you
they don't
watch
even
What was the
necessarily
question?
pose us. They pose the Flat Earth Society. They always refer to all the people in that cartoon that are Flat Earthers. They all refer to them as members of the Flat Earth
Hold on,
Society.
I want to ask Jimmy Jim if you watched the whole fucking series.
Yeah, I saw it.
The whole thing.
The whole first season. I watched it too.
Yeah.
Yeah, me too. Hey, did you watch Space Force from Netflix? Did you watch both seasons of
Yes.
that one?
Yes.
All right, so what are you bitching about?
Well, they are anti-flat earthers.
Yeah, it's a little blatant. It's a little more blatant, Helio, with the cartoon, because in the very beginning of that episode, like they have the dad character who's an asshole, and he's like talking on a television screen with a camera to. He refers to him as the Flat Earth Society, and he's like joking around, like, "Oh, these guys are so stupid," and everything. Like, it's pretty clever propaganda. I'll give him that, but it's just insulting.
Exposes that we know what they're talking about, and everybody else doesn't. And hey, whether or not you feel a certain way, they're going to do it no matter what you feel or what you say.
Yeah, I suppose it would be against their interest to use the term controlled opposition in their cartoon, because if they did that, maybe people would catch on.
I'm more concerned. I was only concerned with what they are doing, you know. And
Yeah, but
to
let me
me,
ask you this: people that are watching this film on Netflix, whether it be Space Force or what was the other one? with the cartoon thing. They don't
Inside Job.
Yeah, Inside Job. They already heard about the Inside Job, and they're just reinforcing their stupidity, even though it was obvious an Inside Job. And so people that want to believe it, that actually take time to watch it, it's just reinforcing their stupidity, as if any of us would actually take it seriously. But I do take it seriously. It's kind of like it's like shaking hands. It's like, yeah, see, I already knew. You motherfuckers already knew. So we're shaking hands. Now, Inside Job.
Oh, I'm not shaking hands with them. For me,
No,
it
I'm
was
talking
just
about intellectually. Talking about
uh,
intellectually. Talking about intellectually. Come on, bro. You're not going to shake hand with Netflix. Motherfucker, if they try to pull this
yeah,
shit on me, it's like, hey
yeah.
man, I heard you on YouTube. You wanna sell out to the Matrix and shit and like do this. Well, I mean, like I might do a contract with you if under these certain conditions. You know what I'm saying? But I mean, but anyway, it's just
Yeah.
like they put this shit on you. This is kind of like they do this shit to us on purpose. They put this fucking these Netflix shows
Well,
out to us on purpose.
it's their last resort. It's the last thing that they can do.
No.
And they,
That's the
trust me,
beginning.
they are leaning confidently on the fact that the educational system has heavily indoctrinated everyone, and they are very confident that their
I think they
cartoon is very
reinforce.
effective in posing them as the truth holders. You know.
It's hard to say. It depends on where you're from, and I'm not going to talk about my family.
Yeah, but you
They're
see,
heavily affected by this
this
fucking
is just a Helio. This is just a cartoon. It was made by a guy who just used his imagination, you know, uh, to write all this script and draw this
No,
cartoon.
it's not one guy. They use like every Netflix propaganda film comes out with different writers. They have a whole field of propagandists that write the scripts before any one person comes up with their fucking
Yeah.
ideas, whether it's cartoon or anything.
You know what we should really be making fun of these Globers for? Paying for propaganda. Like actually paying for a Netflix subscription and being like, oh yeah, behind the curve or
Yeah,
whatever that
We should
movie was.
make our field of non-paid propagandists to make fun of these assholes.
Like I mean seriously, how can you be like more of a chump? You're paying a subscription to a media organization that is brainwashing you.
Yeah.
Well, it's just like Bill Burr just put a new thing out. I started watching. I love Bill Burr. I thought he was the funniest motherfucker ever until this new one he put out, and I'm like, motherfucker, I'm against you. I mean, he said a lot of bullshit before. You guys know who Bill Burr is from Boston?
No.
Okay, well,
No.
listen to some Bill Burr shit. I mean, he's funny, but this new fucking Netflix series, holy fucking shit! I'm against Bill Burr on this. He's a fucking sellout.
What was funny for me was that in that cartoon they were apologizing to Buzz Aldrin and begging him not to sue them for saying that the moon landing were fake. You know.
Yeah, but that's the joke.
This is something like whoever says that the moon landing is fake, Buzz Aldrin is entitled to sue that person. And
not really. I mean, everybody knows Buzz Aldrin.
Well, how do you know? Why did they apologize then?
Well, was it in the cartoon?
Yeah, at the end.
It's not going to amount to anything. I mean, was it on Netflix? Or not going to amount to anything. I'm just like, it's like,
well, when the episode finished,
we're here on YouTube live right now. Does anyone take us seriously? Some people do, some people don't. Right?
I'm not
Jeppy Jet, I think I can help you out with this.
Who's taking us seriously on us like right now? I'm like everything that we discuss here.
People, 5 to 10 people.
Everything that we discuss here is being logged forever. So
and
these logs can be pulled and at any time against you, and they can use it. They will use it.
Yeah, but I'm not scared of that. I mean, it's like when I come on, I'll speak my fucking mind. I don't care what people think about it.
Okay, Helio, can I say something? So, Jeppy Jet, just so you know, it might be different in other countries, but here in the United States, when someone's a mainstream public figure, that's the term, public figure, they can't really, it's not to say that they can't ever, but they can't really, for the most part, sue anyone for slandering them because they're a public figure. So, like, take, for instance, if you were to, talk smack about Hillary Clinton or Donald Trump, or just any major politician or major person on TV, you can't, and this includes, the Apollo quote unquote astronauts, like they're public figures. So I'm not saying it's impossible, but I'm saying it in a court of law in the United States, it's basically impossible for them to sue someone for slandering.
Hold on.
If you go in America,
shut up. Let me say this really quick. Slander is not an opinion upon what somebody said. You can give your opinion about what somebody said in public. That's not slander at all.
Oh yeah, I used the wrong word. My bad. Yeah, give your bad opinion about it.
I just want to point that out before everything gets weird.
Yeah, I retract that word. But yeah, when you give an angry opinion or say something mean about them,
I have a question too. Orion, you invoked this thing, slander. What is it?
No. I retracted the word.
Yeah, I know.
I didn't mean to use that word.
What does this mean when you slander someone in US?
I believe it involves things that are not opinions.
Hey, well, how about you bring up the definition and tell us what slander is? And since
I don't know what it is. I don't know what the definition of slander is, but I'm just talking about mean things. What I'm talking about is unsavory things to say.
No, it's not unsavory thing. Slander. Go ahead, Jeppy. Yeah. Slander is.
I ask because I don't know. Yeah, go ahead.
No, the slander actually is like you're accusing someone of using what they call slander. They're actually utilizing. They're manipulating something that someone said into a position to manipulate what they said into not what they said. So
no, that's misrepresenting people. I do. Now that I think about it, I'm pretty sure I do know what slander means. Slander means when you say something publicly that can be objectively proven to be false about somebody else. So when you say something about somebody else, but it's not just an opinion. Helio, I'm talking. So it's when you say something about somebody else and it's not just an opinion, but you're stating an objective thing about them, and that can be objectively proven to be false, and then they can sue you in a court of law for that.
Okay.
Sure, exactly.
So like a really dirty example of this would be like if someone accused someone else as being
but
a murderer or something, or a drug dealer, when they're obviously not a murderer or a drug dealer.
I got it.
Being a drug
Even if they never said it in public, you can say they said it and you in public can say they said this, that would be considered slander too, even though nobody can consider that they ever said it. Nobody ever heard them say it, but you said it.
Actually, come and think about murderer and
So
drug dealer are bad
slander is
examples. Scratch those
punishable.
examples.
Anyway,
Wait, slander is punishable. Yeah?
it depends on the situation.
Legally.
Yeah, it can be.
Yes,
If
it
you're
is potentially.
proven committing it, you're going to be punished, right?
Not every time. It depends on the situation. Dude has to go through a court of law. I mean, come on.
Well, yeah, to be proven guilty of slander, you have to go through a court of law and the judge to judge you and find you guilty. Yeah.
So I guess, guys, the question is, Buzz Aldrin. Can we prove that Buzz Aldrin didn't go to the moon?
Is there a person in America who been charged with slander and he got punished for this?
I think there has
For
been, but I
slander?
just don't know if any examples off the top of my head.
Well,
I
if
do
no
know
one
of,
has, then
actually,
it's not.
I can think of one example that's very famous and recent. There were these teenagers that were on a field trip in the nation's capital about 1 or 2 years ago or so, and they were caught on camera. One of them just smiling as some weirdo, like a tambourine or something, starts walking up to him, and someone else is recording this as he, starts yelling some stuff at him, and he's wearing one of those MAGA hats, this "Make America Great Again" Trump hats. It's not even like a political kid or anything. But anyway, the point is, he got slandered by the media. They called him a racist or all sorts of stuff like that. And he's just a stupid teenage kid, just standing there doing nothing. And so that's slander, and I kind of wish I was that teenage boy, because I think he got like $3 million or something. I don't think he has to work for the rest of his life. He's rich.
So the media was found of committing slander, and they got punished. Yeah, okay. Then this is punishable by law in the U.S. But you see, when you accuse, for example, Donald Trump of killing somebody, and
Jesus
hiding
Christ! What the fuck?
body or
What
so.
the fuck?
If
You
you
said
do this,
Donald Trump was convicted of killing someone? What the
yeah,
fuck?
I said if you accuse Donald Trump of killing
I
somebody,
wouldn't, because I
when
don't
you
think
are
he did.
being interviewed, I haven't finished, Helio. I haven't
Helio,
finished
chill.
presented the
Chill,
example.
Helio. Chill.
Yeah. So, if you accuse Donald Trump of a crime, on national television or on a radio station, they will punish you because you are falsely accusing someone, and this is punishable by law in USA,
it's punishable.
and also
I mean,
here. Yeah. So
and a detail I left out about
that was only my only concern, because
Sure,
at the end of that episode in Netflix, they were apologizing to Buzz Aldrin for stating in that episode that the moon landing was fake, because they stated that, they said that in that episode, but at the end they said, "Oh, we apologize for saying the moon landing was fake," to Buzz Aldrin, and they were asking him not to sue them.
You watched the whole thing?
Yeah.
I didn't watch it all. I didn't see it.
Yeah, and they were saying this was just a fiction and stuff, So
I remember him talking to that little 8-year-old girl, and he's like, "The reason that we can't go back to the moon is because we never went there."
Yeah, and with that video, wouldn't that be a piece of evidence that would stop them from being able to sue Jeppy Jet? I don't think that's possible for that lawsuit to happen because of the video that Helio was just describing. I mean, once you introduce that into that court, that lawsuit's thrown out.
On TV it can, but legally it can't.
Oh, I'm just saying he couldn't get any money from him with that video out there.
If
Like
you
there'd be
get
no lawsuit.
$100,000, if you get $100,000 and you
Money
get your
has
own,
nothing to do with it. This is production value.
if you get $100,000, yeah, and you get your own radio wave bandwidth license and everything, yeah, so you start broadcasting radio transmission, doing all sorts of shows, and you will say that the moon landings are fake, then Buzz Aldrin is entitled to sue you, and you will lose that.
Wait, but hold on, no. Hold on, you're wrong there. Helio, can I talk with him for a second?
Yeah, go
Come
ahead.
on. All right. So the reason why you're incorrect, I think, when you say that, is because you would have to prove in a court. Buzz Aldrin and his legal team, they would have to prove in a court of law that they went to the moon in 1969.
No, wrong. They
Why
don't
not?
have to prove it. They don't have because that's like common knowledge, accepted.
Oh well, yeah. So
it's
I guess
official stuff.
ultimately speaking, the answer boils down to the judge. Then, so if the judge is a globetard, then you're correct. If the judge is not a complete and total utter globetard, then I'm correct. He could even still be a glober, like Matthew Lawrence, but as long as he doesn't provide the sufficient evidence. But then again, Matthew Lawrence, he believes in it, so yeah, I guess if it was Matthew Lawrence, then like whatever.
Yeah.
I'll bet you any money that 8-year-old girl has a Hollywood contract right now.
Oh, and so the detail I left out about the people, the teenagers on the Capitol Hill that were suing lots of media organizations for slandering them. The detail I left out is that they have millions of dollars now and they don't ever have to work ever again. But keep in mind, that's because they can't ever work ever again, except in certain jobs. Because the very moment that a really good employer of some kind Googles their name, a lot of really bad, nasty stuff comes up. So yeah, that's a detail to keep in mind.
What did they do?
They didn't do anything. They just stood on Capitol Hill while someone else pointed a camera at them, and some guy with a drum or a tambourine or a drum with stuffed bells on it or something just walks up to him and starts beating the drum and starts yelling a bunch of nonsense at him. And this one of teenagers in particular, he just stands there quietly and stares at him while he's wearing a MAGA hat and just stands there with an expression on his face. And the media just slandered him. He didn't do anything but just stand there and smile with a MAGA hat. He didn't do anything.
Damn, Orion. I mean, have you experienced this, or are you just making shit up right now? Have you been on?
This was all over the news a couple years ago.
No, I'm asking you. Have you been on the street? I mean, is this what you see in America?
Yeah, I've run into all sorts of people, like the guy with the tambourine yelling random shit. Yeah, I've seen hundreds and at this point thousands of different people like that.
No, I've seen some of your videos where you're just out there doing your shit, but I mean, it's like you sound really excited tonight. Hey, man, I'm excited about this shit too. That's why I fucking do the live stream every day. But why is this such a thing? No, to you. I mean, we'll talk about Buzz's idea, but you seem really, really hot to just blow everything up tonight. Tell me.
I didn't bring it up. It was Jeppy Jet that started talking about lawsuits.
No. Is everybody else waiting for you to blow it up?
What's your YouTube? Ryan?
Oh, it's been so long since I've used it. I've actually forgotten exactly what it is. I think it's my middle name, Orion,
your own goddamn
and something else. Here, I'll look it up. Hold on a second.
Just post it in the chat or whatever.
Yeah, the thing, I just got a new phone, so I'm kind of like transferring information from one phone to the other still. So since I've got a new phone, I haven't posted any videos. I got to look it up. I'll look it up.
Orion, can you mute yourself in the meantime? That means
only for you, Helio.
No, not only for me, for everyone. Mute yourself on the Discord.
I mean, just for you, not only for you, just for you, Helio.
No, it doesn't have. It's for everyone, please. All right, so yeah. If you like what Orion's saying, you can subscribe to his YouTube channel, but he can't even remember what YouTube channel he's fucking talking about. So anyway,
It's been I haven't used it very
Hey,
much,
I
and it's been like 4
appreciate
months since
him.
I posted anything on there, or 6 months or
Yeah.
something.
bullshit, bro. Anyway, I'm not gonna argue with you about it.
His family.
Yeah, he's fam. He's fam. I'm just like,
Yeah.
it's all good, man. Hey, I'm kind of in the same situation. I'm in the same sitch. It was like my
Yeah,
you
I
know,
know.
the same one that's always been there. Y'all niggas don't know me. What you got? Anyway, what do you guys want to
You
talk
think we
about?
don't know you, but we know you very well, Helio.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's probably the same thing with Orion too. You don't know.
When
You
people
don't know
talk
me.
when people talk to each other, that's how they get to know each other.
No, sure. I mean, with this
Yeah.
this live stream, we try to keep it going, and of course, all the flat earthers, are very rambunctious and want to like have a deep and open conversation with new people. I mean, it can be fun, talking with other flat earthers and shit. We know we've known each other for many years, so actually, the focus of this server, as far as I'm concerned, is to meet new people. So, I mean, but it's not the only focus because, I mean, it's a
I
hub.
wouldn't say to meet new people, but to actually present the truth to um, the new people that come here.
Sure, I
And
mean, it's kind
of
of a
course,
hub.
vast majority of them are not flat earthers. They are ordinary people with the default education, you know.
Yeah, sure. Maybe I didn't say it right, but yeah, it's kind of a hub for a lot of flat earthers that have been around
Yeah.
the YouTube and Discord um,
Oh yes, for
event
us it
for a while.
definitely is.
But
Yeah.
for new people that come in, we actually want new people to join. We have an
Yeah.
open link. You can join the server, and if you have questions, I mean, jump right on in.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
We can
we do have a
participate.
lot of fun. Just like, especially on Discord. I can't imagine what other people are going go on. I've been to other Discords, and I know how it can be a
Man,
shit
if
show.
I watch TV as much as I follow this Discord server, I would be brainwashed.
No, but at the same time, what happens a lot of times, us like me, you, Jebby Jet, and all of the other moderators, and we actually just kind of like maintain this Discord. We want new people to jump in every single day, and we'll be patient with them. But I mean,
Yeah.
you're gonna have to come in and kind of like bring your mustard, man. I mean, it's not like we're gonna freaking coddle you when you come in here.
Mm.
So if you have real questions, I was like, hey, I joined the Flat Earth Discord. Well, I mean, why did you join the Flat Earth Discord? I mean, just ask them. That's where it starts. It's not
Yeah.
hard. It's just like if I went into some other gamer Discord and it's just like, hey, I'm here for what's a game? What's a game that I might join? I'm not a gamer. Like me, I'm gonna join.
Warrior.
I don't even know what that is.
Warrior?
Wadia? Is that warrior?
Warrior. Yeah,
Wadia.
warrior.
So I joined a
Soldier.
warrior Discord,
Yeah.
or if I joined any gaming Discord, I promise to God I wouldn't know shit about it. But if you come in here and you don't know shit about flat Earth, just be patient with me, because I know.
Well, no, actually, this is a message for those who just hear about the server, you know. It's good to tell them, but
Yeah,
I know this is the default. You know, people that come here, they come from their ordinary lives. And I was pretty much the same, you know, when I came first time to the flat earth ideology, knowledge, you know, I didn't consider it knowledge. I took it like, oh, this is another thing like alien conspiracy, ghosts, and paranormal stuff, you know. And
something
then
to consider, right? Something.
yeah, then I found out that this movement, community, and stuff is actually everything about knowledge, defending science, you know, separating science from belief systems, and pointing out that science doesn't work, doesn't function with belief systems and with belief, you know. Yeah, so we are talking about empirical measurements, demonstrations, tests, observations, you know, all this. So if you have something to bring up in here,
You know what's really interesting this weekend,
yeah,
Joey Jet, I think in the Northern Hemisphere, they're going to have the first all planet alignment,
yeah,
Mercury, Mars, Venus, Earth, the Moon, and Jupiter, all in the same line above the horizon.
oh,
I think it's
interesting,
tonight. I think it was happening tonight. Which, I mean, it's, you know, it's has nothing to do in my mind with the
yeah,
heliocentric model. But yeah, I mean, yeah, look it up. Look at the planetary alignment. Just yeah, I think it happened tonight. But well, to be honest, if I was in a place to observe it, I'd have been all about that shit. I'd been out there with barbecue, fucking sandwiches and shit. I'd have been, but you
So
know, I live in the country. I mean, I live behind trees. I can't fucking see it.
it's gonna be Sunday today,
I think
or
it was tonight. Let me try to
Saturday is
find it.
already gone for me.
Yeah, well, I mean, well,
Yeah.
Saturday is Saturday. Yeah, Saturday night for me. It's almost Sunday for me. Let me look at planetary alignment. Hold on, I'll send you a link. Well, I wish I could see it, but I'm fucking landlocked. You know, I can't fucking see that. When they said that, it's the planetary alignment this weekend, I was like, oh fuck, that would be so awesome. But I'm not on the West Coast. I think you will be able to
Yeah,
see it.
I was watching the sky
I
last
mean, the
night.
East Coast. I think you'll be able to see it on the East Coast.
Maybe you remember I was
Maybe I'm
watching the
right.
sky last night.
So, planetary alignment. It's like when I see some of these astronomical anomalies. Motherfucker, I live in the middle of Arkansas. What the fuck? I'm like, how am I supposed to prove anything from here? But to be honest, I don't have to. I'm a Cancer, born June 22nd.
Well, soon it's your day.
Yeah, I'm one day into Cancer, versus I think Virgo. I don't necessarily think. So, here we go. USAtoday.com. Here's one. How to see a remarkable and rare parade of planets. Oh my God. I won't even give them the time of day. The time of day. Fuck USA Today. Those fucking. Here, rare alignment of all the planets in the night sky. This is National Geographic.com.
Not a reliable source.
Yeah, it's a right, yeah. So June 16th, June 17th to 27th. All right, I'm gonna post it, but yeah, it's not a reliable source. But pretty much all we have to go off of. This is what they say about this planetary alignment. I think it's bullshit. Well, I don't think it's bullshit. That the interpretation is wrong. So I ain't no fucking globe spinner around the
They
and
twist it to their own agenda, purpose, ideologies. Mm.
That's what you have. Dude, I've seen some really cool shit. Even though on the horizon, I can't see like the moon rise or whatever. But I've seen some fucking cool shit with Jupiter and Saturn. Like in my limited view, Saturn is fucking trippy, bro. Have you guys looked at Saturn from where you are? And Jupiter, man,
I haven't.
dude, you gotta like when you can find Saturn and Jupiter in your sky. I mean, if you're downtown,
Yeah.
And the light blocks it out. I mean, I live in the country, so I can actually see the moons of Jupiter and shit. It's really freaking cool. But if you're downtown, you're
Oh, you have a telescope?
I do have a telescope. I've seen it, but for the most part, you can use binoculars to find the moons of Jupiter. Like 50 times zoom binoculars. You see the moon.
Well, a good pair of binoculars.
Yeah. I mean, no,
I
but it
don't
still
have
has
those.
nothing to do with shape of Earth.
But
Dude,
it's tempting me to buy a Nikon P900.
dude, yeah, you could have a lot of fun. Just like,
Mm,
oh,
yeah.
there's Saturn. And you can look at some of this information. Like, all right, I'm going to set my P900 up. Oh, there's Saturn. It still won't have anything to do with Earth being a globe, but Saturn is badass. If you look it through a telescope, pretty cool. Jupiter with all the planets just like moving. Well, actually, what's really cool, if you
You know, I was
what's really
thinking.
cool, if you have uh, triceratops, I'm just playing a tripod, and then you set your focus on Saturn. How long before you focus in on Saturn will it take before you have to adjust it?
Well, you have to account for the
I
globes
mean, once you get a
rotation.
really good look at it,
Yeah.
I mean, how long do you think before you have to think, oh, oh, I got it set now, and I'm looking at Saturn. How long do you think it's actually going to stay in focus?
Well, I will build a actuator, which will turn the camera or the telescope
All
with
right,
it.
so
Yeah.
so you're gonna. I'm just talking about with your camera and a telescope. I mean, something that's gonna hold the camera. Like once you
Yeah.
see Saturn, and then does it starts to move? Am I using a physical?
For such applications, the best thing you can use is using a harmonic drive gearbox uh, with a high ratio, But yeah, those are very expensive and they are mostly used into robotics and stuff like this.
Right, and they're used by
But
universities.
you can
Nobody uses that shit.
you can find today these kinds of gearbox made of plastic, 3D printed. They are much cheaper. They can get to like 20,
This
30, 50
fucking
dollars.
guy.
And they are very good quality, but for driving a camera or a telescope, they are perfect. So yeah. When you use in robotics, you need to use these gearboxes made of metallic glass, which is very expensive to uh, do.
But
those gearboxes
they don't
cost.
use that in astronomy, Jet. No.
What? Yes, of course they do.
Not to determine the path or distance.
No, not to determine the path or distance, but the telescope will be moving very, very slow, following that
Where's
star in the
where's
sky.
the telescope moving? I thought it was on the ground.
Yeah, it's on the ground,
How is
and
it
it's on
moving
a
then?
it's on a table which is moving. Yeah,
The table's moving? Are they moving the
Helio,
table level?
Helio. Wait, when you are shooting a movie, a scene
No,
like
I thought we were
running
talking
train
about
or
how
something
you're
like this,
looking at fucking
they
Saturn.
have cameras moving on rail tracks or turning, rotating tables.
Okay, I'll
And
agree. We're not talking about the
yeah,
same
and
thing at all.
and the
Hey, Chappy
telescopes,
Jet, we're
those
not talking about the same thing at all. Can you agree
actually,
with me?
yes. In observatories, when you see those giant telescopes, they have
So
motors.
the giant
Yeah.
telescopes on the ground are moving. Yes or no?
Yeah.
Wow, what the fuck? How the fuck are they moving?
Well, you can watch Mercury, and then you want to look at a different star in the sky. Yeah. So you have to move that telescope to that position, direction.
How do you move a giant telescope?
Yeah, it has gears. It's rotating on two axes.
Maybe I'm ignorant. Get me caught up here.
Yeah, look, imagine the first when the telescope is in the home position. Let's say it's looking at the horizon. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, but if
Now,
you're gonna get really into this, tell me an example. You said this giant telescope is moving, observing Saturn or whatever, and the mechanics of the telescope say I have to position it when the the Earth is not. I mean, I thought we were on the same page. Earth is not moving, but the fucking telescope is moving, right, Jebby Jen?
Yeah, telescopes are following the stars in the sky as they move. So the telescope is moving.
Physically, the telescope is
Yeah.
physically moving. All right, which one?
Yeah. It's rotating 360 degrees. Yeah.
You a goddamn lie. I ain't seen one yet.
Oh my
Show
God.
me the evidence for a
Helio,
telescope. Show me a
the
telescope.
amateur
Show me a
Helio,
telescope rotating 360
Helio,
degrees.
Helio, even the amateur telescopes, you mount them on a tripod, yeah? They are either supported on two shafts, they have two axes of rotation,
Do they move
or
by themselves, or do you have to move them physically?
well, those, yeah, they don't have motors and electronic controls, yeah? So you have to move them with your hands.
Really? So which
And
ones? Which
once you
ones moved
position,
independently, following this fucking pretended
well,
rotation of
these
Earth?
amateur telescopes, vast majority of them, they don't have stepper motors, but the giant telescopes, the observatories, those big buildings with a dome roof, yeah, those telescopes are actioned by motors.
And they follow the curvature of the Earth and the rotation.
No, they are not following the curvature of the
Oh,
Earth
the
or Earth's
rotation of the
rotation. No, I didn't
planetary.
say that, Helio. Don't put that in my
I know I'm being
mouth.
a dick. My bad. I know
Yeah.
you didn't say that.
What I'm saying is that telescope is moving slowly. It's rotating. Yeah. Just like a clock. When you hold your mechanical clock on your hand and you look at the hour, needle, minute, and
Well,
second, you see them rotating. That's what the telescope is also doing on the
this
ground.
is an optical telescope that is built by men, and they believe the Earth is a globe, and then they've built this telescope with a huge lens, and they've designed it to follow the path of the
Yeah.
sun, moon, and stars, and it just
And if you have seen even the roof dome of those observatories, it's rotating. It's not always fixed. Like it has a crack, a slit through that dome, yeah, where the telescope is observing through.
are you one of those infiltrators? Yeah, fuck you. So anyway,
What infiltrator?
I don't
What do you
know.
mean?
You said that even with all their perfect freaking design, with their freaking crazy ass freaking automaton freaking telescope, then there's a break in the action, and then you're just like, we can fucking infiltrate there, and like beep, beep, beep. That's
No,
kind of sound like what you said to me.
I'm saying those buildings are immovable. The telescope is inside on a table which is rotating.
And what?
So they can rotate it 360 degrees around so they can observe any part of the sky.
Any part of what sky and where?
Of the sky above. Where the fuck is the sky? It's above us.
Dude, how the fuck far can you see? I can only see the sky above me. So how the fuck far can you see?
Me too. That's all I see. I see it's high above. That's it.
No shit. So how
I,
the fuck far could whatever telescopes you're talking about see?
well, you see, when you sit outside and you look in the night sky, you will see the stars. Um, you look at 23 o'clock and you choose one star in the sky. After 2 hours, that star will not be in the same direction where you're looking at.
But it will be
will
in the
move.
same
They are
motherfucking place. It will be in the same place it was 2,000 fucking years ago.
they are rotating in the sky in repeated circles. Yeah, they repeating the
It
same
might not
circle
be
in the sky.
2,000, but whatever. But
Yeah,
it
and
really doesn't have anything to
next
do with
day,
shape.
listen, Helio. Next day at 23 o'clock, that star will be almost exactly in the same spot in the sky. But after 2 hours, it will be with a certain degrees to the right or left.
Well, depending on if you're looking north or south, it more than likely it would be to the right.
If you're looking at the North Star, yeah, obviously, it will never change. You will be looking at a fixed point. Yeah. But all other stars, they rotate around the North Star. So they are following a circular path. This means that
What if you're in the southern
when you choose a
hemisphere?
point of observation in the sky, yeah, and you look fixed, yeah, like when you're next to a building and you see the corner of the building and right next to it you see a portion of the sky, yeah, and at 3 meters height from that wall, yeah, you choose a point and you with your eyesight you look at the sky at a fixed point, yeah. Now you will see a star there, and in 1 hour that star will be a couple of centimeters away from the edge of that wall. You will not see it there anymore. It changed its position,
Do
or
you
it
mean
went
if you're
behind
moving
the
away
wall,
from it? If you move away
or
from it, moving backwards away from it?
no, we are not moving away. I'm saying that the stars in the sky, they rotate. They are not in fixed position.
You said a building.
Yeah, the building is fixed on the ground,
Okay, so a
just like you,
building.
and you're sitting in a fixed
A
position.
building
Yeah,
is not in the sky.
like listen, you are a sniper. Yeah,
No, I'm
and
not. But
you take a point in the sky. Yeah, and you're not moving your scope or rifle or your body. You stay fixed and you look at the point. Now, the stars will be rotating above you. So if you choose a star as the starting point, after 1 hour, uh, you will not see the star in that point where you chose to look. It will move away from that point because they are rotating above us. You get it?
what if I put some nacho cheese on it?
Ah, you're making fun of me.
Because you're not making any sense. I mean,
Yeah, I am making sense,
all right,
actually.
cool. Oh, I probably
Yeah.
ain't either. I mean, you can make fun
And
of me.
yeah, I told you that um, telescopes, they have motors, yeah, and they move and
Telescopes. Wait,
they follow.
the primary
Can I
definition
say
of a
something quickly,
telescope
guys? Hold on.
doesn't.
Helio. If he didn't have an accent, you could understand him. If you weren't drunk, you could understand him. But you being drunk and him having
Yeah.
his accent, stop trying to understand him.
maybe we're talking past each
Yeah,
other.
good
It's
one.
all right, Orion. But
Thank you, Orion.
telescopes don't have a. Telescopes are physical instruments that they're not electronic by nature. Come on, Jebby J. I heard what you said.
There are digital telescopes
I know
nowadays.
that. God damn it.
Yeah,
Fucking A. Thanks,
and
thanks,
actually,
Orion.
the best telescopes are digital. You guys dropped out.
Yeah, that was a Lollygadget song. That's from early 90s. That song was called Jigsaw. We don't do politics on here much, but there's a political song when I wasn't into politics. No, Chris, that's me. The 90s. Here's another one. You don't like this one. This one's pretty. I think this is the first song when I tried out for this band. I think this is the first one that I did with them. Shit. All right, here's another one. This is one of my favorites that I did back in the 90s. And you know what? I think I'll go ahead and play this. It's an entire album. You guys probably haven't heard it before. But anyone that has DJ Roll, you can stop it anytime you want. You can stop it now. Just say, don't do it. You can stop it right now. But, I mean, I love it. Play from beginning to end. Here it comes. This album I wrote with a few friends of mine. We had a really awesome time recording it. And it's never been published, so there's no danger of copyright or anything. And I uploaded it to YouTube, and so new people jump on and be like, "What the fuck is going on here?" I don't care. It was really fun to record stuff.
I feel a little down and I'm frowning and I'm pillow talking. symbol of our capital has been laid to waste. The trouble in the tragedy has laid to rest a fear. We are here, and it doesn't matter where here is. Pardon me if I don't shed a tear. I don't give a damn about power. I just give a damn about freedom. I don't give a damn about money. I just give a damn about, I just give a damn about liberty. Extricate yourself from the responsibility of draining from success to pay for weak mistakes of the unwilling, or are they just lazy? I am here, and it doesn't matter where I am. I won't shed a tear. I don't give a damn about power. I just give a damn about freedom. I don't give a damn about money. I just give a damn about, I just give a damn about liberty. I don't give a damn about power. I just give a damn about freedom. I don't give a damn about money. I just give a damn about, I just give a damn about liberty. is an asylum, treated and wounded with electroshock. And as the tonic revives, the heart keeps on ticking like a clock, and I'll trade my ideas for a stationary poses. to fathom something so violent, taking away strain and stress, giving up everything just to survive, has made this life a mess. And I trade my ideas for a stationary position in a standard life. It might be boring, at least I will survive. At least I'm alive. I'll trade my ideas for a stationary position in a standard life. It might be boring, at least I will survive. At least I'm alive. Stepping out of this shell is going to take more than a heartache. This bond has hurt me to my very core, and I can't take anymore. I give up, and I'm gonna make myself some room. Yes, I'm gonna take myself some room. I give up, and I'm gonna make myself some room. Yes, I'm gonna take myself some room. some room. Today is the day I'm gonna break that shell, and I'll use my last chance to save myself for you. I give up, and I'm gonna make myself some room. Yes, I'm gonna take myself some room. I give up, and I'm gonna make myself some room. Yes, I'm gonna take myself some room. Some room, yes, I'm gonna take myself some room. I give up, and I'm gonna make myself some room. Yes, I'm gonna take myself some room. I'm gonna make myself some room, and I'm gonna take myself some room.
It's a good song, y'all.
Blood covers the color of sounds that create songs of harmony, lust, and time. My bones ache with pain, delivered by my saturated, confused mind. There's no physical signs of hemorrhaging love flowing through my body. Yeah, and what comes out, yeah, it's what scares the people of how I see, how I see, how I see, how I see. Love lost like leaves fall from a tree in November. When they come back, does the tree remember? Not if it dies. There's no physical signs of hemorrhaging love flowing through my body. Yeah, yeah, and what comes out, hey, it's what scares people of how I see, how I see, how I see. the story from beginning to the end. How I love those eyes when they tell me I want to tell you all, my friend. The stranger, he comes calling with a worry or a problem of some kind. Then those eyes are cool and distant. The stranger won't say what's on his mind. I can see in your eyes disappointment. What has gone wrong this time? Is it something I should be concerned with? Or let the stranger think I don't mind? I can't accept the love of a stranger. I feel betrayed and oh so sad. I have memories of our sweet love and the good times that we have had. Oh, the eyes, they are revealing. They tell of thoughts within. I don't want the eyes of a stranger. I want the eyes of my best friend, my best friend. Oh, my love, why be a stranger? I want to share your ups and downs and let our hearts and minds move together so we can walk on solid ground. When your eyes say to me, friend, the stranger who walks out the door, he fades and sets things right again. Oh, my love, you're just like you were before. They are revealing. They tell of thoughts within. I don't want the eyes of a stranger. I want the eyes of my best friend, my best friend. I flip on the TV and watch the pundits clouding the ignorance vision. Wake up, oh, wake up and smell the coffee. Ooh, oh, wake up, oh, wake up and live the dream. life to the limit, and I'm finally broken free. Tracing through my thought patterns, road signs of life ignored. Leftovers that seep through the cracks have been collected and restored. During this adventure called life, I've taken small steps day by day, turning my regrets into success. The higher calling paving my way. This town in Arkansas, and there was this young girl I recall. I got to know her quite well by her name, and I can see her by the firelight dancing around that cloud at night. And yes, I'll tell you her sweet name. Mary Jane, Mary Jane, Mary Jane, my Mary Jane. You got me walking right on in your room. I know it's you that really cares. It's me and Mary Jane. Said these words that I could understand. In this world you'll find your fortune and fame, and you'll find a love that's faithful and true. I believe in the name I will tell to you. Yes, sir, that name was Mary. Got to know you quite well. I know has pushed a button in me. Speak to me the truth, and I'll tell you no lies. Getting back has taken so long. Why is my revenge a disguise? The truth about the lies is behind my eyes. Revenge, remove the disguise, and I'll bring the truth in front of the lies. Speak to me the truth, and I'll tell you no lies. Getting back has taken so long. Why is my revenge a disguise? Speak to me the truth, and I'll tell you. I'll tell you no lies. Speak to me the truth, and I'll tell you no lies. Getting back has taken so long. Why is my revenge a disguise? Speak to me the truth, and I'll tell you. I'll tell you no lies. The truth is a lie.
Nice. That was a rocker, man. We want the truth.
Yeah, Helio's he's fucking got it going on the way he used to. I mean, maybe he still does for sure, man. That was some good shit, Helio.
That was one of them, dude. Total truther song there, man. Right?
I'm just talking the whole thing, that all of it was fucking, really, it was quite good. I mean, you can't say it wasn't. If you do, you're fucking got no ears on your head.
That's it, man. That's excellent. I really dig that, man. I gotta put that on my playlist. Damn. He's singing about the globe lie, right? Is that what it sounded like? I don't know. No more lies. No more globe lies, I think he said. I don't
Dude,
know.
I appreciate you guys putting up with that whole album. That's really cool. You guys should listen to it again. That's one of my favorites that I've done. The truth is a lie.
The truth is a lie.
Dude, I appreciate you guys listening to the whole album.
Man.
That's good stuff, man. I mean, there's nuggets in there, man. If you listen to that album, it's one of my favorites that I've done. It's awesome.
It's pretty solid, man.
That was far better than half of the horse shit I hear on this fucking channel. That was fucking top notch shit, Helio.
Hey, appreciate it, brother.
Yeah, for sure, bro. Hats off to you all the way.
Dude, I had so much fun recording that. It was so freaking awesome, bro.
That's great, man. Oh, I love that. Well, I'm glad you got to jam it out and play it out here for the whole album.
I mean, it's
That's cool.
late Saturday night, or Sunday morning. Whatever.
Sunday morning, it's kind
There
of
wasn't
quiet.
a lot of people in here. Yeah. And I just noticed nobody was listening. I was like, fuck it, I'm going to play it. Play the whole album.
Well, you seen that picture I posted with me with my fists. I'll crack anybody that says they got a problem with you playing that album.
No, I mean, anytime I play anything, doesn't matter what I play. If someone says, hey, look, I got something to say, stop what I'm playing. Stop at any time.
Yeah, but there wasn't nothing going on, bro. You did it. It was perfect timing.
It was perfect.
One of my favorite ones on that album is one that I wrote. Shit, I can't remember it now. Thinking about it back now. Hold on. Shit, there's so many good songs on there.
Yeah, it's hard to get them mixed up, man.
It's too bad I didn't know you in the 90s because, like I said, I've got a friend named Billy Coyne. He's a producer. He did the first 2 Kiss albums. I could have fucking made an introduction.
Actually, that album was recorded, I think, in 2002.
Oh, was it? Oh, I thought you said 90s.
Yeah, I said 90s, but I was doing other albums and playing with different bands then. But this was a project that I did that wasn't with the other band members. That was kind of like a different project, and to me it was special, and I think it was special to the people that were there with me. It's just like it just really hit, and a friend of mine paid for the project. It wasn't involved with the record company or anything. What we found a good producer there, and he made it in his studio, and it was so fun. And unfortunately, it's pretty much my fault that I left the band for
family.
No, it wasn't family. It was because I thought I was going to be.
You're going to be the shizness, bro.
No, it was actually.
No? Was it ego thing?
No, it wasn't that. But I mean, anyway, we're not going to go.
It was a
I mean, it was just like, I was just like, dude, I was converted to Christianity, and then I can't play with, you know what I'm saying? This is like, you can't play in clubs because you're a Christian now and shit. And,
no.
He's like, and dude, I fucking destroyed the band. But I mean, I don't know but what you just heard, I mean, dude, we could have went somewhere with that.
No doubt.
It's my fault, man. It's my fault because we had some more. But
man, your voice reminded me a lot of times of the Alice in Chains singer. Seriously.
Yeah, dude. Fucking Lane Staley's my. I
mean, you could record one of their songs, and I don't know that I could tell the difference if you tried to.
I don't know about that.
I don't know. I think it was pretty good, bro.
I appreciate that.
Pretty damn good.
It's quality recording, man.
I like that first track.
Yeah, the first track was good for sure.
You know what's really weird about the first track? It's like I didn't mean it to sound like that, but it sounded like a native kind of thing, Native American kind of.
That's awesome.
I didn't hear you miss a fucking single note, bro.
No, I never do that, and it's just like every time I go in the studio, people will be like, "Oh, usually I have to use autocorrect or whatever," and they're like, "I didn't have to do that with you," and I'm like, "Yeah, I know, you don't have to do that."
Well, you spent a lot of time in school singing in choirs and all that kind of stuff,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, I know how to sing the right note at the right time.
Right. Well, you need. It's all about reading.
And then of
I
course,
was in
singing
choir too.
opera and choir, and singing rock music. I could always hit the note when it's. But as far as writing rock music, it's a different thing. When you're a vocalist, I mean, hey, when you're a guitar player, that's something else too. And so I have fucking total. I can play guitar, but I'm not a guitar player. You know what I mean? But I'm a singer.
Did you play any tracks at all on that album?
Dude, half of the guitar solos I played on that.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, I played a lot of the guitar tracks on there.
Nice.
Yeah, I mean, you can tell the difference between the guitar solos and stuff. You can tell which one. You can tell one between the other. I was one of the guitar solos, and the other one was the soloist. The guy with the wah pedal, he actually his old guitar sound was wah. I mean, it's like Kirk Hammett, like wah. But I was the other guy, doing like or the harmonic, like the weird like melodies, like on Music Asylum, bowing down, biddle diddy doo, biddle doo, bow, biddle diddy doo. The music, that was me playing that guitar lead there. Is an asylum, treated and wounded with electroshock. I wrote the lyrics on that one too. It's tonic, the heart keeps on ticking like.
Well, you should be proud. You should be proud. That was very great, very good.
Yeah, I love that album, man. It's good. I'll trade my ideas for a stationary position in a standard life. It might be boring, but it might be boring, but at least I will survive. At least I'm alive. It's good stuff, man. I wrote the lyrics on that one. Yeah, we had a really good time writing. It's good.
Well, I have to admit, Helio, that when you told me you were in a band and you told me you made a couple of albums and this and that, and I never really thought much of it. But when I heard this, I'm like, damn, this dude was good.
And now I ain't shit.
No,
I can
that's
still
still
do
you,
it.
Helio. That's never going to go away. That's still you.
That's what I'm saying, bro. I mean, it's right there. I mean, that video, I put it up on the YouTube channel, and it's right there. You can listen to it anytime. And I had so much fun recording that album. It's
Which one of those guys are you on the album cover? I couldn't quite pick you out.
The album cover. Talking about
the one that was
when I post the thing. That's the other guitar player on the original thing.
You're not on the album cover?
Album cover?
You posted a picture of the band that said Lollygag, whatever.
Oh, Lollygadget. That wasn't Lollygadget. But yeah, Lollygadget was early 90s. Yeah, I'm the guy on the left-hand side. That was me when I had hair. With a cigarette in my mouth, like but yeah, the like when I played the Heavy Sun song, that was me too, but that was 10 years before the one you just heard. I know it's confusing or whatever, but I have a playlist on my Helio Skeptic channel. You can listen to all the music, and there's some live shows too there. So, dude, let's listen to this one, Heavy Sun. This is a Lollygadget song. We've already listened to it, or maybe you did or didn't. Dang it.
Done by a different band than the one we just heard?
Yeah. This is from early '90s, like right after I dropped out of freaking college. Cappy Leak. I already played this like a couple songs before the other one, but this is it's one of my favorite ones from a Lollygadget band that I was in. But the band we just listened to was called Pope Innocent, and everybody in that band was older than me. But in this band, everyone was about the same age. So it was from early '90s, right after I dropped out. Right, so the sun will rise. didn't know the harmonies on this next part.
That just reminds me of Alice in Chains a lot.
Yeah. And nobody else in the band can sing, so I have to do it. Yeah, I layered the vocals on that in the studio.
You can
I
tell
love that song.
the studio on the other one was a little better quality.
Sure. Yeah, this was, that one was early 90s.
I mean, it was still good, don't get me wrong, but the other one was quite a bit more.
Yeah, it's tighter and it's different style a little bit. But yeah, this is when that song was, 91, 92, I think. When we recorded that, it was like 92. Whereas, the other one you heard, that was like 10 years later, 2002. Good stuff. But that Lollygadget, that band you just listened to, we recorded an EP with the same guy that recorded the album that we listened to earlier. It was an EP called Gas Heater, and dude, it's freaking badass, man. It's my favorite Lollygadget stuff that we did. It's our best stuff, the Gas Heater stuff. The Gas Heater song. You guys don't mind. I mean, you guys, since we're just, let me find some Gas Heater stuff. Hold on. I mean, this for me is reminiscing, but it seems like you guys are digging it. You're not saying "shut the fuck up, Helio." I usually hear that.
Oh, I'm definitely digging it. Don't get that confused.
All right, let me find some Gas Heater stuff, bro. Let me find this. My gadgets.
I mean, just put your who you are in a whole different perspective for me.
Well, I mean, it's like who I was is not who I am now, but I always. It's like
it's you, Helio.
I know it's all
still you, bro.
Oh, dude, here it comes. You want to hear this? Oh shit! I freaking love this. This is my favorite Lollygadget. We'll just play it from the beginning. You're gonna like this, bro. It's freaking badass. Oh my god. So fun. This album was. This is the guy that recorded that other album we listened to, the Pope Innocent stuff. He recorded this Gas Heater EP. It's about 15 minutes long, but you'll dig the songs on it, I promise. This song is called Clog.
If there's a place for you, it's in my heart for eternity. If there's a deep hope for you, I will
Your mind's about to be blown on this one. Hear that God rocking? Didn't have to or anything, but